Chapter 408 Exit. Chapter 408 Exit. Chapter 408 Exit. After experiencing a full 10 months in the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, the current Lin Ming looked like an utter mess. He was in rags, almost completely naked. Lin Ming had originally brought several sets of clothes to change into in his spatial ring. When his clothes were all torn apart in battle, he would switch them for new ones. Soon, all of them were torn. Lin Ming just left a single set of relatively complete clothes for the time that he would leave this place. Thus, that was why Lin Ming was left but nothing but his body and some rags. Lin Ming's hair had originally been long, but now it was scattered and messy, and it had grown longer, reaching just past his waist. The palace spirit floated in front of Lin Ming like a wisp of ghostly fire, and then condensed into a white human face. It had a somewhat surprised expression. "I passed the smelting trial," Lin Ming asked the palace spirit. "All that remains before you is the last smelting trial. Before, I had said that if you are still alive by the time you complete the 5th smelting trail, then you would be able to obtain a midway reward, and that I would awake at that time." Lin Ming was surprised for a moment, and then remembered that the palace spirit had spoken such words at the very start. However, he had been in an incredibly tense and difficult situation where he had slaughtered countless enemies. Because of this, he had already mostly forgotten these words and relegated them to the back of his mind. The 5th smelting trail. I've only completed the 5th smelting trial? Yes, every stage of the smelting trial is very long. You have only one last smelting trial left, the 6th smelting trial. It is the shortest, but it is also the hardest. If you can complete it, then you may leave. And at that time, I shall give you the blood of the ancient phoenix. The palace spirit deeply and solemnly looked at Lin Ming. If Lin Ming could do so, then he would be the first person who wasn't from the royal family that would have completed this general level smelting trail within a year. Lin Ming was overjoyed. He finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Although his strength had progressed quickly here every day, after going through endless battles and endless trials, all he felt was endless loneliness. Lin Ming had nearly become nothing but a killing puppet. If this continued, there would definitely be a problem with his mental state. Now, I shall grant you the reward for passing the 5th smelting trial. Since you have completed it in 10 months, you can obtain the highest rewards. You may choose from the Vermilion Bird Blood Essence, a cultivation method jade slip, as well as a fire tribute miracle medicine. Of these 3, you may choose one. Vermilion Bird Blood Essence, a cultivation method jade slip, as well as a fire tribute miracle medicine. Lin Ming first eliminated the Vermilion Bird Blood Essence, since he wanted to fight for the ancient phoenix bloodline, and also because the Vermilion Bird Blood Essence would only have a limited effect. Then he also removed the cultivation method jade slip. Lin Ming didn't lack any sort of top-quality cultivation method. The fire tribute miracle medicine seemed to be the best bet. If this was a medicine from the ancient Phoenix clan, it definitely wasn't ordinary. Perhaps it might be able to enhance his tempering marrow boundary by another 20 to 30%. If that happened, then his tempering marrow would be 80 to 90% complete, and he would be close to perfection. However, just to be prudent, Lin Ming asked, "What sort of cultivation method jade slip and fire tribute miracle medicine is it?" This was just a random question, but the response of the palace spirit caused Lin Ming's heart to nearly jump out of his chest and to have a shortness of breath. The palace spirit said, "The cultivation jade slip is the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle Cultivation Method Manual. The fire attribute miracle medicine is the 30-100-year 9 revolution fire lotus grass. The first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle." Lin Ming was beyond shocked. That's right, he should have realized this sooner. Divine Phoenix Island's Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle and Blue One Abstract Phantom Code were both obtained by the founder after she went to the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, that he would be able to obtain the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm was only natural. The Divine Phoenix Island founder's Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle that she had obtained was riddled with flaws. According to Lin Ming's knowledge, there were only the first 5 layers of the cultivation method. Even with so many flaws, the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was no worse than cultivation methods from 5th grade sex. It had to be known that the higher one went in a cultivation method, the more terrifying its power was. A true and complete Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle would be a top cultivation method even within the realm of the gods. Within the legends of the ancient Phoenix cultivation methods, it was said that after completely practicing it, one could bathe in the fires of nirvana and rebirth themselves, becoming endless and immortal. If one could really achieve this effect, then he feared that this cultivation method might even surpass the heretical god force. The Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was extremely significant to Lin Ming. Within the memories of those supreme elders from the realm of the gods, there were many different types of cultivation method manuals. However, not all of them were suited for Lin Ming to cultivate. For instance, Golden Rock Shattering the Void. Lin Ming had practiced this for such a long time, and yet had only been able to touch the 2nd layer, and he still struggled. In terms of speed, Lin Ming wasn't some monstrous genius. Back during the 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial meeting, he had even been suppressed by Jiang Baoyun in speed. Ultimately, Golden Rock Shattering the Void simply wasn't a suitable technique for Lin Ming. Much less, Lin Ming didn't even have Wind Attribute True Essence Fusion compatibility. But the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was different. With the support of the heretical god force, when Lin Ming practiced the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, he was even quicker than Mu Qianyu. This miracle medicine would only benefit Lin Ming by himself, and there would always be chances to obtain more rare medicines in the future. But the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle was actually very difficult to find. If he could obtain the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle Jade Slip, then not only would it help Lin Ming, but it would also help Mu Qianyu, and eventually even Divine Phoenix Island would benefit. If he took out the first 8 layers of this cultivation method, then it was likely that many people of Divine Phoenix Island would go crazy for it. Lin Ming took a deep breath and then asked, how many layers does the complete Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle have? 9 layers. However, the final layer is only for the royal family. It cannot be rewarded. Therefore, you cannot obtain it. Lin Ming felt this was a touch tragic, but still, just the first 8 layers was incredible in itself. I want the cultivation jade slip, Lin Ming said without any hesitation. As you wish. A red light flashed, and then a crimson blood-like jade slip appeared in Lin Ming's palm. When it touched his palm, it was very warm. It was twice the size of a normal jade slip and very heavy in his hand. Lin Ming casually swept through it with his sense and suppressed the impulse to immediately read it. He first stored it in his spatial ring, since there was only 1 stage left, and it was also the shortest. Lin Ming had to rush past it with overwhelming force. Now, he didn't have the time to practice the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, and his heart wasn't calm enough to do so. At this moment, the smelting trail array began to revolve once again. With a rumbling sound, the earth split, and a massive blood-red demon with a huge axe appeared, crawling out of the earth. This demon was 20 feet high and had chains wrapped all around its body. Its face had 2 large fangs, just like a wild boar, and its fiery crimson hair wantonly hung all over it. Lin Ming looked in shock. This demon actually looked very much like the Netherworld Great Emperor. It was only that this demon was twice the height of the Netherworld Great Emperor, and its skin was a deep red, as opposed to the Netherworld Great Emperor's blue. What's going on here? Lin Ming had some suspicions in his mind and wanted to ask the palace spirit, but at this time, the white light flashed and the palace spirit had already disappeared. Lin Ming also didn't bother to think about this. In short, this was an enemy, and he would do everything he could to defeat it. He wasn't in a hurry to go onto the battlefield. First, he controlled his breathing and sat down in meditation. He mixed the shattered demon heart crystal with his own blood essence and swallowed it. Lin Ming could now absorb an entire shattered demon heart crystal with ease. He had long gotten used to suppressing the remnant will of the Netherworld Great Emperor. He began the familiar and easy technique of directing the crystal's energy to temper his marrow. Half a month later, within a remote mountain of Divine Phoenix Island, there was a deafening explosion. Rocks cracked, dirt flew everywhere, and a vortex appeared that had enough strength to send an early Xiantian realm guard flying away. Enemy attack. The South Sea Demon region has arrived. What? It was a scene of chaos. This was a sacred ground of Divine Phoenix Island, and also the fundamental basis for the existence of Divine Phoenix Island, that it relied on the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. For them to encounter the enemy attack here was terrifying. The Xiantian realm guard's mouth dropped down, slack-jawed as he stared disbelieving at this youth in front of him. This youth was tall, straight, with a handsome and delicate appearance. His face seemed to have been hewn by sabers, and his two eyebrows were straight and slanted upwards. There was a very clear flame mark between his eyebrows that looked like a natural scar. This person's hair was a mess. In comparison, his clothes were fairly clean. The more the guard looked, the more this youth seemed like... How was this possible? Bang! Dust rose from everywhere. The youth had actually flown into the sky and soared away. His speed was fast enough to shame every Xiantian master present. I'm not wrong. That youth, didn't he look like Lin Ming? The guards present had all seen Lin Ming before, when he had first entered the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. That's right. That youth was just a bit taller than Lin Ming, and also has those flame marks between his eyebrows. A year ago, Lin Ming was a handsome, somewhat pretty boy. Now, Lin Ming had become a heroically handsome young man. Could it really be? The complexion of everyone present changed. Lin Ming was alive. They hurriedly took out a sound-transmitting talisman to report such a massive matter. Lin Ming's speed was extremely fast. Before the several guards had passed out the sound-transmitting talismans, he had already arrived at Divine Phoenix Island's Vermilion Bird Main Hall. His speed was amazingly fast, and this was not just because of his outstanding movement technique. It was also because his true essence was too thick. It was thick to the point that even Xiantian masters couldn't compare to it. Who are you? This is a restricted area. Halt. You may not enter. A young woman cried out. She was the guard of the Vermilion Bird Main Hall's entrance. She drew her sword to block Lin Ming, but a sudden gust of wind stopped her, forcing her back. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ming had already entered the main hall. Lin Ming was incomparably anxious at this moment. He didn't know what had happened while he was in the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, but as he listened to the surprised words from the guards, he was able to discern that the South Sea Demon region had already started its war with Divine Phoenix Island. First he hurried over to find Mu Chenyu or Mu Yuhuang to understand out what the present situation was. Also, Lin Ming worried over another matter, and that was whether or not his parents had received news that he had died. Lin Ming was their only child, and also their only hope. If something had happened to his parents because they thought that he had died, he would never be able to live with the consequences. By the time Lin Ming entered the main hall, the sound-transmitting talisman flame had just extinguished in front of Mu Yuhuang. Mu Yu Huang had learnt what had happened from the guards. Still, she could not believe her own eyes as she watched a 17-year-old Lin Ming walk through the entrance. Looking at the heroic and comely youth that seemed to shine with inner spirit, Mu Yu Huang, who could watch a mountain collapse without blinking an eye, was completely and thoroughly shocked. Lin Ming had stayed within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm for a full 10.5 months, and he had actually survived and come out. Not only that, but his cultivation had actually reached the late Hotian realm. Heavens, a 17-year-old with a late Hotian realm cultivation? Even when Mu Qianyu was the same age, she was only at the early Hotian realm. Honorable Sect Master, Lin Ming was in too much of a hurry to bow. What is the situation now? Do my parents think I have died? How about Senior Apprentice Sister Mu? Mu Yu Huang was stunned. She caught her bearings and said, "Yuer has gone to the battlefield. As for news of your death, it has already spread." Lin Ming's mind sank, panic almost setting in. He could not imagine what condition his parents were in now. First, he had to immediately find Qin Zia and see his own parents. Chapter 4:09 to the South Sea Battlefield. Chapter 4:09 to the South Sea Battlefield. Chapter 4:09 to the South Sea Battlefield. Honorable Sect Master, I would like to request permission to immediately go to Sky Fortune Kingdom so that I may see my parents. I would also like inform Senior Apprentice Sister Mu of my return, and I hope that Honorable Sect Master may help me send the message. Oh, Mu Yu Huang unconsciously nodded. She didn't know why, but now that she was facing Lin Ming, she felt something very special. This feeling was vague and indistinct, as if it came from the depths of her bloodline. Her eyes paused on the light flame marks between Lin Ming's eyebrows, and she felt her heart suddenly began to beat faster. She couldn't help but ask, "Lin Ming, just what have you experienced within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm?" Lin Ming said, "It's a long story. Honorable Sect Master, what I'm worrying about now are my parents. I just don't have the time or patience to speak of it all. But when I return, I will have good news to tell you." Good news? Mu Yu Huang's heart stirred. She expected that Lin Ming must be referring to his lucky chances. Without a doubt, Lin Ming had experienced a massive stroke of luck within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. This was truly good news. Mu Yu Huang would never have thought that this so-called good news of Lin Ming's would be referring to the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. If this matter were to be announced, then it would cause a massive earthquake within all of Divine Phoenix Island. Honorable Sect Master, where is my winged flood dragon? The winged flood dragon is in the pens of the sect, but its speed is far inferior to the Vermilion Bird. You may go and fly my life's Vermilion Bird. It will save you some time, and the Vermilion Bird can also protect you. Lin Ming was overjoyed. He said, "Thank you, Honorable Sect Master." Mu Yu Huang's Vermilion Bird was in the back of the Vermilion Bird main hall. This was a grown-up Vermilion Bird, and its wingspan reached 100 feet. Mu Yu Huang personally escorted Lin Ming to the rear palace. This was her life's Vermilion Bird, and without her command it would not listen to orders or assist others. As Mu Yu Huang entered deep into the main hall, the Vermilion Bird was already alerted in advance. A saint beast was psychic to a certain extent, and also understood the emotions and intent of others. Mu Yu Huang directly said, "Fireshine, this time you bring, because they shared lifeblood." Mu Yu Huang was able to feel the panic and anxiousness coming from Fireshine. Obviously, this sort of anxiousness was because of Lin Ming. Mu Yu Huang was surprised. What was going on with Fireshine? Fireshine, bring Lin Ming to Sky Fortune Kingdom. Before you return to Divine Phoenix Island, make sure that you obey Lin Ming's orders. Mu Yu Huang said as she pet Fireshine's big head. This sort of restless feeling still pervaded within Fireshine's heart. This caused the doubts in Mu Yuang's heart to deepen. Was it possible that what Lin Ming had obtained within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm was comparable to that of Divine Phoenix Island's founder? And that was what caused Fireshine to be so nervous. As Mu Yuhuang was lost in her thoughts, Lin Ming had already hopped atop the vermilion bird and shot into the sky. A grown vermilion bird's speed far exceeded the max velocity of a revolving core powerhouse. Lin Ming could only hear a sharp whistling sound in his ear, and in an instant he had already left Divine Phoenix mountain far behind. Although they were flying at a rapid speed, Lin Ming was still able to sit down and sense Fireshine's jitters. He knew that the reason for this was the bloodline within his body. Just 2 hours ago, he passed the last smelting trial. Since he had finished the general level smelting trial in 10.5 months, the palace spirit had abided by its words and bestowed upon Lin Ming the blood of the ancient phoenix. Before he was infused with the blood, Lin Ming deliberately asked if the reverse scale blood and the blood of the ancient phoenix would conflict with each other. The answer he received was that since ancient times, dragons and phoenixes had been friendly with each other and had never conflicted. Instead, they would even mutually support and reinforce the other. The concentration of the ancient phoenix blood was about the same as the reverse scale blood. Although it was just a small amount, it was still enough for any number of Emperor-level Supreme Elders to go crazy for it. The palace spirit had used a secret skill to inoculate the blood of the ancient phoenix in between Lin Ming's eyebrows. The blood had been like burning hot lava had been dropped between his eyebrows, and was an incomparably painful feeling, like he had been melting. The blood had completely burned through the spot between Lin Ming's eyebrows, and had finally left behind a flame mark. This flame mark was where the blood of the ancient phoenix dwelled. Lin Ming tried to comfort Fireshine after sitting down, calming it down as much as he could. Fireshine finally seemed to sense Lin Ming's good intentions, and gradually no longer feared him. With a shrill cry, they rapidly flew. Through the endless sea of clouds before them, they quickly left everything behind. War had already erupted for a full 10 months. The total number of people that died on the 3 great islands within the open sea battlefield was more than the combined number of every single other battlefield together. And of these 3 great islands, the most dangerous was the land known as Blood Demon Island. Blood Demon Island was similar to the Dark Moon Island, where Lin Ming had gone before to look for the moon-seizing sect's hidden depository. There had once been an unparalleled and cataclysmic war within the South Sea, and Dark Moon Island and Blood Demon Island had both been battlefields. At that time, many powerhouses had died there. This Blood Demon Island was the eye of the South Sea demon's origins. All year long, demonic blood energy would gather, filling the air with a dense red fog. Here, countless blood demons would be born and multiply that could absorb the blood essence of others. It was an incomparably dangerous land. By all rights, a land like this should have been a barren island, just like Dark Moon Island. But Blood Demon Island also had an extremely high-quality true essence stone load, and was ripe with medium-grade true essence stones. This allowed Blood Demon Island to have value to be developed and used. These blood demons were usually suppressed and eliminated by Divine Phoenix Island. They did not dare to rebel, and usually hid deep underground. But now, Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea Demon region were at war with each other, and a massive number of martial artists had died on Blood Demon Island. Now, this island became a paradise for these blood demons. Every day, they would absorb fresh blood essence, allowing them to rapidly grow in strength. The contest that revolved around Blood Demon Island had already continued for over 3 months. In these past 3 months, both sides had launched attacks against each other, struggling for land. Not only were the 2 forces fighting, but they were also plundering the resources within the mineral lodes. Before, Divine Phoenix Island had managed the mining of this island, and they wouldn't damage the spiritual pulse of Blood Demon Island. But now, who would still care about conservation matters like this? Everyone had bet their lives on plundering, and had plundered everything they could. A medium-grade true essence stone was extremely precious. Not even the moon's seizing sex hidden treasure vault had held many of them. However, no matter how valuable medium-grade true essence stones were, the ongoing war on Blood Demon Island was just too bloody and savage. Thus, Divine Phoenix Island acquiesced and allowed everyone who participated in the war on Blood Demon Island to mine true essence stones and give them to their own sect. Qin Xingxuan's battlefield was Blood Demon Island. Peng, Qin Xingxuan's sword cut apart a blood demon. Her face was pale like paper. She had been on Blood Demon Island for almost a month. In this month, she had been severely injured several times. Now, what kept her walking was the support of her own convictions. The wounds began to pile up within her body and caused damage to the very source of her life. Her body was far too thin and bony, and the fires of her life were like a dim candle flickering in the wind. If this continued, she didn't know how much longer she would be able to hang on. "Oh, you're still alive." A cynical voice sounded near her. The one who spoke was the Acacia faction's inner court disciple, O Xiong. He was the one who had delivered the 7 profound command to Qin Xingxuan, and had also threatened her to come here, with the life of her family on the line. "It's you? Get out of my way." Qin Xingxuan bit her lips, her eyes frosty. O Xiong's complexion was cold, but soon eased down. "Junior apprentice, Sister Qin, how about you don't lose your temper so easily? Let's talk about it, if you're so angry then. How about you tell me where Lin Ming's parents are hiding, and then once I verify this, I'll let you return." "Dream on." Qin Xingxuan coldly humphed before turning around and walking away. O Xiong's complexion completely sunk. "Humph. Qin Xingxuan, don't forget that your Qin family has already been placed under house arrest in Sky Fortune Kingdom. I hope you don't want anything to happen to your grandfather." Qin Xingxuan instantly stiffened. Her fists clenched until her nails dug into the meat of her palms and drew blood. "I don't know. Lin Ming's parents were not handled by me, nor have I seen them." O Xiong's eyes turned. He thought that Qin Xingxuan's words rang true. After all, Lin Ming's parents were arranged somewhere else by Qin Zia, so Qin Xingxuan naturally would know. Qin Zia was nonetheless an elder, and also one of those fancy righteous characters. Although Ouyang Boyan had a very wide network of friends, it was unlikely that he would be able to deal with Qin Zia. "Good. I'll believe you for now. So give me your true essence stones. These days I heard that you managed to obtain quite a few," O Xiong said. He extended his hands towards Qin Xingxuan and rubbed his fingers together. The 7 profound valleys had ruled that whoever mined medium-grade true essence stones would be able to keep 60% of them. This was a very high reward that corresponded to the very high risk of being on this island. "Rest assured, I only want 60%. As for the other 40%, you can deliver them," O Xiong said as he proudly smiled. Qin Xingxuan's lips trembled. Oh, how she wished she could chop this O Xiong in half. O Xiong also felt the bone-deep hatred that was emanating from Qin Xingxuan. He casually said, "Junior apprentice, Sister Qin, you should know that Qin Zia is occupied with military orders and cannot leave his island even half a step. If he leaves, though, that would be even better. Then Elder Ouyang would have an excuse to accuse him of a crime. In any case, who are you counting on to protect your Qin family? You are a 7 profound valleys disciple, so you are protected by the rules and regulations that govern us. However, your Qin family is not. Do not forget your grandfather. He, trading some true essence stones for a few months of your grandfather's safety, what a valuable a trade that is, and you won't be living much longer, so leaving any true essence stones with you would be a waste." Ouyang Boyan had used secular means of the mortal world to deal with Qin Xingxuan. This was completely within the rules of the 7 profound valleys. In a normal kingdom, clearing out officials that were accused of fomenting a rebellion was a common matter. So, this left Qin Xingxuan in a basically helpless situation. With her grandfather in their hands, they also held onto Qin Xingxuan's weak point. In this world, strength was everything. If one had enough strength, even the so-called rules of the 7 profound valleys were nothing but pieces of paper. Qin Xingxuan clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white and bit her lips until they bled. She tossed out the medium-grade true essence stones in her spatial ring. There was no longer any meaning for her to keep these. As Oh Xiong received the bag of true essence stones, he squeezed his hand and then suddenly grinned. That's the way. Junior apprentice, Sister Qin. Good work. I'll come back in a few days to visit you again. In truth, you don't have to do this, you know. As long as you nod your head and be a good little girl, you can go take care of Elder Ouyang. If you do, I guarantee that you'll be all right. What do you want to suffer all this pain for? If you're not careful, you might fall here, or even be captured by some devil art martial artist who will use you to cultivate their yin energy. That feeling is truly to die for. Ha ha! Oh Xiong greedily glanced at Qin Xingxuan's figure, and then swaggered away as he laughed. Qin Xingxuan clenched her teeth, but she still couldn't stop the tears from running down her cheeks, her eyes dimming. Lin Ming, if you can hear me in the underworld, then please bless me. I would come down to be with you, but I cannot let anything happen to my grandfather. In the endless sea, Qin Zia sat alone on the beach, his fingers drifting across his zither as the sea breeze washed over him. In this South Sea War, his duty was to guard this island, as well as the inferior true essence stone vein that existed there. Qin Zia had to strictly follow the military orders. He couldn't even take one step off this island. Otherwise, he would be deposed by the sect rules. As Qin Zia heaved a deep sigh, he painfully smiled. What meaning was there to cultivation, the martial path? What meaning was there to have talent that far exceeded anyone in the Sky Fortune Kingdom? In front of absolute strength, he was nothing but a drifting cloud. As he sighed with emotion, at this moment, a dazzling flame lit in front of Qin Zia. This was a super long-range sound transmitting talisman. As soon as he heard the message from the sound transmitting talisman, Qin Zia suddenly shook, all of the strings breaking under his fingers. Chapter 4:10 Destination, Blood Demon Island. Chapter 4:10 Destination, Blood Demon Island. Chapter 4:10 Destination, Blood Demon Island. The sea breeze swept past him, and the strings that were broken shivered. Qin Zia stood up on the beach, still like statue. This was Lin Ming's sound transmitting talisman. Lin Ming hadn't died. Qin Zia was petrified for a long time. The contents of the sound transmitting talisman were very simple. Lin Ming asked about his parents' situation, and whether or not they had received news of his death, and whether anything had happened to them because of a broken heart. Then he left behind a new sound transmission mark and asked Qin Zia to wait for him on the island. Soon he would fly over and meet him. Lin Ming was alive. Qin Zia took a few deep breaths to calm himself. Then he took out a long-distance sound transmitting talisman from his spatial ring that was used to report on military situations. He gave a simple and brief summary of the current situation, and then with a shake of his hand, the talisman ignited. 10,000 miles away, a mass of flames appeared in front of Lin Ming, but was instantly left behind by Fireshine's terrifying speed. The message briefly echoed in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Fu and Lin Mu are well. There is no need to worry about them. Yang Lin has been overthrown, and Yang Zhen has ascended to the throne. Marshal Qin has been placed under house arrest, and Ouyang Boyan used the threat of the Qin family's lives to compel Qin Xingxuan into a certain death-dead end on the open sea battlefield's Blood Demon Island. It has already been 1 month since then. My ability is weak, and because of a military command, I have been trapped on Star Coconut Island and cannot leave this place to rescue her. After hearing this message, Lin Ming's complexion instantly paled. Ouyang Boyan. Lin Ming's heart burned with a raging anger. When he left the 7 profound valleys, he had also left behind this dangerous serpent. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill him. It was just that he didn't have the ability to. Ouyang Boyan represented the 7 profound valleys Acacia faction and the Ouyang family clan. The forces that supported him from behind were far too great, and his cultivation had already been at the peak of the early Xiantian realm for dozens of years. Against such a character, there simply wasn't anything he could do. Lin Ming had deliberately arranged for the safety of his parents and Lin Xiaodong, but he didn't expect that Ouyang Boyan would actually target Qin Xingxuan. Qin Xingxuan was a disciple of the 7 profound valleys. Without a reason, he couldn't visibly deal with her. But now, he had secretly trapped all the lives of the Qin family and had held onto Qin Xingxuan's weakness. Damn. Lin Ming's fists tightened until loud popping sounds could be heard from them, and flashes of electricity sparked up from his hands. Even the flame mark on Lin Ming's forehead turned an angry red. First, I will rescue Qin Xingxuan. Then, Ouyang Boyan, I will have you pay the deepest price for your actions. Lin Ming bent down and touched Fireshine's back, continuously injecting true essence into Fireshine's body. Fireshine, hurry as fast as you can. Lin Ming was incomparably nervous. The South Sea region was a vast, endless land. Even with Fireshine's speed and transmission arrays, it would still take time to reach her. He didn't know whether or not a calamity would befall Qin Xingxuan during this time. Elder Qin, where are you going to? An Acacia faction disciple asked with a bright smile. This disciple was sent by Ouyang Boyan to monitor him, and his cultivation was at the Middle Hotian realm. Qinzia looked at the hourglass in the corner, estimating his time. Without caring for the Middle Hotian Acacia faction disciple behind him, he walked into the operations room and picked up the sea map, wrapping it up. As he picked up the sea map, all the little flags that were on top fell onto the floor. The Acacia faction disciple's expression was immediately ugly. Qinzia, what is the meaning of this? No meaning. I'm just going to go out for a few days. I'm borrowing this sea map, and then in a few days I'll return it. Qinzia casually said. Qinzia, are you planning to rebel? The Acacia faction disciple was angry, but as he thought about it, he sneered and said, Humph, this is also good. Since you are defying military orders, you are just digging your own grave. Don't blame me for what I'm going to do. I'll write down all your crimes and report you to the sect. When that happens, they'll impeach you. What's with that look? What are you thinking of doing? You want to kill any witnesses to your crime? The Acacia faction disciples derisively smiled. Although his cultivation was only at the Middle Hotian realm, he had the support of Ouyang Boyan. Not just that, but he was also part of the Acacia faction. He didn't necessarily need to fear the Zither faction's Qinzia. Qinzia looked at this man with pity. At this moment, a shrill phoenix cry sounded in the skies. The Acacia faction disciple jumped in shock and then rushed out. He saw flames and wind coming from all directions as a massive vermilion bird landed outside of the command post. The phoenix extended its huge, fiery wings, covering the entire courtyard. As for who the vermilion bird was carrying on its back, it was actually a red-robed youth. His hair was disheveled and flew everywhere, and his eyes flashed with thunder. His appearance was outstanding, and his momentum was utterly threatening. Between his forehead was a flame mark that caused those who saw it to feel their heart palpitate with fear. The Acacia faction disciple was stunned. Just what was going on? As the Acacia faction disciple looked more closely at the red-robed youth, his eyes became increasingly dazed. Doesn't this person look like? The Acacia faction disciple's eyes met Lin Ming's, and he suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a massive black vortex. In just a few breaths of time, his mind shook as he turned white and then spat out a massive amount of blood. Lin Ming hadn't intentionally hurt him. It was just that he had learned of Qin Xingxuan's situation, and his innermost murderous intent was overflowing everywhere, spilling out and covering the world. After almost an entire year of trials within the divine Phoenix mystic realm, he had experienced an endless scene of slaughter, and his murderous intent had reached the degree where it could manifest in reality. Now, this murderous intent could spill out depending on his mood. His vision was like a flash of thunder that could directly pierce through an ordinary martial artist's spiritual sea. This Acacia faction disciple's cultivation was at the middle Hotian realm. But with just a single glance from Lin Ming, he had been injured by Lin Ming's killing intent. You are Lin Ming? The Acacia faction disciple's legs began to shake. Lin Ming frowned, and the black vortex in his eyes began to spin once again. Allow me. As Qin Zia spoke, he took out a long zither from his spatial ring, and then played a few notes. The Acacia faction disciple's legs went soft, and he tumbled onto the ground. Qin Zia said, "He won't remember you. Now, we won't alarm the 7 profound valleys." Lin Ming nodded. Now wasn't the time to make public the news that he was still living. Once this news spread, Ouyang Boyan would be able to prepare in advance. Maybe, when that happened, Ouyang Boyan might even run away. "Let's go!" Qin Zia jumped onto Fireshine's back, and Fireshine spread its great wings, soaring into the sky. Martial House Master Qin, what is Xingxuan's sound transmission mark? As the strong winds blew against Lin Ming's hair, his eyes were frosty and determined. Qin Zia sighed. After Qin Xingxuan went Blood Demon Island, her sound transmission mark was cancelled. Now, I cannot reach her. If Ouyang Boyan wanted to deal with Qin Xingxuan, then he naturally had to shut off all ways for her to contact Qin Zia. Lin Ming's mind sank, and his killing intent thickened by several degrees. Without the sound transmission mark, then how will I find Xingxuan on the vast Blood Demon Island? I already expected that she would be pushed into a dead end, so I had her separate a sliver of her soul and sealed it into a jade slip to create a soul jade slip. I had wanted to use this to know whether or not she was still living, but this soul jade slip can also be used to determine her position by sensing it. Qin Zia took out Qin Xingxuan's soul jade slip. Lin Ming looked at it and then felt his heart tighten. A soul jade slip's soul sliver was connected to the main soul. It could be used to determine the current situation of its owner. Lin Ming could feel that Qin Xingxuan's life was like a flickering candle in the wind. This was an extremely bad situation. Qin Zia sighed. Blood Demon Island has an incomparably rich blood demon energy, even without considering how much she has probably been fighting. But even if she didn't, that blood demon energy would still slowly corrode her, causing her life to continuously weaken. A Hotian martial artist would be relatively fine, but Xingxuan is only at the early pulse condensation period. Lin Ming didn't speak. He only remained silent. The strong gales howled in his ears, but the air around Lin Ming seemed to completely stop without a single trace of airflow. This was result of the amount of killing intent that he was emitting, which almost formed a domain around him. The thickness of this killing aura was even enough to make Qin Zia feel suppressed. Qin Zia gasped. A while ago, he had been in a hurry and hadn't carefully probed Lin Ming's situation. But now that he looked, he only felt a simmering fear and cautiousness. This youth was like a raging demon god. If God blocked him, then he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, then he would kill Buddha. He couldn't imagine that the one standing beside him was a late Hotian realm martial artist. Just what had Lin Ming experienced in this past year? The atmosphere was tense for a very long time. Qin Zia thought of something to say, and then hesitated before saying, about the Qin family and Lin family situation. I wrote a letter to Her Highness Mu Qianyu and even sent two, but there was no response from her. Lin Ming frowned. He didn't doubt Mu Qianyu's character. If she knew that this was happening, then she wouldn't idly stand by. In fact, Mu Qianyu didn't know of the grudge he had with Ouyang Boyan. Not just that, but currently Divine Phoenix Island was embroiled in a war. After confirming that he had died, she would most likely send some gifts to Green Mulberry City's Lin family, but would never have thought that someone would try to deal with his friends and family. However, Qin Zia had written a letter. So, where did that letter go? Lin Ming's voice sank as he said, Martial House Master Qin, I understand Mu Qianyu's nature very well. She owes me a favor, so she would never do something like this. Your letter disappearing and coming to nothing would absolutely not be her intention. I will investigate this matter. Lin Ming's voice was somewhat cold. He knew that ever since he appeared in Divine Phoenix Island, not everyone appreciated his presence. There were many people that were intensely jealous of him. Not just that, but he had taken their resources and even the vial of vermilion bird blood essence. He had no idea how many people were madly resentful of him. This time, because of what had happened, Lin Ming had learnt a crucial lesson. Against all his enemies, he must be ruthless. Lin Ming. 6,000 miles up ahead is a new transmission array that is set up by the 5-element region's Thundercrest sect that can directly send us to Blood Demon Island. If we go from there, we can arrive at Blood Demon Island in just a few hours and save an entire 2 days. The South Sea was incomparably vast during this great war. Every sect had to find ways to easily transport themselves. Thus, there were many temporary transmission arrays that had been set up. The reason Qin Zia had taken the sea map a while ago was to determine the positions of every transmission array and plan the quickest route. I got it. Lin Ming poured true essence into Fireshine's body, speeding up Fireshine. At this moment, in his heart, his killing intent had risen to a monstrous level. 6,000 miles passed before too long. With Fireshine's full speed, it took a mere 2 hours to reach there. In Lin Ming's field of vision, an island appeared just as stated on the sea chart. Chapter 4, 11 Demon God. Chapter 4, 11 Demon God. Chapter 4, 11 Demon God. Ugh. At the transmission array on the island, there were 7 or 8 youths, men and women sitting in a circle. Senior apprentice Brother Zhang. What a great harvest! Haha, over 600 medium-grade true essence stones, and also a blood demon crystal. That blood demon crystal is a great treasure. Around a unibrow man, there were several 20-something-year-old youths looking at a small wooden crate in front of the unibrow man, their faces full of envy. This small wooden crate was packed to the brim with medium-grade true essence stones. And on top of the true essence stones, there was a finger-sized gem, the color of blood. This gem was the blood demon crystal. This blood demon crystal was the core that an almost 1,000-year-old blood demon had condensed. It was extremely beneficial to Xiantian masters. The unibrow man was very satisfied with himself. This harvest was truly great. He said, to be honest, much of this is thanks to this temporary transmission array. Otherwise, it's impossible for me to have such a high efficiency rate if I didn't have this transmission array and also a golden-winged, heavenly wind eagle to ride. Then going back and forth would be a 10-day round trip around Blood Demon Island. The sects of the 5-element region had laid down their own respective transmission arrays. This sort of long-distance transmission array cost a fairly great price to construct and also had a limited lifetime of use. Every sect cherished their own long-distance transmission array and constructed one themselves, but this sort of construction was expensive. Thus, the disciples that came from Blood Demon Island too had to take out parts of their own harvest as the price to activate it. The Thundercrest sect and the 7 profound valleys were different. The disciples of the 7 profound valleys had relatively low strength, and when they came to Blood Demon Island, it was nearly certain death. But disciples of the Thundercrest sect had a much high chance of survival. Although their probabilities of dying were still high, their harvest was also correspondingly enormous. To the common disciples of the Thundercrest sect, medium-grade true essence stones were very rare and valuable. Thus, there were some desperate disciples that pursued treasures and came to Blood Demon Island at their own risk. These people present were basically all in this situation. Senior Apprentice Brother Jean, I think that before you are 30 years old, you'll be able to step into the extreme Sciention realm. Your cultivation speed isn't much worse than that Lin Ming from a year ago. A flattering youth nonsensically said. Ha ha. Although this was clearly irrelevant drivel, the unibrow man still enjoyed this. He seemed to suddenly realize something, and then traced his mustache and shook his head, saying, although Lin Ming was a genius, he still died. No matter how great he was or how heaven-defying he was, a genius that falls from the sky is no longer a genius. During revered Master Tianguang's birthday banquet, this unibrow man had personally witnessed Lin Ming's performance. He was an accompanying Sciention disciple and had been sitting in the banquet's corner. Come on, you can each take 4 or 5 of these medium-grade true essence stones. Consider it your reward. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Brother Jean. These disciples were overjoyed, and each took 5 medium-grade true essence stones. These young disciples were all in their 20s, and most had a cultivation at the Hotian realm. There were some that were still at the pulse condensation period. To them, these 5 medium-grade true essence stones were enough to last them for half a month. The unibrow man enjoyed being the center of attention. In the Thundercrest sect, an inner court disciple like himself simply had no presence at all in front of a core disciple or direct disciple. But to these weaker inner court disciples or even outer court disciples, he was their absolute big brother. Much less, these people's cultivations were all lower than his. At this moment, he suddenly saw red rapidly approaching from the distant skies. Who is it? The unibrow man stood up, and the other disciples did the same. During a time of war, they naturally had to be vigilant of any sudden surprises. Vermilion Bird, the unibrow man was shocked. It's someone from Divine Phoenix Island. Bang! The 100-foot wingspan Fireshine landed on the ground, and a massive cloud of dust and mist erupted into the air. There were even some pulse condensation period disciples that were blown back several steps before steadying themselves. Damn, the unibrow man was furious. These fellows simply didn't know the rules. This was their Thundercrest sex domain. His vision swept past Chinzia, who was atop Fireshine, and the unibrow man frowned. The other party had dropped down so roughly and rudely. Obviously they had ill intentions. Who are you? The unibrow man called out. Although his cultivation and Chinzia's were about the same, he wasn't afraid. Not too far behind him was the Thundercrest sex station, and there were also several Sciention masters that had been garrisoned there. I would like to borrow your transmission array. Lin Ming stepped forwards, and with a single step his momentum erupted. His eyes were like a bolt of thunder that instantly locked onto the unibrow man. With these 2 eyes locked on him, the unibrow man felt as if a saber had pierced through his heart. A cold chill swept up his back. This person is... The unibrow man saw Lin Ming's face, and he froze on the spot, his expression distorted. For a time, he was in utter disbelief, and his face switched through various expressions. He hadn't died. How was he alive? Was his death only a smokescreen that Divine Phoenix Island released? There was a dream he could never forget. Almost 1 year ago during the banquet competition, this youth had battled Lei Mubai, another youth who was like a reincarnated demon god. Yet that Lei Mubai was defeated under Lin Ming's spear. It had to be known that Lei Mubai was in truth the saint son of the South Sea demon region. that was the saint son of a true fifth-grade sect, and yet Lin Ming had jumped realms in order to eliminate him. Not just that, but Lin Ming had also swept the ground with the Deep Earth sect's Elder Shizhongquan, as well as the Thundercrest sect sovereign. After whatever plans they had were ruined, Lei Mubai had suffered a miserable fate. This was definitely a man who could not be crossed. And what was most terrifying was that Lin Ming's cultivation at the time was only at the late pulse condensation period. Now, he had actually reached the late Hotian realm. Heavens! What had happened this past year? In less than a year, he was able to jump an entire realm. Lin Ming had already been such a terrifying monster when he was at the late pulse condensation period. At that time, his strength was comparable to a Xiantian master. But now that he had reached the late Hotian realm, just what kind of abnormal existence was he? The unibrow man fell listless as he thought this, but the disciples behind him didn't notice the change in the unibrow man. They only heard two people wishing to borrow the transmission array, and then began to laugh in anger. Did I hear it correctly? They want to borrow the transmission array? A disciple carelessly said, his words full of derision. What an idiot. This transmission array is for our sect's use. If an outside wants to borrow it, then no way. Those two are mentally ill. They come down so aggressively and cover this father's face with dirt, and yet want to borrow the transmission array. Just who the hell do they think they are? Lin Ming's complexion sunk. At this moment, his heart was overflowing with murderous intent. He was like a powder keg that could explode at any moment, with just the slightest provocation or accident. He would erupt. I will repeat myself one last time. Let me borrow the transmission array. Lin Ming's voice began to turn frosty. The unibrow man, who bore the brunt of this, began to sweat all over. I am speechless. To think I met a crazy. Shut up. As a disciple was speaking, the unibrow man fiercely cut him off midway. Shut up and open the transmission array. The disciple was stunned for a moment. Senior apprentice brother Zhang. Why? Huh? Hurry up. The unibrow man's forehead was already dripping with sweat. He had seen with his own eyes just how terrifying this Lin Ming truly was. At that time, he was at the pulse condensation period and was so horrifying. The unibrow man simply couldn't imagine what Lin Ming's current strength was after he reached the late Hotian realm. Just by being locked down by Lin Ming's aura, he felt as if a serpent was poised to strike at him. The disciples around the unibrow man were confused. Just what was Boss doing? How were these people scary? One was at the early Xiantian realm, and the other was at the late Hotian realm. Although that late Hotian fellow had a pretty intense momentum, there were 4 or 5 Xiantian masters not too far away behind them. Any one of them could turn this fellow into mush. The unibrow man saw a disciple extremely reluctant in placing a true essence stone on the transmission array. A fire lit in him, and he suddenly walked over and kicked him away. Motherf asterisk cur, have you not eaten enough? Stop being so greedy. The unibrow man kicked away the hapless disciple, grabbed his true essence stone, and personally placed it down. When he had faced Lin Ming's murderous intent alone, he felt that he could have died at any moment. This man was simply a demonic villain. Under the lockdown of such a murderous intent, the unibrow man was extremely afraid that if he didn't hurry up, Lin Ming would instantly kill him in the next moment. You seem to know me. The unibrow man stiffened. Lin Ming's true essence sound transmission had reached his ear. I know. I was also present at the banquet competition. I hope that you won't spread any news of me being alive. Otherwise, I will take your life. Yes, I swear I will never speak of this. The unibrow man quickly made a pledge. Normally, it was an unimaginable matter that a late Hotian martial artist would threaten an early Xiantian martial artist, not to mention that the unibrow man was a disciple of the Thundercrest sect, But the unibrow man didn't doubt that as long as Lin Ming was given more time to grow, he might even be able to kill his way through the Thundercrest sect. The transmission array was finally activated. Lin Ming inspected it for a moment. After he determined there wasn't a problem, he stepped on with Qin Zia and Fireshine. As a curtain of light was enveloping him, Lin Ming sent out a true essence sound transmission. Today, Lin Ming, have to rush to Blood Demon Island. I owe you a favor. Then Lin Ming's figure vanished. The unibrow man waited for Lin Ming to completely disappear before he let out a long sigh of relief, wiping away all the sweat on his forehead. Thank the heavens. This scary demon god had finally left. The unibrow man had a very strong suspicion that even if all the Xiantian masters that were stationed here joined together, they might not necessarily be Lin Ming's match. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang. Who was that? Why did you allow him to use the transmission array? Just using this transmission array once takes a large amount of resources. Even we are reluctant to use it whenever we need to. These Hotian and pulse condensation disciples found this unbearable, so they all opened their big mouths and repeatedly asked. The unibrow man was speechless. He simply couldn't say anything about Lin Ming's identity. He clenched his teeth and bit out, that person was my relative. Even he couldn't believe this ridiculous lie. Obviously, these low-level disciples wouldn't be tricked either. Relative? A relative caused you to break out in a cold sweat. Facing the doubts of these disciples and even some contempt, the unibrow man felt extremely wronged. F***CK. These fellows simply knew nothing. He should have let these idiots suffer a moment ago and let them personally find out just what sort of calamity he had let past them. As he felt that the big brother image had set up had already collapsed, the unibrow man was disinclined to explain any further. He simply coldly snorted and said, "Cut the nonsense. If you have so much time to speak, then go practice. No one will speak of what happened today, or I will take back your true essence stones." Chapter 4, 12 The Sound of Broken Jade. Chapter 4, 12 The Sound of Broken Jade. Chapter 4:12 The Sound of Broken Jade. On Blood Demon Island. Within the 1,000 miles of the island, the entire land was covered with a hazy, thick blood-red fog all year round. This fog had magical properties. If it touched a wound, it would be like a leech that dug into a person's body, corroding their blood essence. Thus, if someone were to be seriously injured on Blood Demon Island, they would quickly die if they didn't receive prompt treatment. At this time, the sun was high in the sky. On Blood Demon Island's Thundercrest sect transmission array, there was deafening thunderclap. A blaze of flames scattered out, sending several Hotian disciples that had been defending the location flying away by the forceful and intense winds. Fireshine spread its massive 100 feet long wings and shot into the sky. What is happening? A disciple flew in, his eyes filled with complete disbelief as he watched the giant vermilion bird shoot up into the sky. What was going on? How could a vermilion bird have come out of their transmission array? Fireshine was far too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already turned into a dot in the horizon. The group of stunned Thundercrest sect disciples were left puzzled, entirely unsure of what was happening. There's a response from the jade slip. Qin Zia looked at the soul jade slip in his hand. The sliver of soul inside was dimming even further. It's most likely in that position. Qin Zia pointed. The soul jade slip could only make out a vague direction when it came to long distances. Give me the jade slip. Lin Ming received the soul jade slip, controlling which direction Fireshine was flying. Blood Demon Island had a 1,000-mile diameter. If the jade slip could accurately indicate which direction she was in, he could quickly find Qin Xingxuan. At this moment, Lin Ming's mind began to shake. He slowly lowered his head to look at the jade slip in his hand and heard a ka-ka-ka sound emit from it. This light ka was as if the jade slip was under a tremendous pressure and was about to shatter at any moment. Lin Ming's complexion completely changed, and his heart stopped beating for a moment. As he held the jade slip in both hands, even his fingers began to tremble. If this soul jade slip broke, that was proof that Qin Xingxuan had died. The jade slip slowly shook for several breaths of time, and then finally stopped. The gentle glow of the soul sliver within the jade slip had completely vanished. Qin Zia's face was full of lament. Qin Xingxuan is still alive. It's just a Xingxuan now. Qin Zia didn't continue speaking. A soul jade slip was connected to a martial artist's soul. Even if they were physically injured, had their limbs broken or even arms cut off, the soul jade slip would not emit sounds that it was breaking. The only reason was if the soul of the martial artist themselves was on the verge of collapsing, or if their blood essence was seriously damaged. Whatever the situation was, both of these were extremely bad results. It could be said that Qin Xingxuan's life was no different from a dying candle in a stormy ocean. It could disappear at any moment. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a killing light filled with carnage. He silently placed the soul jade slip into his chest pocket, letting it touch his skin. He swore to himself, Ouyang Boyan, if Xingxuan dies, I will bury your entire 7 profound valleys Ouyang family clan as tribute. Suddenly, the murderous intent of Lin Ming's body erupted like a cataclysmic volcano. Even Qin Zia, who had a cultivation at the early Xiantian realm, felt suffocated by this killing intent, like he could drown at any time within a sea of blood. Qin Zia thought that in the moment that Lin Ming had witnessed the dimming of the soul jade slip, it was like he had turned into a demon of war. The vermilion bird let out a deafening cry. Flames appeared all around it, forming a swirling storm of fire. All of the blood demons around were forced to run away by this momentum that seemed to pierce the heavens, and none of them dared to approach. There were even some slower blood demons that couldn't run away in time, and they were rapidly engulfed in these burning flames and incinerated to ashes. At this time, in a corner of Blood Demon Island, 6 martial artists were being besieged by dozens of blood demons within a clearing in the mountains. Blood demons. The more people died, the more blood essence they could suck, and the more powerful they would become. At the start of the war, both sides would fight each other on Blood Demon Island. Occasionally, they would also fight blood demons. But as more and more people died, at this point, often both sides would be slaughtering blood demons. This sort of situation could not presently be resolved. They could only wait until the end of the war, and the side that won in the end would organize a party of masters to completely clear out the blood demons. The blood demons were only 4 to 5 feet high. They looked like humans, but they were like beasts that crawled on the ground with 4 limbs. Their facial features were blurred, and mostly only a big mouth and dark glowing green eyes were left behind, like a wolf stalking at night. Blood demons were like sharks. They were able to sense the smell of blood. They had surrounded these 6 martial artists and were ready to pounce at any given moment. However, every time a blood demon rushed over, they would bounce off a clear, shining barrier. Any part of their body that touched this barrier of light would be instantly charred. Senior apprentice brother, oh, if this continues, we won't be able to last much longer. These 6 individuals were disciples of the 7 profound valleys. The one that spoke was from the array faction. This great array had been laid down by him in advance. Although array faction disciples had poor combat strength, if they were able to lay down their arrays in advance, they could play a huge role in positional battles. This senior apprentice brother, was Xiong. The reason he had come to Blood Demon Island was to monitor Qin Xingxuan and also to trap her. Since it was convenient, he would also take away all the medium-grade true essence stones that Qin Xingxuan had obtained. As for mining for medium-grade true essence stones on Blood Demon Island and killing his way through blood demons to do so, Xiong had never thought of this. To him, it was not worth the risk. He hadn't lived long enough. As a disciple of the Acacia faction, O Xiong had 7 or 8 concubines, and also more than a dozen pleasure maids. How could O Xiong ever give up such a wonderful arrangement? However, when O Xiong saw that the disciples of the 5-element region had obtained a demon blood crystal, he couldn't help but feel his heart stir with greed. Blood demon crystal. This was a very useful treasure to a Xiantian realm martial artist. If he could obtain a blood demon crystal, he would be able to exchange it for a minimum of 2 or 3 heaven-opening pills with the sect. With O Xiong's talent, it was unlikely he would be able to break through to the Xiantian realm. The only chance he had would be if he swallowed down 3 or 4 heaven-opening pills. Only then would he have a chance of stepping into the Xiantian realm. However, O Xiong's last name was O, not Ouyang, who would give him 3 or 4 heaven-opening pills. O Xiong had already lost all hope of entering the Xiantian realm. But now, this opportunity had appeared in front of him. How could he not be tempted by this? Within the 7 profound valleys, a Xiantian master was an elder. The treatment that an elder received was beyond that of a normal disciple. All those proud and arrogant women that had looked down on him with disdain if he were an elder, he could recklessly push them all down to serve his crotch. Thinking of this, O Xiong became incomparably excited. Not just that, but a Xiantian realm martial artist removed the foul Hotian air from their bodies, and their life was 100 years longer than a Hotian real martial artist. If he had an extra 100 years of life, he could enjoy blissful days for another 100 years and play with beautiful women for another 100 years. Thus, O Xiong had decided to take a risk and enter Blood Demon Island with this 7 Profound Valleys squad. Within this squad, besides O Xiong, there were also 2 Acacia faction disciples, 1 Array faction disciple, a Zither faction disciple, and finally Qin Xingxuan. Qin Xingxuan was in an extremely bad situation. Her lips and face had already lost all traces of color. This was the result of accumulated loss of blood essence over time. Not just that, but this time she had been sneak attacked by a blood demon and had been bitten on the right arm, having a massive amount of blood essence sucked out of her. Once a martial artist lost their blood essence, it was extremely difficult to recover. When a martial artist lost blood essence, that also meant a loss of strength and life. On Qin Xingxuan's right arm, her sleeve had been completely ripped off, revealing an open wound that dripped with blood. This wound caused her life to continuously pour out of her. The blood essence within her body was being continuously corroded. With her present ability, there was no way she could prevent this from happening. Qin Xingxuan mirthlessly smiled. Perhaps today, here, she would finally fall. Even if she managed to return by a stroke of luck, she would not last another month. She had lost a massive amount of blood essence, and the source of her life was like a lamp that had run nearly completely dry. Senior apprentice brother, oh, the array formation will not last much longer. At most, it can continue for another half an incense stick of time. We have to break through the encirclement afterwards, the array faction disciple said. Of everyone present, besides O Xiong, who was at the middle Hotian realm, everyone's cultivation was either at the peak pulse condensation period or even half-step Hotian realm. Only Qin Xingxuan was at the early pulse condensation period. Her cultivation was the lowest, and her situation was also the worst. Breakthrough, O Xiong grit his teeth. Outside of the array formation, there were dozens of blood demons waiting to attack. There were even 2 higher-level blood demons that weren't much weaker than him. To break through this trap wouldn't be easy at all. Blood demons are fast. If we have to break through, we have to have some people protect the rear and stop them from following. Oh, as O Xiong spoke, his eyes swept past everyone and fell on Qin Xingxuan. Qin Xingxuan's eyes were chilling, but The one who actually became angry for Qin Xingxuan was the Zither faction girl. Oh, Xiong, what are you trying to say? Junior apprentice Sister Qin is already severely injured. You want her to bring up the rear? Are you still human? Oh, Xiong callously shook his head, saying, she cannot escape from here. Her blood vitality is too weak. Whether or not she guards the rear, she will die. So if she is going to die, then why not make a sacrifice for the sect? The Zither faction girl's eyes shot open. You are shameless. Sacrifice for the sect. Maybe the one who should be sacrificed for the sect is you. Oh, Xiong coldly sneered. Since that is what you think, then you can go ahead and stay with her. Do as you wish. Oh, Xiong, you cruelly harm a fellow disciple and have violated the rules of the sect. Once I return to the 7 profound valleys, I will report this to the elders and have them punish you for your crimes. After Oh Xiong heard these words, he frowned, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Violate the rules of the sect? Have I killed you? Have I harmed you? I have not. Do you not want to break through? Dream on, Qin Yao. Since you say so, then do not follow me when I break through this encirclement. You can stay with Qin Xingxuan. The Zither faction girl shook with rage. She turned to look at the other disciples, but found that they were avoiding her eyes. In a life or death situation, they would first think of themselves. Who would still bother to care for the fate of others? Of everyone present, the one with the highest cultivation was Oh Xiong. With Oh Xiong, they had a slim hope for survival. Without him, they would undoubtedly die. Oh Xiong looked at Qin Xingxuan and sent her a true essence sound transmission. I really feel sorry for you. You are beautiful and talented. Just don't take this personally. You've lost your blood essence. Even if you can escape from here, you won't last another month. And for you, escape is simply not possible. So I have a pill here for you. This is a blood-burning pill. It can stimulate all the potential in your body. Once you eat it and you guard the rear, I can guarantee that your Qin family will be safe. You should know that Elder Ouyang wants to deal with you and the Lin family. He simply doesn't care for the Qin family. As Oh Xiong spoke, he handed Qin Xingxuan a blood-red pill. As the Zither faction girl saw Oh Xiong give this pill to Qin Xingxuan, her complexion immediately hung. Blood-burning pill. Junior apprentice Sister Qin, do not take it. This is simply a suicidal pill. Oh Xiong glanced at the Zither faction girl and sneered. He continued to speak through a true essence sound transmission. Junior apprentice Sister Qin, I am willing to take an oath on my heart of martial arts. As long as you can bring up the rear when we break out, I will guarantee the safety of your family. Although my promise is not too valuable, it is still an oath that I make. I won't damage my heart of martial arts just for the lives of a few mortals. Much less, I have no enmity with your Qin family. Chapter 4:13 An Eternal Instant. Chapter 4:13 An Eternal Instant. Chapter 4:13 An Eternal Instant. In the skies above Blood Demon Island, Lin Ming stood atop Fireshine's back. He had the Soul Jade slip in one hand and the Purple Comet Spear in the other. He stood upright atop the Vermilion Bird, his long hair scattered in the wind, his murderous intent wantonly overflowing. Underneath Lin Ming, Fireshine seemed to sense his killing intent. Fireshine gave keening cry, and all the red fog around was burnt to nothingness by flames. According to the signal from the Soul Jade slip, he was already very close to Qin Xingxuan. But the Soul Jade slip could only sense a vague location within a few dozen miles around. Lin Ming still needed to find her himself. At this time, Lin Ming had extended his sense to the limit, carefully investigating the area around him. A blood demon's corpse. In a mountain valley below, there were several pools of wretched-looking blood. These were left behind after a blood demon died and melted away. But judging by the looks of these blood pools, they had been recently killed. There had been a battle here. Lin Ming let Fireshine slow down. He stood on Fireshine's back, closing out all 6 senses of his body and entering the ethereal, martial, intense state. Now, there was only his perception left behind. It was like the ripples of a lake that were spreading out in all directions. That thick blood fog was pierced through by his perception. Currently, almost all that Lin Ming saw in his mind's eye was a world of red. He felt the lurking blood demons that were hiding in the blood fog, waiting to ambush someone, and he also felt the bones buried within the dark red soil. This is the battle. There are people fighting. Lin Ming's eyes shot open, and thunder flashed in his pupils. He felt that in the distance, a group of martial artists were in a desperate life or death struggle with blood demons. Fireshine, go! Fireshine gave a shrill cry and spread its wings. The surrounding red fog was twisted into a giant vortex with the gale wings. 1, 2, 3, 5 in total. Lin Ming's perception of the world was becoming increasingly clear. There were a total of 5 people that were fighting dozens of blood demons. And of these 5 individuals, besides the strongest of them, the rest were in a tragic state. No, I'm wrong. There's not just 5, there are 6 people. But one is already on the verge of death. Their true essence fluctuation is too weak. I almost didn't feel it. As Lin Ming sensed the existence of this 6th person, he felt an inexplicable sense of grief and loss. It was like someone had stabbed a sword into his heart and twisted it. Xingxuan, is that you? Lin Ming bit his lips until the skin broke, and he bled. With Fireshine's speed, the time it would take to fly this distance was only several breaths of time. But to Lin Ming, this time seemed to be over 100 years long. At this moment, when that group that contained 6 lives, one of the fires of life, was suddenly extinguished. Now there were only 5 left. In a short instant, someone had died. Lin Ming's breath caught in his chest. He trembled as he looked down and saw that the soul jade slip hadn't broken. It wasn't Qin Xingxuan. Xingxuan was still alive. As this thought just flashed in Lin Ming's mind, he suddenly heard the horrifying ka sound emit from the jade slip. The soul jade slip shook and seemed as if something heavy were crushing it. On the very top of the jade slip, a thin, small crack appeared. In that instant, Lin Ming only felt as if his own heart had been ripped out. His eyes filled with blood, and his eyes caught on the soul jade slip. That small crack finally stopped spreading. Qin Zia's face filled with utter sadness. It's breaking, although it hasn't split yet, but they were a step too late. Once a jade slip cracked even a bit, that proved that Qin Xingxuan's life had received a massive amount of damage, a point of no return. At most, she would only be able to survive for 10 more days. Lin Ming didn't even speak a single word, remaining silent. Because of Lin Ming's silence, the surrounding atmosphere became oppressive, like they were in a pool of viscous blood. This invisible pressure even frightened Qin Zia, causing him to feel a tinge of fear. He wanted to speak, but found that there was nothing to say. Junior apprentice Sister Qin. With a clear cry, Qin Yao slammed down on her zither, producing a series of notes that exploded behind Qin Xingxuan, throwing away the blood demon that had attached itself to her back, destroying it. However, as that blood demon was destroyed, it had already sucked away the last wisp of Qin Xingxuan's blood essence. She had eaten the blood-burning pill. But the truth was that Qin Xingxuan had long ago run out of blood essence. At this time, from head to toe, there was not a single hint of color on Qin Xingxuan. Her clothes were torn, her lips shivered, and she was just like a dying person who was thrown into an icy storm, freezing to death. She could have sliced apart the blood demon that had attacked her, but Qin Xingxuan actually didn't have any strength left to lift a sword. Senior apprentice Sister Qin Yao, leave me. Qin Xingxuan's eyes were full of tears. She didn't want to drag her friend Qin Yao down with her. Half a year ago, Qin Xingxuan had met Qin Yao when she was at the Seven Profound Valleys. The two of them had a very good friendship. Qin Yao was older than her by 4 years. Her talent was mediocre, but she still wanted to try and reach the Xiantian realm. Thus, she had risked danger to come to Blood Demon Island. During this month on Blood Demon Island, Qin Yao was like a big sister who constantly looked over Qin Xingxuan's well-being. Through their adversities, they had become closer. If it wasn't for Qin Yao, Qin Xingxuan would have long since died. During the month she had been on Blood Demon Island, Qin Xingxuan was confused. She had no idea what she was fighting day and night for. Lin Ming had died. Her Qin family was under the control of others, and under the suppression of the giant force known as the Seven Profound Martial House. Even her master, Mr. Mui, was unable to do anything, along with her grandfather. Now, all that she could do was wait for the newly crowned emperor to fabricate a false charge against her Qin family, and the heads of all her family members would roll onto the ground. She didn't want to yield, so she persisted, she fought, she revolted as far as she could. She wasn't ready to resign herself to such a tragic destiny, but she thought that even if she persevered and continued to live longer, so what? She simply could not resist the existence known as Ouyang Boyan. She wasn't willing to die like this. But everything she did only added to the fun that Ouyang Boyan had, watching her suffer in pain, confusion, helplessness, despair. In her fragile mind, the endless blood demons around her coalesced into a massive ancient monster, as if it was ready to swallow her soul. Junior apprentice Sister Qin, over here. Qin Yao played several dozen notes, blocking the 5 or 6 blood demons that rushed at Qin Xingxuan. But Qin Xingxuan's true essence was exhausted, and she had no blood essence left. She simply couldn't activate any movement technique to escape. In that brief moment, Qin Yao and Qin Xingxuan were surrounded by blood demons. The two of them had been completely cut off from O Xiong and his group. O Xiong turned to look at them, the corners of his lips curving up and a demonic smile. Scyther faction, sword faction, all they can produce are righteous idiots like this. Qin Yao knows perfectly well that she'll die if she stays, and yet she still won't leave. Well then, she can be buried here with Qin Xingxuan. This is also good. The two of them are enough for the blood demons to eat. As for O Xiong's 2 Acacia faction junior apprentice brothers, as they saw Qin Xingxuan and Qin Yao being surrounded by the mob of blood demons, their faces were full of regret. They didn't regret Qin Yao and Qin Xingxuan's deaths, but rather that these delicious and drool-worthy beauties would be spoiled by the blood demons before they had the chance to sample them. The 3 of them began to kill their way out of the encirclement. As for that Array faction disciple, he had already been sucked dry by blood demons a moment ago. The Array faction disciple had the weakest combat strength. When he had been surrounded by blood demons, he had called out for help, but O Xiong and his 2 junior apprentice brothers naturally didn't bother to save him, lest they be dragged down and suffer the same miserable fate as him. What's that? As O Xiong chopped a blood demon into pieces, he suddenly looked up and saw that a mass of flames was rapidly approached them at an amazing speed. Vermilion bird, it's someone from Divine Phoenix Island. O Xiong was immediately overjoyed. They were saved. Even O Xiong didn't have absolute confidence that he would be able to break out of this tight encirclement. After all, there were still 2 high-level blood demons that weren't much weaker than he was. Here, over here. O Xiong began to wildly shout, fearing that this person wouldn't see or hear them. He promised to himself that after he escaped from here alive, he would never come back to Blood Demon Island. He would hug his 7 or 8 concubines to sleep, to hell with the Xiantian realm. O Xiong waved his sword, signaling to the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird was really flying in his direction, but it wasn't slowing down. As he saw the vermilion bird expanding in his eyes with terrifying speed, Oh Xiong was petrified. A figure leapt down from the vermilion bird. Bang! An inferno of flames gushed out like a wave. Lin Ming's spear swept out. Over 20 blood demons were directly turned to nothing but ash. Even the 2 high-level blood demons that were equal to a Hotian realm martial artist were instantly killed. Oh Xiong and his 2 junior apprentice brothers were sent flying backwards. They landed flat on the ground, dazed like dead dogs. Oh Xiong's eyes were wide. He couldn't believe what was happening. It was a spear, only a spear, and yet 2 high-level blood demons and over 20 blood demons were instantly killed. Who was this? As the terrifying explosive shockwaves swept over them, Qin Yao was frightened. However, she was surrounded by blood demons and didn't know what had happened. She had paused, but in that moment of delay, a blood demon leapt towards her, and 2 other blood demons also leapt towards Qin Xingxuan. Qin Yao grit her teeth, and the zither in her hands burst with notes. But she had consumed too much true essence. Although these notes exploded from her zither, she was unable to fend off 3 blood demons. Junior apprentice Sister Qin, be careful! Qin Yao loudly shouted. Lin Ming's eyes were like electricity. He was able to clearly determine the situation from 200 feet away. But in this instant, these 200 feet seemed like an eternity. 200 feet distance, but only an instant in time. Lin Ming's eyes emitted a savage and utterly brutal light. The power of tempering marrow burst out from within his bones. Heretical god force, open. Every strength he had was unleashed to the limit. Die. Bang. The rocks under Lin Ming's feet suddenly blew up, the shattered stones flying dozens of feet into the air. Lin Ming shot forwards like a bolt of lightning. With the purple comet spear in hand, he was like an avatar of thunder. Lin Ming's skeleton issued out crackling sounds through his entire body. A glorious dragon roar emerged from his depths, shooting straight into the sky. Divine Demon Thunder Soul. The purple flood dragon Divine Thunder was the ultimate suppressive power against demons and ghosts. But the blood-extinguishing Demon Thunder was just the opposite. It could instead absorb their power. Regardless of which one it was, both of them were the absolute nemesis of blood demons. Within Lin Ming's body, the heretical god seed began to howl in elation. Lin Ming's figure was completely enveloped by the phantom of an azure dragon. The divine demon thunder soul-fused into the purple comet spear. The power of thunder flared out. The terrifying purple and red dual-colored lightning formed a vast net of electricity that came crashing down. Bang! All of the blood demons that surrounded Qin Xingxuan and Qin Yao were instantly and completely exterminated. When a normal martial artist killed a blood demon, the blood demon would become a puddle of blood on the ground. But when Lin Ming Hand instantly killed them, the blood demons had actually turned to ash without a single drop of blood remaining. Qin Yao was utterly stunned. She watched helplessly as the horde of blood demons around her were instantly turned into floating ash, annihilated in a single second without being able to offer an ounce of resistance. She felt as if she were living a dream. Just what was going on? However, Qin Xingxuan stood there in the same place, her body swaying as she stared at Lin Ming, her face devoid of any color. Slowly, her once dim eyes began to fill with a range of emotions. Joy, affection, happiness, contentment. No regrets. Her lips bent awkwardly. She wanted to smile, but she failed to. Then she began to fall over, like a broken butterfly in the late autumn cold. Chapter 4:14, Do not move, you will be safe. Chapter 4:14, Do not move, you will be safe. Chapter 4:14, Do not move, you will be safe. In an instant, Lin Ming had appeared at Qin Xingxuan's side, grabbing hold of her waist before she could fall. At this time, Qin Xingxuan's body was heartbreakingly frail. She was as light as floating silk, and there was no sense of weight to her. As Lin Ming looked at Qin Xingxuan's pitiful appearance, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart, as if his chest were about to burst open. Nearby, Qin Yao stood stock still like a statue. She looked the youth who was holding Qin Xingxuan in his eyes, and she was completely dazed. You are... A name echoed in Qin Yao's mind. But how could she possibly believe this? At this time, Oh Xiong had a charming and affable smile pasted on his face as he rushed over. Oh Xiong had great desires in his heart. He never thought that he would run into an expert like this. If he could form good relations with this expert, then he might be able to obtain great benefits. Thinking this, Oh Xiong's smile became even more dazzling and bright. Senior, many thanks for the graciousness of saving our lives. I wonder what Senior's great name is. As Oh Xiong spoke to hear, the rest of his words caught in his throat. He was like a crowing rooster whose throat had been seized by a butcher. For a time, dismay and fear alternated on Oh Xiong's face. His lips paled, his fingers trembled, and a cold sweat seeped out from all over him. Lin Ming, he was alive. Not only was he alive, but his cultivation he reached such a terrifying degree. The other two Acacia faction disciples also paused. As disciples of the 7 profound valleys, there was no one who didn't know the legend of Lin Ming. According to what they knew, Lin Ming had a very special relationship with Qin Xingxuan. As the two remembered what had just happened a moment ago, they felt their legs shiver. Lin Ming didn't even glance at Oh Xiong and the other two. He placed a hand on Qin Xingxuan's back to support her, and continuously infused true essence into her body. He took a life-maintaining pill from a spatial ring and gently placed it between Qin Xingxuan's lips. Qin Xingxuan let out a light sigh, and her face flashed with an unusual rosy color. She wanted to lift her hand and trace the contours of Lin Ming's face, but to someone like her, who didn't even have the strength left to speak, this was nothing but a dream. Her pale lips moved, but Qin Xingxuan could not form any words or sounds. All she could feel was the life rapidly leaving her broken body. I've got you. Don't move. You'll be fine. Just lie down and relax. Lin Ming's words rang in Qin Xingxuan's ears. Qin Xingxuan only felt her nose burn a bit, and tears silently fall from the corners of her eyes. At this moment, she was completely satisfied. This feeling of Lin Ming holding her cold body was very warm, and she felt at ease in his arms. She knew that she was nothing but an oil lamp that had run dry. But she could die in Lin Ming's arms. And as she stood at death's door, she learned that Lin Ming was still alive. This life's content was enough for her to pass in peace. With Lin Ming here, her grandfather would be safe, and her Qin family wouldn't suffer any longer. The corners of her lips bent, revealing a light, sweet smile. At the end of one's life, a woman's beauty flickered brightly like the last flame of a candle. Lin Ming carefully placed Qin Xingxuan on the ground. Qin Zia sighed, a melancholic expression on his face. He shook his head and said, Miss Qin has exhausted all her blood essence. It is too difficult to recover. I fear that. Qin Yao was also sad. If Lin Ming had come just a bit earlier, even if it were just a day, then he could have rescued Qin Xingxuan. But now, it seems that he could only helplessly watch as she passed away in his arms. Lin Ming said nothing. It was as if he hadn't even heard Qin Zia's words. He took out a small red jar from his spatial ring. Inside of this jar was exactly the vermilion blood essence that Mu Fengxian had given him. Of the 22 drops, Lin Ming had used 12. He had planned to leave the last 10 drops for Qin Xingxuan, but he didn't have enough authority at Divine Phoenix Island to do so. It wasn't up to him to so casually pass along Divine Phoenix Island's vermilion bird blood essence to others whenever he wanted to. But now circumstances had changed. Lin Ming had obtained the first 8 layers of the vermilion bird forbidden Divine Chronicle Cultivation Method Manual, let alone giving away some vermilion bird blood essence. Even if he wanted to give away Fireshine, Mu Yuhuang would have nothing to say. Lin Ming carefully took a drop of vermilion bird blood essence and used a special jade spoon to attentively and gently place it between Qin Xingxuan's eyebrows. His expression was one of supreme focus. In his eyes, there was only that drop of vermilion bird blood essence. Oh Xiong and his 2 juniors looked at each other. They noticed the deep fear in each other's eyes and began to unconsciously and slowly back away. But this action was seen by Qin Yao. She furiously shouted, "You 3 scumbags want to run away? If it weren't for you 3 giving junior apprentice Sister Qin a blood-burning pill and ordering her to protect the rear, how could she end up in such a miserable state?" Qin Yao's voice was loud and clear. As soon as Lin Ming heard these words in that moment, his hands shook and the jade spoon in his grip nearly shattered. However, he eventually calmed himself. He meticulously placed a second drop of vermilion bird blood essence on Qin Xingxuan. At this time, even if an earthquake or tsunami were to occur in front of Lin Ming, he would not be distracted at all. An invisible killing intent subsequently filled the air, suppressing everyone in the area. Oh Xiong's legs both became weak like jelly and his entire body began to drip with cold sweat. He wanted to turn around and immediately escape, but he lacked the courage to do so. If he ran away, he would die. If he stayed, he would die. No matter what he did or what route he took, he had already foreseen his miserable ending. Now, his heart could only pass away like dying embers. Lin Ming was incomparably focused. He placed 1 drop and then another. In Qin Zia and Qin Yao's experience, blood essence could not be transplanted into someone else. However, Divine Phoenix Island actually had a secret technique that was able to transplant vermilion bird blood essence. If there was an individual that had a small amount of vermilion bird bloodline within them, as long as they had 1 or 2 drops of vermilion bird blood essence transplanted in them, it would be enough for them to practice the core sections of the vermilion bird forbidden Divine Chronicle Cultivation Method. It wasn't enough of an exaggeration to say that 2 drops of vermilion bird blood essence was enough to birth a new revolving core master for Divine Phoenix Island. As for several drops of vermilion bird blood essence, that was enough to cause a dispute within the highest echelons of Divine Phoenix Island. Thus, it could be seen just how precious vermilion bird blood essence truly was. Without any reservations, Lin Ming had placed all 10 drops of vermilion bird blood essence onto several of Qin Xingxuan's important acupoints. Vermilion bird blood essence had very mild properties. Once it came into contact with skin, there would be a slight itching feeling, as if all the blood essence in their body was rushing over to a spot between their forehead and condensing into a crystal. When Lin Ming had transplanted the vermilion bird blood essence into himself, he didn't feel any painful or burning feeling at all. Instead, he only felt incomparably comfortable, as if he were resting in the palace of an immortal and drinking fine wine. So although Qin Xingxuan was in an incomparably fragile state at this moment, there was no worry that she wouldn't be able to withstand the effects of the vermilion bird blood essence. As the vermilion bird blood essence seeped into Qin Xingxuan's skin, her face was finally restored to a colorful and rosy complexion. Qin Zia lay witness to this entire process from the side. At the end, when he saw Qin Xingxuan's complexion restored and flush with blood, he was shocked. "What did you do? What is that red liquid?" There is actually some miracle medicine that exists in the world which can restore blood essence. After Lin Ming finished placing the last drop of blood essence, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Miracle medicine? Vermilion bird blood essence could be considered this. Just now, he had used enough vermilion bird blood essence to create 5 almighty revolving core masters in exchange for the life of the early post-condensation period Qin Xingxuan. Such a luxurious and disproportionate exchange was all to restore the blood essence within Qin Xingxuan. This was a great price that not even the total accumulated wealth of the 7 profound valleys could match up to. As the vermilion bird blood essence silently baptized Qin Xingxuan's body, her eyes were tightly shut. Sometimes smoke would come from between her eyebrows, and sometimes she would twist around. From time to time, she would reveal a happy smile, as if she were having a pleasant and wonderful dream. Lin Ming silently waited by Qin Xingxuan's side. He waited for her to gradually calm down and her breathing to even out. Eventually, it seemed as if she were sleeping. At this moment, Lin Ming finally stood up, a knowing and loving smile touching his lips. But this smile only lasted for an instant. Suddenly, and without a hint, that smile suddenly turned wholly cold. He turned his head, and his vision fell onto Oh Xiong and his 2 juniors, like the eyes of a death god had locked onto them. The time period in which Lin Ming had treated Qin Xingxuan was only a few dozen breaths of time, but to Oh Xiong and his group, those few dozen breaths of time were no different than 10 years. It was like they were prisoners on trial, and although they were incomparably frightened, they could only wait for judgment. Mr. Lin, As Lin Ming's eyes fell upon Oh Xiong, his overflowing murderous intent also enveloped him. Oh Xiong's legs were like jelly as he fell to his knees, prostrate. As for the other 2 Acacia faction disciples, they were in an even worse state. Their legs trembled, their fingers trembled, and they couldn't stop shaking. They couldn't be blamed for this. Lin Ming's aura was currently too terrifying. When that middle Hotian disciple who was monitoring Qinzia on Coconut Star Island met Lin Ming's eyes, he spat out blood on the spot. After experiencing the divine phoenix mystic realm for a year, Lin Ming had fought in countless battles, slaughtering innumerable enemies. The killing intent that leaked from his body had reached a degree where it could already manifest into reality. Mr. Lin, forgive me, please. I will help you testify against Ouyang Boyan. I know how he arranged everything. I know it all. Oh Xiong went all out as he groveled for mercy, but Lin Ming only chillingly smiled like a cruel beast. Help me testify against Ouyang Boyan. Yes, if Mr. Lin doesn't believe me, then you may plant a seal within my body. Oh Xiong was someone who feared death. In order to live, there was nothing he wouldn't do. I do not need you to testify against Ouyang Boyan. I only want to kill Ouyang Boyan. Lin Ming's voice was filled with a cold and domineering energy. At this time, he was just like a king who held life and death in his hands. Testify against Ouyang Boyan? That was to use the rules of the 7 profound valleys as a weapon to defeat Ouyang Boyan. But if Lin Ming had strength, then Lin Ming would be the rules. Why would he need anyone to testify for anything? Now, you can die. After Lin Ming had suffered this loss, he did not wish to leave behind any more enemies. Even if it was just a nobody who was following orders, it was still a hidden serpent in left behind. Someday in the future, this serpent might return to bite him. Lin Ming flicked his fingers, and 3 crimson arcs of lightning shot out, shooting towards Oh Xiong and his 2 junior brothers. Oh Xiong's complexion completely changed, and he turned around to flee. The other 2 also cried out and ran away, choosing different directions to escape in. However, those crimson arcs of lightning followed them. In an instant, they had already caught up. There was only a chee-chee-chee sound as those crimson arcs of lightning attached themselves to the 3 like leeches and begun to ruthlessly devour their blood essence. The 2 juniors issued piercing screams. However, despite how much they struggled, it was all meaningless. Their bodies began to rapidly wither, and after several breaths of time, they had turned into desiccated mummies. Oh Xiong was able to last for a few breaths of time longer. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder pierced his thigh, and his thigh began to rapidly wither. Oh Xiong desperately screamed, and then used his sword to chop off his thigh. But at this time, the blood-extinguishing demon thunder was like a serpent as it latched onto Oh Xiong's other leg. Ah! Both of Oh Xiong's eyes filled with blood. He chopped down with his sword once again. Unwillingness, pain, despair. Oh Xiong's face was already completely twisted. He grabbed his own face, wishing he could tear off his skin. Qin Yao was frightened as she looked from a distance. In that moment, she suddenly had a feeling as if Lin Ming himself were a demon. CH415 is a skipped number, i.e., doesn't exist. CH415 is a skipped number, i.e., doesn't exist. Chapter 416, the feeling of not losing her. How blissful. Oh Xiong died, and it was also a painful struggle before he died. Because his cultivation was high, the blood-extinguishing demon thunder wasn't able to instantly kill him. But this only meant that he suffered more pain, and in the end, all that was left of him was a dry corpse. The 3 arcs of blood-extinguishing demon thunder howled as they flew back towards Lin Ming's hand and integrated into the blood-extinguishing demon thunder's thunder soul. Qin Yao gulped. Such a killing method was extremely eerie, to the point where it made her skin crawl. This was absolutely not the righteous path. Lin Ming turned around to look at her. Qin Yao jumped. Before she knew it, her hands were wet with sweat. "Thank you," Lin Ming said. Lin Ming had seen the moment when Qin Yao had rescued Qin Xingxuan. He imagined that Qin Yao had looked after Qin Xingxuan many times. Otherwise, with her current condition, it was impossible that she would have survived until he arrived to save her. "This is for you." Lin Ming took out 2 bottles of pills from his spatial ring. When Lin Ming had taken the spatial ring from the South Sea Demon region's Saint Sun, Lei Mubai, besides the great desolate blood halberd replica and the ancient devil tome cultivation method jade slip, there were also many various precious and rare pills and treasures. Some of the pills were even more valuable than the heaven-opening pill. Lin Ming was not stingy. He had taken out a bottle of origin-balancing pills and a bottle of earth spirit pills. These pills were miracle cures that were respectively used by Xiantian realm and Hotian realm martial artists. These 2 pills were able to stabilize one's cultivation and could build and refine the true essence in one's body. This so-called strengthening one's energy was in fact creating a more solid and stable foundation. Lin Ming's foundation was already at the limit of stability when he had broken through. Therefore, these 2 bottles of pills were relatively useless to him. Pills that could stabilize one's foundation were much more valuable than pills that could enhance one's foundation. Every 2 earth spirit pills were equal to a heaven-opening pill, and as for the origin balancing pill, every one was much more valuable than a heaven-opening pill. In a single breath, Lin Ming had given away 8 earth spirit pills and 3 origin balancing pills. Qin Yao took the pill bottles. After smelling the fragrance that wafted from them, she was utterly stunned. "These are earth spirit pills?" To Qin Yao, earth spirit pills were pills only found in legends. Within the 7 profound valleys, only a faction's chief disciple like Jiang Baoyun, Qin Wuxin, or other characters like that could obtain 1 or 2 earth spirit pills after they reached the early Hotian realm in order to solidify their cultivate energy. But Lin Ming had handed her 8 of them. Every 2 earth spirit pills were equal to a heaven-opening pill. To a martial artist from the 7 profound valleys, this was a staggeringly expensive pill that would leave anyone dumbfounded. How could she possibly eat these? Since she had earth spirit pills, she might as well trade them for heaven-opening pills. Although earth spirit pills had a great effect, a similar effect could be accomplished through accumulated effort over time. But A heaven-opening pill was different. Without a heaven-opening pill, no matter how diligent one was, it would be impossible to step into the Sciention realm. Therefore, to a seven profound valleys disciple, an earth spirit pill was just like delicious and valuable vicious beast meat was to a poor man. A poor man wouldn't even be able to eat steamed buns. Why would they eat valuable vicious beast meat? They might as well trade it in for several bags of rice and flour. That would be a much better use of it. Qin Yao didn't know what to say. She knew what an earth spirit pill was, but she had never seen an origin balancing pill before. Still, just from looking at the rich heaven and earth origin energy that was condensed within the origin balancing pill, she guessed that this precious pill was even more valuable than the earth spirit pill. In truth, 1 or 2 heaven-opening pills were more than enough for her. The reason that she had risked her life to come to Blood Demon Island was to obtain enough medium-grade true essence stones in order to trade for heaven-opening pills. As for these earth spirit pills, they were completely luxurious treasures. Lin Ming was able to guess what Qin Yao was thinking. He smiled and said, "The earth spirit pills are for you to eat. Your inner true essence is very messy, and your foundation is unstable. Otherwise, a few blood demons would not be able to deal with you. With your current condition, it will be very difficult for you to reach the Sciention realm. If you have these earth spirit pills, you can stabilize your cultivation so that your chances are much higher. As for these origin balancing pills, you can use them to exchange for heaven opening pills. 3 origin balancing pills are enough to trade for at least 3 heaven opening pills. Once your foundation becomes stable, 2 or 3 heaven opening pills are more than enough for you to reach the Sciention realm. 3 origin balancing pills can be exchanged for 3 heaven opening pills." Qin Yao was stunned. At this moment, Qin Zia laughed and said, "Qin Yao, these origin balancing pills are for a Sciention martial artist to use. Its value is truly above a heaven opening pill. I can ask the sovereign to help you trade. The 7 profound valleys elders would be glad for this business." Qin Zia was a Zither faction elder. If he helped her in the trade, then she wouldn't need to fear that she would be scammed, and it was also safer. Qin Zia didn't have heaven-opening pills. Otherwise, he would be happy to make a trade too. To a Sciention master, heaven-opening pills were useless, but origin-balancing pills could be used to solidify their cultivation base. Qin Yao was speechless with excitement. Her hands clutched her chest as she ran short of breath. Everything that happened seemed to be like a dream. Sciention realm. She had long ago decided that she would firm her resolve and make the sacrifices necessary in order to work towards this high goal in her life. But yet this goal had actually been realized in an instant. As Lin Ming watched Qin Yao's excited expression, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He understood very well her emotions at this time. In Sky Fortune Kingdom, there were many martial artists whose lifelong goal was to step into the pulse condensation period. To them, a Sciention martial artist was no different than gods from ancient legends, but now these 2 bottles of pills were able to create a Sciention martial artist and realize the lifelong aspirations of a 3rd-grade sect disciple. It could only be said that the disparity in this world was too great. All living beings were no different than ants. As for some people who believed they were above others, they were just bigger ants. Lin Ming's own road that he had to travel was still impossible long. "Qin Yao, please do not spread the news that I am alive." I understand." Qin Yao forcefully nodded. Although she tried to calm herself, her voice was still a bit shaky. Lin Ming smiled. Then he bent down and lifted up the peacefully sleeping Qin Xingxuan. As he temporarily flattened his killing intent, Lin Ming looked for a peaceful place in the vicinity of Blood Demon Island and spread out a temporary bed of grass and clothing, letting Qin Xingxuan rest on top. Once Qin Xingxuan's condition was completely restored, he would have the peace of mind to go and pay a visit to the 7 profound valleys. Qin Xingxuan rested for 2 whole days. During this period, Qin Zia lived nearby. In these 2 days, Qin Zia discussed the Zither faction's cultivation methods with Qin Yao. The two were simply birds of a feather. Qin Zia's natural talent was extremely high. It was just that he started cultivating martial arts too late in his life, and thus missed the best window of time to do so. But he still had a very rich experience and depth of knowledge about the Zither faction's cultivation methods, and also into the intricacies of the Zither heart. As he and Qin Yao conversed for 2 days, Qin Yao benefited a lot. 2 days peacefully passed. Lin Ming had laid down a simple isolating array formation. Fireshine was just too conspicuous. Although he was hidden in a cave, he didn't fear blood demons, but rather that any fight would disturb Qin Xingxuan's rest. Qin Xingxuan slept soundly. Her expression was tranquil, and her face was cute and flushed just like a baby. Occasionally, she would frown, and a look of panic would come over her. Presumably, this was because the shadows of her heart had deepened too much from these past days. Lin Ming's death, her Qin family's imminent demise, the serpent Ouyang Boyan, and even the perilous Blood Demon Island. All of these were Qin Xingxuan's nightmares, weighing down on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. Whenever Lin Ming saw Qin Xingxuan like this, he could only worry and be nervous. He quietly held onto her hands during this time, hoping it would give her comfort. This approach was truly miraculous. Whenever he did so, Qin Xingxuan would always slowly calm down, and sometimes even a happy and content smile would appear on her lips. The cave was cool. Moisture would condense at the top of the cave, turning into crystal drops of water. Once these water drops were big enough, they would fall down, releasing a clear ringing sound that echoed. However, Qin Xingxuan did not feel cold. The vermilion bird blood essence continuously and subtly transformed her bloodline, causing her blood vitality to be vibrant like a stove. Sometimes, Qin Xingxuan would even fragrantly perspire until she dripped. She would subconsciously pull off the blanket and even tug away on her clothes. When this happened, Lin Ming could only blush and gulp as he embarrassedly tucked Qin Xingxuan back in her blanket, waiting for the vermilion bird blood essence to penetrate into her marrow and completely fuse with her. Time slowly marched on. Like this, another day passed. It was late at night, and the shining bright moon was hanging in the dark night sky. Because of the endless red fog that never left Blood Demon Island, the round moon looked as if it were dyed red. But this only made it seem especially beautiful. Qin Xingxuan had already completely calmed down. The flushed ruddiness of her face already vanished. The bloodline transformation had quietly completed. A single tear formed at the corner of Qin Xingxuan's eyes. Under the red demon moon, the light that fell down was a pale red. It was like a blood-colored pearl was hidden in the night sky. This scene was particularly poignant. As the tear rolled down her cheek, it was actually caught by a finger. Lin Ming gently wiped away this tear, feeling some heartache. At this moment, Qin Xingxuan loudly coughed. She revealed a pained expression, and then she opened her eyes. As her blurry vision began to clear up in her eyes, she saw Lin Ming's face. She was immediately shocked. These past 2 days, she had encountered countless colorful dreams and terrible nightmares. Now, Qin Xingxuan found it difficult to distinguish between dreams and realities. Between these dreams, she vaguely recalled that before she died, she saw Lin Ming coming to her on a vermilion bird. From time to time, this image would pop into her mind, but in the end, she didn't know whether Lin Ming was alive or dead. At the moment when she had awakened, she thought that she would be a lone girl that would have to face this desolate and bleak world. But what she saw was Lin Ming sitting beside her, a tender and happy smile on his face. Now, Qin Xingxuan's tears couldn't stop. She threw herself into Lin Ming's arms, crying and sobbing. She tightly held onto Lin Ming's waist. She feared that if she let go, she would lose him. "It's all right. Everything's fine. I've got you now." Lin Ming gently caressed Qin Xingxuan's back. His heart filled with emotion. This feeling of not losing her was truly blissful. Like this, Qin Xingxuan held on to Lin Ming. She cried without words. All of the grievances, injustices, and sorrows she had held within her now melted away like snow under the summer sun. Qin Xingxuan suddenly felt that her life was inseparable from Lin Ming's. Even if the gap between them became a moat that divided them, she would do everything in her power to pursue him. She wouldn't leave him, even if she had to be a moth that got too close to the flames. With a fragrant and jade-like Qin Xingxuan pressed against his chest, Lin Ming was also enjoying this scene that sent his stomach fluttering. After a long time, Qin Xingxuan whispered, I'm hungry. After 3 days of not eating anything, Qin Xingxuan was starving. Chapter 4:17 Towards the 7 Profound Valleys. Chapter 4:17 Towards the 7 Profound Valleys. Chapter 4:17 Towards the 7 Profound Valleys. Yeah. Oh, you're hungry? Lin Ming brightly smiled. Hunger meant that she was much better. Qin Xingxuan nodded, a bit embarrassed. She was hungry, and she was also thirsty. I'll cook up something delicious for you. I guarantee you'll like it. After Lin Ming spoke, he lit a fire and took out some pots. He had always brought along cooking utensils in his spatial ring. He placed a giant pot on the fire and added water. Then Lin Ming took out a great piece of bright red meat from his spatial ring and tossed it in the pot. He sprinkled on some salt and spices and then covered the pot to let it boil. After a quarter of an hour, a delicious, mouth-watering fragrance began to drift out. Lin Ming slowly handed Qin Xingxuan a big bowl. The soft and red meat glittered, and the rich soup was a pale red. It looked like a vintage wine, and also extremely tasty. After a sprinkle of diced green onions and a dash of cooking wine, not even an immortal could find anything better. What is this? Qin Xingxuan asked in awe, as she looked at delicious-seeming bowl of red and green soup. Lin Ming smiled, but didn't say anything. This was food that he had brought back from the divine phoenix mystic realm, and was also the meat from those strange giant crabs. The river underneath the cave was very long, so Lin Ming was impolite and took some time to go hunting for a giant heap of those strange crabs. He had even taken a great amount of the river water. These two things were absolutely the best spiritual food and water within the Sky Spill continent. There was nearly no place where something this great could be found. Lin Ming's spatial ring wasn't big enough, but Lei Mubai's was. His low-grade Earth-step spatial ring had over 100 square feet of space inside. So, Lin Ming had packed it full of crab meat. The space inside a spatial ring was a separate dimension. Food placed within would never spoil, and it had an effect of always maintaining freshness. It would be all right even if food was stored within for hundreds of years. After Qin Xingxuan drank the soup, she also had some crab meat. Qin Xingxuan looked surprised. The crab meat was soft and tender, yet full of strength. The soup was also extremely savory. Not only that, but once the crab meat entered her stomach, it turned into a gentle flow of heat that slowly dissipated, spreading throughout her body and nourishing her true essence, making her feel warm. After drinking and eating this food, she felt completely comfortable. What is this? Is it expensive? When Qin Xingxuan was at the 7 Profound Valleys, she had also eaten spiritual food. Top-quality spiritual food might even cost hundreds of true essence stones, but compared to this crab meat, that spiritual food was nothing. Could the cost of this crab meat be factored by thousands of true essence stones? Lin Ming said, "It's great as long as you eat it. These are all things that I obtained in the divine phoenix mystic realm. They can help you recuperate from your wounds." With 10 drops of vermilion bird blood essence as medicine, and then supported by the highest quality spirit food to assist in recovery, such an extravagant method of treatment was enough to make up for all the blood essence that Qin Xingxuan had lost. Qin Xingxuan's eyes widened. Lin Ming, what have you been doing for this last year? What happened to you in the divine phoenix mystic realm that you had to stay away for such a long time? It's a long story. Wait for me, and I'll tell you slowly. That's right. How well have you practiced the true primal chaos formula that I gave you? Qin Xingxuan said, I've only practiced the first layer to the large success stage. I encountered many questions. The jade slip explanations aren't too clear. The true primal chaos formula jade slip that Qin Xingxuan had was recorded by Lin Ming and given to her. It was not a simple or easy task to record a cultivation method onto a jade slip. There were many mysterious and profound principles involved. If one wished to engrave a cultivation method onto a jade slip, they had to be incomparably proficient at it. At least they should have almost reached perfection. Someone who didn't completely understand the true primal chaos formula wouldn't be able to engrave it onto a jade slip. But even if they were given a complete copy of the true primal chaos formula, it would be impossible for them to duplicate it. It was just like a person who didn't understand how to carve seals. If someone were to place a seal in front of them and told them to copy it, they wouldn't be able to create a seal that was entirely alike. This was also the reason that cultivation method jade slips were so rare and precious. Lin Ming himself had only practiced the true primal chaos formula to largest success of the third layer. This led to there being many ambiguities and omissions in the jade slip that he created. This was also the reason that Qin Xingxuan found it difficult to proceed, with problems everywhere she looked. Not just that, but more importantly, Qin Xingxuan didn't have the memories of the realm of the God's Supreme Elder within her mind, and the cultivation experience that came with it. Thus, even with her 6th grade talent, her cultivation speed was very slow. Lin Ming sighed. Qin Xingxuan had now reached the pulse condensation period. If she wanted to complete the true primal chaos formula and then subsequently practice the chaotic virtues combat meridians and walk down the road of tempering marrow, that would simply be too difficult. So, she might as well start practicing the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. 10 drops of Vermilion Bird blood essence was enough for Qin Xingxuan to cultivate the hardest and most difficult core sections of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. In fact, it was highly possible that she would even be able to practice the additional 3 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle that he had obtained from the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. Thinking this, Lin Ming asked her, Xingxuan, are you willing to join Divine Phoenix Island? Qin Xingxuan was stunned by this question. Then her eyes shined. Join Divine Phoenix Island? Can I? Divine Phoenix Island was a top 4th grade sect with her 6th grade talent. She was a once-in-a-generation talent within Sky Fortune Kingdom. Within the 7 profound valleys, her talent was also good. But if she were placed in Divine Phoenix Island, her talent was only ordinary. For instance, Mu Qinyu and Mu Bingyun were both superior 7th grade talents. As for Qin Xingxuan, she was only a medium 6th grade. Within Divine Phoenix Islands, most of the maids there were at least inferior 6th grade talents. Of course, Qin Xingxuan also desired to join Divine Phoenix Island. In terms of cultivation resources, the difference between the 7 profound valleys and Divine Phoenix Island was like night and day. And the most important factor was that Lin Ming was also at Divine Phoenix Island. If she could go to Divine Phoenix Island, that meant she could be closer to Lin Ming. Lin Ming smiled. If you are willing, then of course you can. This time I'll take you to Divine Phoenix Island. There is no longer any need for you to stay at the 7 profound valleys. The 7 profound valleys was a very complex environment. Lin Ming had far more enemies than friends. If Qin Xingxuan stayed there, Lin Ming would not be able to pass his days in peace. That evening, Lin Ming lay down next to Qin Xingxuan. They kept their clothes on and held hands. Lin Ming happily reiterated his experience this past year to Qin Xingxuan. The conversation of these two continued throughout the entire night as they gazed into each other's eyes. Without either of them sleeping, they were still speaking until the dawn arrived. Next day, early in the morning, Lin Ming took Xingxuan's hand and led her out of the cave. In the distance, they could hear the faint sounds of zither playing. This was Qin Zia and Qin Yao discussing zither music theory. As Qin Yao saw Qin Xingxuan leave the cave, she let out a breath of relief. Although she already realized that nothing would happen to Qin Xingxuan, it wasn't until she saw her friend truly awaken that her heart rose back up from her stomach. Junior apprentice Sister Qin, you've awoken? Qin Yao grasped Qin Xingxuan's hands, a cheerful smile on her face. Qin Xingxuan's face unconsciously flushed red, as if she had been caught doing something naughty. Towards Qin Xingxuan, Qin Yao felt a bit of sisterly envy. Lin Ming had flown hundreds of thousands of miles nonstop in order to rescue Qin Xingxuan. What girl didn't dream that the one they loved would rescue them in such a daring manner? A dashing knight that radiating a glorious momentum? Not just that, but Lin Ming was extremely handsome, and his future was limitless. Originally, Qin Yao didn't envy Qin Xingxuan. There simply wasn't anything to be envious of. But now she did. The 2 bottles of pills that Lin Ming had given her were enough for her to step into the Xiantian realm. As for whatever he could give Qin Xingxuan, it was surely enough for her to step into the Revolve Core realm. The Revolving Core realm. It was also the realm of the highest elder. One would also have 500 to 600 years of life. Thinking this, Qin Yao sighed. Her junior apprentice Sister Qin was really lucky. At this moment, a flame suddenly lit in front of Qin Zia. This was a sound-transmitting talisman. As Qin Zia heard the message from the sound-transmitting talisman, he frowned, and then he sneered. What's going on? Qin Zia said, It is a 7 profound command to summon me back. Ouyang Boyan has accused me of being derelict in my duties and defying military orders, saying that not only did I secretly leave Star Coconut Island, which was under my supervision, but also that I injured his disciple and stole away the sea map. This time, Ouyang Boyan is preparing to impeach me in front of the Council of Elders. Lin Ming smiled, but his smile was very cold. It contained a thick, deadly, murderous intent. Well, since that's the case, Martial House Master Qin, let us return to the sect. I'll go back together with you and have a look at just how they will impeach you. Chapter 4, 18:7, Profound Valleys Banquet. Chapter 4, 18:7, Profound Valleys Banquet. Chapter 4, 18:7, Profound Valleys Banquet. You will go to the 7 profound valleys? Now, Qin Zia was startled. In his view, Lin Ming was truly formidable and was even stronger than him. But if he went to the 7 profound valleys, there were countless Xiantian realm masters scattered around like clouds, and even extreme Xiantian masters. Ouyang Boyan was himself already strong, but no matter how fierce Lin Ming was, how could he possibly do anything to Ouyang Boyan within the 7 profound valleys? At best, when Lin Ming went there, anything he tried would come to nothing. Yes, I'm going to go now. Lin Ming's voice trembled with a light note of killing intent. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop by several degrees. Lin Ming, don't be so rash. Think about this. Qin Xingxuan was afraid that Lin Ming would lose, and that something would happen to him. It had to be known that within the complex and layered forces that existed within the 7 profound valleys, the Ouyang family clan was one of the greatest and most notorious. Ouyang Boyan was an important character of the Ouyang family clan, and his network covered the entire 7 profound valleys. A strong dragon shouldn't press local snakes. If he faced off against Ouyang Boyan within the 7 profound valleys, it would be easy for him to suffer a loss. Lin Ming, how about this? Let's go to Divine Phoenix Island first and see if we can use Divine Phoenix Island to pressure the 7 profound valleys. No need. I will solve this matter by myself. Now, let's go. All right. Qinzia glanced at Lin Ming's killing intent and nodded. When the time comes, try to negotiate as much as possible. I'm sure the 7 profound valleys would convene, the Council of Elders. Qinzia thought that the 7 profound valleys would punish Ouyang Boyan themselves. If this happened, they wouldn't have to draw in Divine Phoenix Island. But Qin Xingxuan was full of worries. Qinzia said, "It's all right. Lin Ming shouldn't be able to accomplish anything on this trip. But no matter how courageous the 7 profound valleys is, they wouldn't dare to lay their hands on him." Qin Xingxuan bit her lips, then nodded. She whispered, "Lin Ming, be careful, all right?" Qinzia paused, and then said to Lin Ming, "Let's look for a safe place first and settle Miss Qin down. Afterwards you and I can go to the 7 profound valleys together." Lin Ming shook his head. He said, "War is erupting in all lands and directions. There is no safe place in the South Sea. Even if it was an isolated island in the middle of nowhere, I wouldn't feel relieved. Xingxuan, it's best if you travel with me. Let us go to the 7 profound valleys together." Qinzia was a bit worried. Lin Ming, when the time comes, there are bound to be some battles that occur. If there is some accident, Miss Qin might be harmed. Lin Ming's expression went cold. If there is anyone who dares to harm Xingxuan, I will exterminate the entire 7 profound valleys. As these words came out, the murderous intent that had been hiding within Lin Ming began to overflow once again. Qinzia suddenly felt his back go cold, and he realized that Lin Ming was not joking. He prayed that when the time came, they would be able to peacefully settle matters. That is, well, let's not tarry any longer. We'll go now. The 7 profound valleys, Acacia faction. A light mountain fog hung at the bottom of a vast lake. On top of the lake, there were a number of man-made islands. From far away, it looked like these islands were connected together by strings of shining pearls. Today, the Acacia faction was very lively and festive. Within the sect, they were holding a grand banquet. There were 3 celebrations happening at the same time. The first was that the Acacia faction great elder Ouyang Guang was taking a concubine. Second was that the Acacia faction's chief disciple Ouyang Ming had made a breakthrough to the Hotian realm. And third, the faction elder Ouyang Boyan, who had been stranded at the peak of the early Xiantian realm for dozens of years, had finally made his breakthrough to the middle Xiantian realm. Of these 3 happy events, the most important 2 events were the celebrations of breakthroughs in cultivation. As for Ouyang Guang taking a concubine, that was an event worth celebrating, but to Acacia faction elders who had groups of wives and concubines, it wasn't that great a deal. It was just that he was joining in with the rest and having a little celebration himself. As for Ouyang Ming and Ouyang Boyan making a breakthrough in their cultivation, this would greatly strengthen and consolidate the Ouyang family clan status within the 7 profound valleys. These years, the top master of the 7 profound valleys had mainly been the Jiang family clan, but they couldn't keep up with the Ouyang family clan's flourishing descendants. The elders had groups of wives and concubines and many more girls that they played with. The larger their foundation of descendants, the more talents they could produce. Under such a situation, the Ouyang family clan's population was several times that of the Jiang family clan. They had already nearly equaled them in power. On the main island of the lake, there were 7 distinguished and broad stone bridges that connected to the other islands. These bridges were made of iridescent white marble and were 50 feet wide. It was enough to allow 2 large carriages to pass by each other with room to spare. It was quite spacious. As this time, on these white marble bridges, there was a steady stream of people walking back and forth. Most of these people were from martial cultivation families or were top figures of small sections. "Haha, Brother Boyan, congratulations. A man with a long face greeted Ouyang Boyan as he saw him, cupping his fists together across his chest. "You as well." Ouyang Boyan laughed in return. At this time, he was flushed with success and filled with elation. At this time, he had broken through to the Middle Xiantian realm. Lin Ming had died, and his great blood grudge had been resolved. His thoughts flowed freely, and his heart was at ease. The true essence that had been blocked within him had finally connected, and he had made a successful breakthrough. Also, there was another event that caused Ouyang Boyan to feel very happy, and that was that Qin Zia, the man that had kept obstructing him, had finally gone stupid and did something idiotic, injuring the disciple that he had sent to monitor him at Star Coconut Island. Not only that, but he had then swept away the sea chart and left without authorization from the sect. The 7 Profound Valleys had very strict rules. In times of war, they were even stricter. This time, Qin Zia would not be able to emerge from this even unscathed. It was just a pity that Ouyang Boyan still hadn't been able to make Qin Xingxuan submit to him and serve him. Although Ouyang Boyan was an elder, the most he could do was pressure her using his influence and a military command. As for forcefully ravaging her, she was still a 7 Profound Valleys disciple, so that was impossible. This caused Ouyang Boyan to feel some regret. Otherwise, if he was able to possess and thoroughly enjoy the woman that Lin Ming had loved before his death, then that would be the greatest and most carefree dream that would make his mind flow even more freely. Elder Ouyang, congratulations. To reach the Middle Xiantian realm before 160 years of age, it's not impossible for you to step into the extreme Xiantian realm in the future. A long-bearded Taoist priest smiled in congratulations as he flicked his whisk around. This long-bearded Taoist priest was the master of a second-grade Taoist temple. The 7 Profound territory had many small second-grade powers within it. They were not part of the 7 Profound Valleys, but still maintained a good relationship with them. Sometimes they would pay tribute with some top-quality goods, and thus the 7 Profound Valleys would tacitly allow their continued existence. So it's Temple Master Qin, please enjoy yourself. The atmosphere of the event was very happy and festive. As one of the main hosts of honor of this event, Ouyang Boyan had to smile even when greeting these leaders of second-grade sections. He had fully stepped into the Middle Xiantian realm and had now officially joined the ranks of masters within the 7 Profound Valleys. Ouyang Boyan was only 150 to 160 years old. He still had much room to rise. After several more decades, it wouldn't be surprising if he reached the late Xiantian realm. And the late Xiantian realm was where the true top-level masters of the 7 Profound Valleys were. It had to be known that extreme Xiantian masters were exceedingly rare within the 7 Profound Valleys. Within the entire Ouyang family clan, there was only a single extreme Xiantian master. A grand feast had already been arranged on the islands. The seats around the tables faced the lakes, and the beautiful pavilions shimmered like they were carved from the purest jade. They were crystal clear, high, and absolutely gorgeous. Those that could enter these pavilions were the top characters of second-grade sects, or they might be heads of certain great martial cultivation families. As for the main island, that was mostly reserved for the elders of the 7 Profound Valleys. Those of lesser status celebrated on the surrounding islands. The entire banquet seating arrangement was organized by a very distinct separation of status. Ouyang Ming naturally sat at the main island. A year later, he was still as handsome and talented as before. It was only that his calm and restrained atmosphere was even more intense than before. As he sat there, he was instantly the focus of everyone present. His every movement caught the attention of the outstanding heroic elites present. Ouyang Ming had stepped into the Hotian realm at only 21 years of age. In the future, there was great hope that he would be able to reach the extreme Xiantian realm. Then, the Ouyang family clan would be able to usher in another golden age of unlimited prosperity. The young men present couldn't help but compare themselves to Ouyang Ming. As for the young women, especially those that came from small family clans or small sects, they all constantly tried to enter the eyes of Ouyang Ming. These girls of common talent all dreamed that Ouyang Ming would fancy them and take them as his concubine. Not only would their status in their family clan or sect dramatically rise, but they would even have the support of the Acacia faction's resources. With that, breaking through to the post-condensation period would be simple. For these young girls, this temptation was a fatal poison that they couldn't resist. Not to mention that Ouyang Ming had extremely good looks that seemed sculpted from jade. If they gave their bodies to him, they wouldn't consider it a loss. Elder senior apprentice brother, is that Ouyang Ming really so fierce? He's at the early Hotian realm, but he can actually jump ranks to defeat a late Hotian master? Doesn't that mean he is also more formidable than elder senior apprentice brother? In a gazebo near the lake waters, a 20-something youth said in a quiet voice. He was from a small second-grade sect in the Seven Profound territory. His elder senior apprentice brother was nearly 30 years old, and his cultivation was at the late Hotian realm. In their small sect, this Hotian realm disciple was their top number one talent. The elder apprentice brother nodded and said, "This late Hotian realm disciple should be a sect's martial artist. Here, any casual inner court disciple is already far beyond me. Lamentably, I am inferior to Ouyang Ming. I am already 29 years old, and Ouyang Ming is only 21. The difference between us is just too great." But that elder senior apprentice brother changed the topic. Lu Xian from the Fierce Flood sect is not some common nobody. This time, he might have thoughts to show off his skills during this banquet competition and brilliantly shine. Perhaps he might even think of challenging Ouyang Ming. Within the South Sea horizon and the five-element region, it was normal that a sect would hold a friendly competition during grand banquets. The Seven Profound Valleys was no exception. This was also a good opportunity for young talents to display their skills. Martial artists at the pulse condensation period and the Hotian realm could go on stage. But the truth was that most of these second-grade sects, Hotian realm martial artists, were nearly 30 years old. They couldn't really be considered as youthful, heroic elites. But in order to allow the Seven Profound Valleys Hotian realm disciples to show their skills, they had no choice but to go up on stage. In truth, many disciples were still unwilling to go up. When facing against a Seven Profound Valleys disciple, losing was no shame, and winning meant great honor. For instance, the Fierce Flood sect's Lu Xian had stumbled into the cave domain of a South Horizon region master that had passed away a long time ago, and had obtained a lucky chance from the legacy he had left behind. Now, he wished for the opportunity to go up on stage in the banquet competition and amaze the world with his display of skills. Over time, important figures of the Acacia faction, as well as some elders of the Array faction, Mirage faction, and Refiner faction began to arrive. However, there were very, very few people from the Zither faction and Sword faction. The Seven Profound Valleys had many internal contradictions. As the saying went, those who walked different paths had to go separate ways. Because of the different cultivation methods that they practiced, those from the Sword faction and Zither faction had very different personalities from those of the Acacia faction. The Acacia faction did not have harmonious relations with these two other factions. Since Ouyang Ming had Ouyang Boyan had made a breakthrough, only those elders from the Sword faction and Zither faction that personally had connections with those from the Acacia faction had arrived. There were multiple rounds of drinks, and the celebratory atmosphere had reached a peak. Now, the banquet competition would begin. This was the highlight of the banquet. Many young heroic elites smiled as they went on stage. These geniuses were the greatest talents of their sections. Naturally, they had waves of applause. But at this time, Just several hundred miles away from the 7 profound valleys, Lin Ming was standing on Fireshine's back as he flew in the direction of the banquet. He could already see the profound sky mountains from several hundred miles away. To Fireshine, this several hundred-mile distance would only take an incense stick of time to traverse. Chapter 419, Take Your Life. Chapter 419, Take Your Life. Chapter 419, Take Your Life. In the center of the white marble stage, a sword light flashed, and a 7 profound valleys disciple gave a miserable cough as he was sent flying off the stage. Fierce Flood Sec's Lu Xian, victory. The referee deeply looked into Lu Xian's eyes as he announced the result. Fierce, this Lu Xian has won 3 continuous matches, and he still has strength remaining. The younger generation is really spilling forth with heroic elites. Lu Xian, Yi Tian, Zhang Yan, all are more powerful than the last. But the truly fierce ones are the masters of the 7 profound valleys. The ones that have followed Lu Xian up are the inner court disciples. Although they lost, the difference between them isn't too great. If the 7 profound valleys core disciples or direct disciples enter the stage, then I have no idea what those battles will be like. A disciple sighed. Everyone couldn't help but glance over at Ouyang Ming, and were surprised to see that he had a clear, dreamy expression on his face, as if he simply didn't care about these fights that were occurring on stage. Obviously, battles of this level, even those including Lu Xian, simply didn't enter Ouyang Ming's eyes. Those who glanced at him gave birth to an extremely deep and profound feeling. Just how far does the degree of Ouyang Ming's strength reach? Some people couldn't help but ask. I cannot fathom. In short, all I can tell is that he is surpassingly strong. Perhaps he is even stronger than our sect's sovereign. The one who spoke was a disciple from a small sect. His sect's sovereign had already reached the peak Hotian realm. Stronger than your sovereign? Isn't that just too exaggerated? At this time, Ouyang Boyan was sitting atop the main island, watching the stage as the battles progressed, and listening to the sounds of gently instruments float to his ear. He had a very enjoyable expression on his face, as if he was taking in all the luxuries of life. He had beautiful women swaying by his sides. These were his concubines and his maids. As these beautiful women weaved around him, it was a truly beautiful sight. Today was the happiest day Ouyang Boyan had ever experienced. Lin Ming had died. Qin Xingxuan would suffer a miserable and painful death. The Qin family and Lin family both would be destroyed. And soon, Qin Zia would quickly be penalized. All of Ouyang Boyan's thoughts were smooth. Not just that, but during this banquet, there was even a second-grade sect that had offered him 12 Purine girls. These 12 Purine girls had to have a talent above the 3rd grade and also be below 20 years of age. And most importantly, they also needed to be beautiful virgin women. The most demanding requirement was their date of birth. It was extremely difficult to collect these 12 girls. Initially, Zhang Guanyu had offered a batch of 12 Purine girls to Ouyang Dihua for his assistance. And the final result of this was that Ouyang Dihua had instead lost his own life. 12 Purine girls were extremely beneficial to one's cultivation of the divine acacia power. Ouyang Boyan had already looked over these 12 young and beautiful girls, and he was extremely satisfied by what he saw. Tonight, he would take their virginity and use it to enhance his own cultivation. Thinking of this, Ouyang Boyan's thoughts began to heat up with lust. His mind had already drifted onto the bodies of those 12 beautiful girls. But at this moment, a flame suddenly lit in front of him. It was a sound-transmitting talisman. Ouyang Boyan heard the message from this sound-transmitting talisman and was shocked. Someone from Divine Phoenix is forcing their way into the 7 profound valleys. Ouyang Boyan doubted this for a moment, and then heard the clarion cry of a phoenix. 10 miles away, A massive vermilion bird cut through the skies, leaving a path of flames that burned the heavens. Ouyang Boyan stood up. The vermilion bird was the absolute symbol of divine Phoenix Island. If one saw a vermilion bird, they would know without a doubt that it was divine Phoenix Island. But why would someone from divine Phoenix Island come to the 7 profound valleys? They couldn't be coming to congratulate him, right? Divine Phoenix Island had countless Xiantian masters. To them, Ouyang Boyan, who had just broken through to the middle Xiantian realm, wasn't even worth a fart. So how would they possibly come here to celebrate? Everyone present also saw the massive vermilion bird approaching. No one was allowed to fly over the 7 profound valleys' entrance, but no one dared to stop this vermilion bird. Lin Ming flew straight towards the profound sky mountains. There were several small spirit boats that approached him, wishing to inquire about who he was, but they were instantly thrown off by Fireshine. Fireshine's speed was even quicker than a revolving core master. Heavens, is that a phoenix? A phoenix? I'm not seeing things. It's coming down. It's coming down. Several thousand pairs of eyes were wide as they stared into the sky. Everyone stood. Most of the people present were only from second-grade sects. When could they ever witness the advent of a saint beast? They could not distinguish the difference between a phoenix and a vermilion bird, a 100-foot-long wingspan, and a body entirely wreathed in roaring flames. Strong gales formed a vortex, making it difficult to breathe for everyone below. Fireshine closed its massive wings and looked down on the world with utter impunity as it dropped straight down. Bang! Flames combusted in all directions. Fireshine fell directly onto the middle of the lake island, and the hot streams of fiery wind smashed away all the furniture. Those martial artists with weaker cultivations were even forced back several steps by this strong wind. All of those present were frightened. Fireshine was Mu Yuwang's vermilion bird. It was a grown vermilion bird. Compared to Mu Qianyu's little flame, it was over double the size. Is that Divine Phoenix Island's envoy? Divine Phoenix Island also sends congratulations to Elder Ouyang. Elder Ouyang's face is truly great. The many disciples of the 7 profound valleys were excitedly speaking amongst themselves. They assumed that the reason Divine Phoenix Island had sent an envoy here was to congratulate Ouyang Boyan. This sounded improbable, but during the last 7 profound valleys total faction martial meeting, Divine Phoenix Island had also sent an envoy to visit. In their limited worldview, it was possible that Divine Phoenix Island would send someone to congratulate Ouyang Boyan for breaking through to the Middle Xiantian realm. Of course, Ouyang Boyan never entertained such a fanciful idea. His expression was solemn, and his eyes had already turned onto the several figures that were being carried on the vermilion bird's back. A youth jumped down. In that moment, every single 7 profound valleys disciple fell silent. Several thousand eyes turned their gazes towards this youth, completely stunned. This person wore black clothes, and his long hair was recklessly scattered. He held a deep purplish-red long spear in his hand. His handsome face seemed as if it was hewed by a saber, and his 2 straight eyebrows slanted up. His eyes were deep and profound, as if they contained the endless night sky. He only stood there, but yet a giant, invisible wave of pressure rushed out from him like a tide. Even those people hundreds of feet away could clearly feel this aura. It caused them to find it hard to breathe, and their hearts to palpitate. At this moment, that youth standing in the center of the square was like a heavenly god of war. Who is that? The second-grade sect disciples began to speak amongst themselves. They had heard Lin Ming's name, but they had never seen Lin Ming before. However, the 7 profound valleys disciples were bewildered. Many of them subconsciously rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were hallucinating. Lin Ming. It was really Lin Ming. He hadn't died. Ouyang Ming's face had completely changed. The calm smile of before had vanished, replaced by a deep awe and reverence that stemmed from the depths of his being. He would never forget the events of a year and a half ago, at the total faction martial meeting. The early pulse condensation period Lin Ming had completely defeated him. He didn't even have the slightest bit of ability to resist. Now over a year had passed, and Ouyang Ming had reached the early Hotian realm. He once believed that Lin Ming had died, but never thought that he would stand in front of him here today. Not just that, but his cultivation had risen to the late Hotian realm. In just a year and a half, Lin Ming's cultivation had risen by an entire realm and half. At the beginning, Lin Ming's cultivation was weaker than Ouyang Ming's, but presently Lin Ming had cast Ouyang Ming far behind. If an early pulse condensation period, Lin Ming already had the ability to defeat the peak pulse condensation period Jiang Baoyan, then how terrifying was the current late Hotian realm Lin Ming? Could he have strength equal to the early Xiantian realm? Ouyang Ming only felt his mind tremble. He no longer dared to imagine the possibilities. Ouyang Boyan's eyes fiercely twitched, his fists tightening in his palms, sweating. Lin Ming hadn't died. Why? Why didn't he die? Not only was he alive, but his cultivation had actually reached the late Hotian realm. In just a year and a half, how could this have happened? Ouyang Boyan screaming in his heart. He hated. He was unwilling. He feared. It was impossible that Lin Ming hadn't discovered what he had done these past months. Perhaps Lin Ming might not be able to threaten him with his current strength, but what about later? If his growth continued at this breakneck speed, then in a year, Lin Ming might even be able to kill him. When that time came, he couldn't count on anyone in the 7 profound valleys raising their head to defend him. Under the suppression of absolute strength, even the 7 profound valleys would not hesitate for a second to sacrifice him. That meant all he could do was escape. If he stayed in the 7 profound valleys, all that awaited him was death. Ouyang Boyan coldly looked at Lin Ming. He did not do something foolish or useless like apologizing. In the moment that Lin Ming had dropped down, he was able to feel the thick and overwhelming killing intent surging from his body. Ouyang Boyan knew that Lin Ming had already resolved to kill him. Unfortunately, Lin Ming was far too impulsive. If he had just patiently waited for another year, then he really might have been able to kill him. In that moment, many thoughts flashed through Ouyang Boyan's heart. He didn't lose his calm. Instead, he stood there steadily like a tree. Elder Ouyang, how have you been since we last met? I hope you've been well. Lin Ming's expression was blank as he spoke, but his voice was like a cold wind that billowed up from the 9th layer of the abyss. The entire atmosphere of the banquet suddenly chilled to sub-zero degrees. Many of those who were from second-grade sects didn't know who this youth was standing before them, but what they could understand was that this person absolutely did not come to congratulate them, but instead to ruin the scene. Who was this? He dared to force his way into the 7 profound valleys? But looking at the Saint Beast, this youth was definitely not common. Perhaps he came from some large family clan or sect. Many of those in the 7 profound territory only knew that the greatest power was the 7 profound valleys. They didn't know the existence of Divine Phoenix Island. This wasn't surprising. After all, only those that stood at the top would be exposed to a greater world. Initially, Lin Ming hadn't known of Divine Phoenix Island's existence either. Ouyang Boyan's expression was ugly. He wanted to smile, but eventually stopped trying. You are not here to celebrate with this old man. Lin Ming held his spear down and lazily traced a full moon on the white marble square. He chuckled and then slowly and unhurriedly said, Of course not. I'm here to take your life. With this sentence, the entire audience was shocked. Most of the 7 Profound Valleys disciples didn't know that Ouyang Boyan had enmity with Lin Ming. As for those second-grade sect individuals, they didn't even know what Lin Ming looked like, let alone something like that. What? Take Ouyang Boyan's life? Did I hear wrong? No one was able to understand what was happening. This was the Seven Profound Valleys domain, and someone dared threaten to take the life of a Seven Profound Valleys elder? Were these words that a normal person would say? Not just that, but this youth's cultivation was only at the late Hotian realm. Even though his momentum was formidable, just what would he be able to do? Even Ouyang Ming, who acknowledged Lin Ming's strength, also felt that Lin Ming was being naive. With so many Acacia faction elders present, how could Lin Ming possibly kill someone in front of them? In fact, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat Ouyang Boyan. Qin Zia forced a smile. Ultimately, it seemed that they couldn't escape this result. Chapter 4, 20 Those who block my path will die. Chapter 4:20 Those who block my path will die. Chapter 4:20 Those who block my path will die. Take my life? Ha ha ha. Ouyang Boyan richly laughed. This old man is standing here. I want to see just how you will take my life. Lin Ming sneered, not responding. With a shake of the purple comet spear, arcs of lightning began to flash atop the spear point. As Lin Ming took a step at a time towards Ouyang Boyan, his momentum began to increase, solidifying to the limit. How presumptuous! Where do you think you are? At this time, a dragon-bearded man stepped forwards, holding a 9-foot-long staff in his hand. This dragon-bearded man came from a second-grade sect, and his talent was also decent. His cultivation was a half-step into the Xiantian realm, but because of his limited resources, had been trapped at this stage for 10 years and hadn't been able to reach the Xiantian realm. This time he came to request help from Ouyang Boyan. He had prepared a great number of gifts in order to infiltrate into the Acacia faction and cultivate the divine Acacia power, hoping to find an opportunity to break through to the Xiantian realm. Since the dragon-bearded man needed help from Ouyang Boyan, he would naturally raise his head at this time to show his utter loyalty. He simply didn't know who Lin Ming was, nor did he notice the pity in the eyes of Ouyang Ming, who was looking at him from behind. However, the dragon-bearded man was not stupid. Since this youth came here on a phoenix, his strength possibly surpassed even his own. With a wave of his hand, 3 people that were standing behind him jumped forwards. Their cultivations were at the peak Hotian realm. They were all from the same sect. Today, they had all come to submit themselves to the Ouyang family clan. The 4 of us are going to attack him together. Don't hold back. This fellow won't be easy to deal with. The dragon-bearded man said to others with a true essence sound transmission. Okay, the 4 of them had gone through many tribulations together and already seamlessly understood each other and were able to coordinate well. They had an implicit faith and understanding in each other's strength. If they attacked at the same time, rushing Lin Ming's weak angles from 4 different directions, then it should be impossible for Lin Ming to block from so many attacks at once. Out of my way! Bang! A terrifying air wave of pressure erupted. Lin Ming didn't even bother to move. It was simply the massive momentum that was contained within him suddenly breaking out at once. A savage and violent true essence recklessly shot out, and an incomparably sharp and deadly storm lifted the marble tiles off the floor. Puff! All 4 of them spat out blood as they flew backwards, their bodies smashing into the floor and rolling back dozens of feet like gourds that had been kicked. 2 of them even helplessly fell into the lake. As for Lin Ming, he hadn't even moved at all. The entire audience was petrified. What? He defeated 4 Peak Hotian masters with a single move? How is that possible? A move? You think that Lin Ming actually made a move? I didn't even see it. He stood there, not moving at all. He only shouted out of my way, and all those people were sent flying backwards by his aura. A Hotian Realm 7 Profound Valleys disciple said. His strength was better. So he was able to see what had happened much more clearly than these second-grade sect disciple. Lin Ming The second-grade sect disciples were startled. What? That youth is Lin Ming? Which Lin Ming? Don't speak such stupid nonsense. Naturally, it is the one who became the champion of the last 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial meeting. That Lin Ming. With this remark, there was a series of gasps within the square, and then silence. At this time, no one cared to ask why Lin Ming hadn't died. Instead, they were only baffled by his overwhelming strength. Lin Ming was only 17 years old. 17 years old. Not only was his cultivation at the late Hotian realm, but his strength had reached such an abnormal degree that he was able to send 4-peak Hotian masters, and even a half-step Xiantian master flying back, wounded. Now, the competition that these so-called talents had before was simply like little babies slapping each other. Nothing but an unsightly event. The second-grade sect martial artists felt like they were living a dream. This was a true top talent. A person like this really existed in this world. The fierce flood sect's Lu Xian watched Lin Ming at the center of the square, his palms oozing sweat. He had grown up under the halo of a genius even since he was a baby, and his character had become naturally arrogant and proud. He believed that after stumbling into the cave mansion of a long-dead, mysterious master of the South Horizon region and obtaining a great lucky chance, that he himself would be able to enter the ranks of the top talents. But now, compared to Lin Ming, he was nothing but a joke. He couldn't help but glance over at Ouyang Ming and saw that his expression was also very perturbed. Although Ouyang Ming hadn't thought that these 4 people would be able to threaten Lin Ming's life, there had still been 4 of them, and they were also skilled in combination attack techniques. At least, they should have forced Lin Ming to expend some effort to deal with them. He never imagined that Lin Ming would only give a single shout, and those 4 would be sent flying backwards. Lin Ming's talent was even more terrifying than it was a year and a half ago. A chill ran up Ouyang Ming's spine. Lin Ming coldly glanced at everyone present. His voice contained a thick, murderous intent as he said, "This is the last and final time I will show mercy. If anyone blocks my path again, then they have walked onto the path of death." All of the 7 Profound Valleys elders' complexions completely changed. Most of the elders present were at the early Xiantian realm, and there were even several that had just entered the early Xiantian realm a few years ago. A moment ago, they were able to see everything that had happened clearly, although that dragon-bearded man and his companions were from a small sect and also had ordinary strength. Their cultivations were still at least at the peak Hotian realm. If they were in Lin Ming's position, they wouldn't have been able to win like Lin Ming. Facing the current Lin Ming, this caused them to give birth to the belief that they could not block his way. Lin Ming gripped the purple comet spear, walking forwards a step at a time. On the spear point, the power of thunder and fire flashed out. Ouyang Boyan's complexion sank until it was able to leak water. He finally realized the most important and dreadful truth. That was that Lin Ming had the ability to deal with him. With every step that Lin Ming took forwards, his momentum became increasingly formidable. Ouyang Boyan felt a heavy pressure weigh down on him. The current Lin Ming was like a death god, and he was listening to the sounds of the netherworld slowly approach. "You are dissolute. You really think that no one in my Acacia faction will stop you?" Just now, a drum-like voice sounded out. A white-robed old man flashed and instantly appeared on the square. He was the Acacia faction elder Ouyang Guang, and his cultivation was at the peak of the middle Xiantian realm. This banquet was also a celebration of him taking a concubine. As one of the hosts of this banquet, how could he allow someone to ruin it like this? Lin Ming calmly looked at Ouyang Guang. His voice was bone-chilling as he said, "You want to block my way? What a joke! This is my Acacia faction. It is not a place where you can be so rampant. You really think you are invincible within this world? How about you kill this old man first?" Lin Ming held the purple comet spear horizontally in front of him, and indifferently said, "Those who block my path will die." Lin Ming already didn't have the tiniest bit of a favorable impression towards the Acacia faction, not to mention the actions of the Acacia faction in the past, just this matter of Ouyang Boyan trying to deal with Qin Xingxuan. How could he have done so and suppressed Qinzia if not for the help of his connections through the Acacia faction? The Acacia faction was a scourge upon the Seven Profound territory. All that the Acacia faction produced were the lowest of scum. Lin Ming was not a bloodthirsty or vicious person, but in dealing with the scum from the Acacia faction, he had no qualms about killing them at all. Truly an arrogant junior. You have no idea what it means to die. With your mere late Hotian realm cultivation, you can roll over martial artists at your level, so you think no one in this world can defeat you. Today, this old man will let you experience what a Xiantian master strength is like. Ouyang Guang gave a loud shout, and true essence erupted from his body. Purple-hued true essence gushed out from his dantian. A Xiantian realm martial artist's dantian contained a cyclone of true essence. Their true essence was much purer and thicker than a Hotian realm martial artist's. A dazzling purple flame instantly condensed into a purple bone lance in Ouyang Guang's hand. From the body of this lance, ghostly cries were emitted. This was the purple flame bone lance of the divine Acacia power. Lin Ming had already seen this move many times, but compared to what he had seen before, the purple bone lance in Ouyang Guang's hand was much thicker and larger. Not just that, but the end was also shaped like a grim and ominous skull. It seemed incomparably fierce. Junior, prepare to die. Ouyang Guang threw out the bone lance in his hands. His target was Lin Ming's stomach. Although he didn't dare to kill Lin Ming, he absolutely wouldn't let him leave unscathed. The ghostly skull lance was fast like lightning. A blurry shadow followed behind it, along with a long tail of purple flames. It cut through the air with the keening wail of ghosts, almost piercing through one's eardrums. Lin Ming's expression was the same, and his eyes were cold. Azure true essence billowed around his body like flames, and one could clearly hear the sound of this incomparably sharp true essence splitting the air. Divine demon thunder soul. Lin Ming thrust out his spear. Thunder howled. A thick arc of purple lightning mixed with a bright blood-red bolt of lightning twining together and forming a giant, revolving beam of lighting. This beam of lightning collided against the purple flame bone lance. Against ghosts and devils, the power of thunder was absolute suppression. After the divine demon thunder soul crashed into the purple flame bone lance, there was only a high-pitched chi-chi-chi sound. The purple flame bone lance was actually like a ball of snow that fell into a blazing furnace. It instantly melted away. The power of thunder didn't diminish in the least. With the sound of rolling thunder, it impacted straight towards Ouyang Guang. Ouyang Guang's eyes widened in surprise and shock. Everyone present was also amazed. Just how was this possible? Everyone already expected that Lin Ming had the strength of a Xiantian realm martial artist, but he shouldn't have been able to so easily break apart Ouyang Guang's killing move. My power of thunder is especially capable at destroying ghosts and devils. Does Elder Ouyang not know even something as basic as this? Lin Ming's voice contained a hint of ridicule, but the attack in his hands didn't slow at all. After the divine demon thunder soul was sent out, Lin Ming's spear potential turned. The fallen star flame erupted. 10,000 flames burning world. First thunder, now flames. Lin Ming displayed the might of thunder and fire to the limit. Ouyang Guang paled. He gave a loud shout, and the air around him distorted. The tiles underneath his feet were seared red by heat. He thrust his hands out like he was forming claws. A blood-red light seemed to envelop his entire body. Blood demon claws. With a flash of blood-colored light, a crimson blood claw shot out. This was a martial skill from the sixth layer of the divine Acacia power. It contained over 90% of Ouyang Guang's true strength. Lin Ming smiled. The divine Acacia power was originally martial arts from the demonic path. In the past, Zhang Guanyu's life-severing dead bone blade, Ouyang Dihua's soul-severing blood skull, Ouyang Zifeng's purple flame bone lance, and even the current Ouyang Guang's blood demon claws. All of them were the same school of martial arts. With each attack, it consumed one's own blood vitality. Thus, those who cultivated these skills had to double cultivate and suck dry the primordialine energy of women in order to make up for their own lost energy. To use this cultivation method against someone like Lin Ming, well, that could only be considered their bad luck. Blood extinguishing demon thunder. Within Lin Ming's hand, the light of thunder began to turn, becoming a crimson blood-colored python of electricity. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder was born to suck dry blood essence. Kacha! The crimson python opened its great jaws and directly chomped down on the blood demon claws, instantly swallowing it. What? Ouyang Guang was unable to believe what had happened in front of his own eyes. However, he no longer had time to even feel dismay. The purple flames and thunder had already arrived in front of him. Ouyang Guang took out a long sword and slashed down. Bang! After being weakened twice, the python of lightning was chopped apart by Ouyang Guang's sword. However, the fallen star flame made a solid strike against Ouyang Guang's bodily true essence protection. The fallen star flame had a unique ability to corrode anything it touched. It immediately ripped open dozens of tiny gaps in Ouyang Guang's bodily true essence protection, and the full power of that corrosive flame sunk into Ouyang Guang's meridians. Ouyang Guang immediately shook, paled, and bled from his nose. As the audience saw this, every martial artist fell silent. The peak of the middle Xiantian realm, Ouyang Guang had already been injured so heavily after just a few rounds of battle. Chapter 4:21 Sweeping All Away. Chapter 4:21 Sweeping All Away. Chapter 4:21 Sweeping All Away. Kia. Lin Ming's strength had already exceeded the scope of understanding of every martial artist present. All of the young heroic elites present that thought to display their skills during this banquet competition suddenly realized that compared to Lin Ming, they were no more than little ants crawling around. Lin Ming was younger than them, and the difference in their strength was like the heavens and earth. How could they still live knowing this? At this time in the center of the square, the Acacia faction elder Ouyang Guang was bleeding from his nose, and his face was red all over. Previously, he said that he would show Lin Ming just how strong a Xiantian realm master was, but now, in just a few moves, he had been injured to the point of bleeding from his nose. In front of a group of juniors, Ouyang Guang had disgracefully lost. Lin Ming's spear shook, and the purple comet spear was pointed directly towards Ouyang Guang's head. The spear point began to twinkle with lightning. Ouyang Guang's face turned liver-red. This Lin Ming had gone too far. For someone as noble and respected as Ouyang Guang, what he most valued was his face. But now, he was actually being provoked by a junior who was pointing a spear at his face. And on top of that, what was most atrocious was that he couldn't stop Lin Ming. If he tried to attack him again, the result would be the same. This was slapping him on the face. This was simply slapping him again and again and again on the face. Good. Very good. Ouyang Guang trembled with rage. What are you all doing standing around like stunned idiots? Are you planning on letting this rampant boy strut around however he wants? At this time, Ouyang Guang no longer cared about what face he had left. He waved his hand, calling all the Acacia faction elders to join together. At this time, the Acacia faction's pride had already been demolished by Lin Ming. If they didn't brace themselves and act together, then maybe their Acacia faction might not even have the face to stay in the Seven Profound territory anymore. There were 5 Acacia faction elders that came to attend this banquet celebration. Besides Ouyang Guang and Ouyang Boyan, the rest of them were at the early Xiantian realm. For 5 elders to surround and besiege a junior, let alone the Acacia faction disciples, even the martial artists from other small sects felt their faces burn with shame. Ouyang Ming looked at the scene in the center of the square and felt tense. He could no longer watch this. Send a sound transmission to the sovereign. Have the sovereign leave seclusion, or else our Acacia faction will be demolished by Lin Ming. As Ouyang Ming helplessly spoke, he was already completely numb to Lin Ming. A year and a half ago, he had seen the early pulse condensation period Lin Ming defeat the peak pulse condensation period Jiang Baoyan. Although this was undoubtedly amazing, he could still accept this reality. Just a moment ago, with just a cultivation at the late Hotian realm, he had managed to defeat the middle Xiantian realm, Ouyang Guang. This was simply unbelievable. Now, he would resist the combined strength of 5 great elders by himself. Lin Ming, oh Lin Ming, just how much will you rampage until you are willing to give up the soul-severing blood skull? Within the square, Ouyang Boyan had also joined the battle. With a single move of this soul-severing blood skull, half the square was instantly covered with brilliant purple flames. Behind Ouyang Boyan, 2 newly promoted Acacia faction elders used life-severing bone blades, blocking off all directions that Lin Ming could dodge in. Soon after, Ouyang Guang used the purple flame bone lance once more. The purple flame bone lance and Ouyang Boyan's soul-severing blood skull fused together, creating an overwhelming blood wave that swept down from the sky. This blood wave was monstrous. It was as if the void itself were tearing apart. The 5 elders had gone all out in their attacks. At this moment, they had thrown away any face they had left. For this, they were prepared to make any sacrifice. If they couldn't defeat Lin Ming here, their Acacia faction would never be able to walk out in the light of day. With the 5 Xiantian elders joining their attacks together, an incomparably formidable power was created. The martial artists present could only feel their blood essence swell up, as if their blood itself was being attracted towards the center of the stage and wanted to break out of their bodies. This was an extremely discomforting feeling. Many martial artists couldn't help but conjure up all the true essence of their body to resist the deadly corrosive effect that the aura of this attack was having on their blood and soul. It's too strong. Truly worthy of being a joint attack from 5 great Xiantian elders. If just the aura itself is so strong, how could anyone possibly defend against this? Facing this turbulent attack that was like the raging waves of the sea, Lin Ming's expression sank. Tempering marrow true essence erupted. On the purple comet spear, the divine demon thunder soul and fallen star, flame, essence madly howled. A series of popping sounds exploded from within Lin Ming's body. Behind Lin Ming, a solid, lifelike phantom of an azure dragon appeared. Flames converged, thunder roared. Berserk true essence erupted like a volcano. Thunder fire annihilation. Bang! Lin Ming thrust out his spear, and a terrifying power of thunder and fire exploded out, echoing in the air. In that instant, it seemed as if the world itself had lost all color. A blinding light obscured the vision of everyone present. In that moment, the thunderous sound left everyone deaf. The power of thunder and fire surged out like a massive tsunami, and the waters of the lake raised into rough waves dozens of feet high, causing all the nearby pavilions to crash down. Every banquet table was overturned. Every nearby martial artist was sent flying back, and some of them who were weaker vomited blood and then crashed onto the floor, unconscious. The competition square was located on the main island. Thus, most of the disciples present were from the Acacia faction. That they had to bear the full brunt of this attack was just their bad luck. In comparison, The martial artists from small sects had an insufficient status and were stationed on the nearby islands. They all began to count their lucky stars for being able to avoid this catastrophe. Plop, 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 plop. Dozens of Acacia faction disciples that had been sent flying backwards landed in the lake. The entire island was in a state of absolute chaos. After the blinding flash of light passed, the entire square was in confusion. In the center of the square, there were only 3 individuals left standing: Lin Ming, Ouyang Boyan, and Ouyang Guang. As for the other 3 early Xiantian realm Acacia faction elders, their bodies were lying still on the ground, on the verge of death. With the might of his spear, Lin Ming had struck down 3 great Xiantian elders. As the martial artists that had their bearings saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Qin Zia was shocked, and even Qin Xingxuan behind him had the same expression plastered on her face. She knew that her Lin Ming was extremely strong, but she never imagined that it would be to such a terrifying degree. No wonder Lin Ming had dared to single-handedly storm the gates of the 7 profound valleys Acacia faction. Lin Ming gripped the purple comet spear. The spear pointed towards the ground. His long hair was blown up by the waves of true essence, recklessly floating in the wind. At this time, his appearance was no different from that of a god of war. As Ouyang Guang faced Lin Ming, he unconsciously took several steps back. His lips trembled, and a deep fear arose from his scattered mind. Was this really strength that a human could possess? At 17 years of age, this Lin Ming had resisted a combined attack from 5 Xiantian elders. Not only that, but 3 of them had been severely injured. Lin Ming didn't intend to give any of them a chance to catch their breath. His feet trod the ground, and he shot forwards, his spear stabbing towards Ouyang Boyan. The normally cold and gloomy-looking Ouyang Boyan now only had an expression of utter fear on his face. He realized that if he was unlucky today, he might really die here, under the threat of imminent death. Ouyang Boyan punched himself in the chest, forcing out a mouthful of blood, and then spraying it on his own treasure sword. The originally blue treasure sword had turned an eerie blood red after absorbing the blood. This was a move from the divine Acacia power that damaged one's cultivation and required the steep price of blood essence to use. Once he used it, it would be difficult to recover the damage to his origin energy, and it would take at least a year to recover. As for his blood essence, that was forever lost. Ouyang Boyan did not have vermilion bird blood essence, nor did he have the secret techniques of Divine Phoenix Island to transplant blood essence. Once he lost blood essence, he would never be able to recover it. After he used a move that cost him a part of his life and cultivation, Ouyang Boyan's expression was fierce and grim. His face was a deep, vivid red, as if he had been possessed by a demon. Ouyang Boyan already hated Lin Ming to the marrow of his bones. He wished to kill him as quickly as possible. "Lin Ming, you die here." A sword slashed down. The sword blade became increasingly bright red, as if it were dripping fresh blood. Horrifying screams filled the air. Sword energy howled, and monstrous waves of blood covered the skies. "Ca." Ouyang Boyan stabbed out with his sword. The crimson sword formed a crimson storm. The marble tiles under his feet once again shattered, flying into the sky. Wind swirled around the sword, creating a long red line that directly shot towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming sneered. The divine demon steel needle fused into the purple comet spear. Spear and thunder became one. Arcs of lightning crazily sizzled. Blood extinguishing demon thunder. Lin Ming thrust out his spear, and his entire body emitted explosive crackling sounds. The purple comet spear was enveloped in a thick red electric python. It howled as it struck the crimson storm. Hung, hung, hung. A series of explosions split the air. The crimson storm was constantly being torn apart and shredded by the power of thunder. At the same time, the red electric python also melted. Ouyang Boyan had burned his own blood essence as the price to make this desperate attack, and he was actually able to evenly match with Lin Ming. Lin Ming was a bit surprised. Immediately, he turned his spear, and the blood-extinguishing demon thunder instantly shrank into the divine demon steel needle. It found an opening and pierced into the crimson blood storm. As Lin Ming and Ouyang Boyan were locked in a desperate struggle, they didn't have much strength left over to do much else. The scarlet bloodstorm that managed to approach Lin Ming was burned away to nothing by the raging power of the fallen star flame. Meanwhile, the divine demon steel needle had reached Ouyang Boyan's front. As Ouyang Boyan saw a small flash of light, his heart was incomparably shocked. He revolved his protective true essence to the limit, and countless purple flames emerged from his body, covering him. At this point, the purple and red divine demon steel needle mercilessly stabbed into the purple flames. With a small sizzle of electricity, it penetrated through the protective purple flames. In that moment, Ouyang Boyan felt like his spirit had left his body. He could clearly feel the breath of death approaching him. His bodily true essence protection was able to resist for just a moment. Then it was completely burned away and disappeared by the power of thunder. In this critical moment, Ouyang Boyan yelled out and reached out a hand to grab the divine demon steel needle. As Ouyang Boyan stretched out his left hand and grabbed the divine demon steel needle, his left hand was instantly charred black, and the blood and energy within his arm were rapidly absorbed by the divine demon thunder soul through his meridians. In that instant, Ouyang Boyan's left arm had withered down to nothing. Ouyang Boyan's eyes filled with blood. Without hesitation, he sliced off his own left arm. Blood spurted out. A shriveled arm fell onto the floor like a slab of overly cured bacon. As everyone on the island saw this, they fell into absolute silence. A lost arm. Ouyang Boyan was disabled. A severe wound and a disability were two entirely different concepts. In many cases, to a martial artist, when their arm was cut off, it wasn't much different than killing them. Before this, many of those present had subconsciously thought there would be a little bit of drama and a nice play before matters settled. Although Lin Ming would be able to show off his strength, in the end, he wouldn't be able to do much to harm Ouyang Boyan. But now, it seemed as if this banquet celebration was about to become a battlefield of spilled blood. Lin Ming coldly sneered. In order to stop his blood essence from leaving his body, Ouyang Boyan had cut off his own arm. These Acacia faction martial artists were truly decisive when it concerned their survival. But how will you defend against my next attack? Lin Ming flexed his fingers. The divine demon steel needle that had forced Ouyang Boyan to cut off his own arm appeared once again. With a flick of his fingers, it rushed towards Ouyang Boyan. At this time, Ouyang Boyan's hair was disheveled. His left arm was gone, and he was charred all over and dripping with blood. As he saw the divine demon steel needle approach in his own eyes once again, his eyes began to glaze over with the color of dying despair. As long as this needle pierced him, he would die. At this moment, a loud shout rolled out like thunder. Stop. Chapter 4, 22 Acacia, Sovereign Ouyang. Chapter 4, 22 Acacia, Sovereign Ouyang. Chapter 4, 22 Acacia, Sovereign Ouyang. At this moment, a loud shout rolled out like thunder. Stop. Everyone in the square followed the source of the loud voice. 1,000 feet away, they could see a white-clothed man quickly closing in at an extreme speed. Even though he was 1,000 feet away, he was able to cross 100 feet in an instant. All of the Acacia faction disciples were immediately overjoyed. It's the Sovereign. The Sovereign has come. The Acacia faction sovereign was Ouyang Shenxiu. His cultivation was at the extreme Xiantian realm. Within all of the Xiantian masters of the 7 profound valleys, his strength was ranked in the top 4. However, Lin Ming didn't care about Ouyang Xinxiu's warning. He still drove the divine demon Thunder Soul towards Ouyang Boyan for the killing blow. Insolence! Ouyang Xinxiu was still a few hundred feet away. It wouldn't be easy for him to stop this divine demon steel needle. Go! Ouyang Xinxiu slashed out with his sword, and a red sword energy accurately struck the divine demon steel needle. However, this move was too hasty, and it was too far away. Although the divine demon steel needle fiercely trembled, a massive power of thunder still fell onto Ouyang Boyan's body like a typhoon. In the blink of an eye, the fragile true essence that protected Ouyang Boyan was torn to shreds. He gave a pitiful scream, and then his body was tossed high into the air. His hair was completely singed off, and he crashed back down like a pheasant that had been shot, his entire body covered in blood. Ouyang Boyan's body twitched, and then he vomited out a large pool of blood. He had already lost a great deal of energy, and now there was almost nothing left. As Ouyang Xinxiu arrived at the square, he saw Ouyang Boyan's pitiful state, and his complexion sunk. He had warned in advance, but Lin Ming had still turned a deaf ear and cast down a heavy-handed attack. Pooh! Pooh! Closely following behind Ouyang Xinxiu were 2 white-clothed men. They were both disciples that Ouyang Xinxiu had received many years ago. They had just broken through to the early Xiantian realm about 10 years ago, and could be considered among the most shallow and weak of elders. As one of them saw Ouyang Boyan's current state, his eyes turned red. He was someone who shared a father and mother with Ouyang Boyan, his blood brother, Ouyang Baksu. He instantly appeared at Ouyang Boyan's side and fed him some life-maintaining pills. As Ouyang Baksu stood up, his eyes were filled with a murderous intent, no different from a raging vicious beast. Lin Ming, I'll kill you! Ouyang Baksu raised his sword and was about to rush forwards when Ouyang Xinxiu coldly snorted and said, "Draw back!" Ouyang Baksu immediately paled. He grit his teeth and drew back a single step, but his eyes still flashed with fury and bone-deep loathing as he kept them glued to Lin Ming. "Lin Ming, you've returned." Ouyang Xinxiu indifferently looked at Lin Ming. During the 7 Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting, Ouyang Xinxiu had once casually met with Lin Ming. He had even invited Lin Ming to join the Acacia faction, but had eventually let it go. "Sovereign Ouyang," Lin Ming said as he faced Ouyang Xinxiu. His expression was the same. Lin Ming did not fear Ouyang Xinxiu. He knew that sooner or later this old man would jump out of the woodworks. He was the only enemy here that he needed to take seriously. Before this old man appeared, Lin Ming was trying to reserve as much strength as he could. He would never have used Thunderfire Annihilation a moment ago if he didn't have to fend off the combined attack of 5 elders. But even though he had used that move, he had only used 30% of its total strength. There was still 70% of the power of thunder and fire left within the heretical god seed, and it was also recovering at a breakneck pace. Lin Ming, the 7 Profound Valleys has been good to you. You studied at Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 Profound Martial House, and afterwards you became champion of the Total Faction Martial Meeting. The 7 Profound Valleys even granted you a heaven-opening pill, but you still forced your way into the 7 Profound Valleys and severely wounded and crippled elders of my Acacia faction. Just what is your reasoning behind this? Has been good to me? Lin Ming coldly sneered. The 7 Profound Valleys plundered the martial cultivation resources of Sky Fortune Kingdom, making it so that the martial artists of Sky Fortune Kingdom wouldn't have resources available to them. Even breaking through to the pulse condensation period is something they can only vainly aspire towards. The 7 Profound Martial Houses are just a form of returning some of the resources that you lot have plundered, and the so-called fostering talents is so that the 7 Profound Valleys can use them for themselves. Is it some form of graciousness? Hardly. A year and a half ago, I was of great value to the Seven Profound Valleys, so the Seven Profound Valleys naturally treated me well. But after the Seven Profound Valleys heard news of my death, Ouyang Boyan finally decided to take revenge for personal grudges between us. He repeatedly acted and plotted against Qin Xingxuan, the Qin family, Lin family, and everyone else involved with me. Weren't these deeds all done through the connections of your Ouyang family clan? When I left the Seven Profound Valleys, Divine Phoenix Island already paid a high enough price for me. I no longer owe the Seven Profound Valleys anything. The reason that I came here today is to demand that justice be served. Ouyang Boyan must die. Ouyang Xinxiu deeply frowned. He had rushed to the scene, and yet Lin Ming had let out this raving rant in front of him. If he allowed Lin Ming to kill Ouyang Boyan here, then how would he be able to establish himself in the martial arts world? This old man is not clear about what matters you speak of. Ouyang Xinxiu was not lying. As a top figure of the Seven Profound Valleys, he naturally wouldn't concern himself over these minor matters. But he believed that Lin Ming was mostly speaking the truth, and he also had a certain understanding of Ouyang Boyan's character. Someone like him could absolutely do what Lin Ming had described. Even if what you said is true, isn't that young girl behind you, Miss Qin? Even if Ouyang Boyan had tried to harm her, she is safe and sound. Yet you actually cut off Ouyang Boyan's arm and severely wounded him, completely wasting away his road of martial arts. Haven't you just gone too far? Ha ha! Lin Ming chuckled. Safe and sound? What a well-said safe and sound. By holding the lives of the Qin family in his hands, Ouyang Boyan forced Qin Xingxuan to go to Blood Demon Island for over a month. When I arrived there, Qin Xingxuan's body had already been exhausted of all the blood essence she had, and her life was at its end. If it wasn't for me using miracle medicine that is sufficient to create several revolving core masters, then she would have already turned to ashes. And that is what you call safe and sound. Lin Ming's words caused the entire audience to gasp in shock. Sufficient miracle medicine to create several revolving core masters. Heavens! If what Lin Ming said was true, then using such amazing medicine that could create several revolving core masters on a pulse condensation period junior was simply a careless waste of heaven's treasures. Ouyang Xinxiu's lips twitched. Even he had distant hopes to one day step into the revolving core realm. But these were only hopes and were in reality an unachievable dream. In this generation of Seven Profound Valleys elders and sovereigns, only the Sword Faction's sovereign Jiang Wuji had a slim chance to break into the revolving core realm, but it was more likely that he would fail. The one with the greatest hopes of stepping into the revolving core realm was currently the Sword Faction's chief disciple, Jiang Baoyun. Ouyang Xinxiu couldn't help but ask Ouyang Guang a question through a true essence sound transmission. How strong is Lin Ming? Ouyang Guang thought deeply about this for a moment, and then responded, he should be equal to a late Xiantian realm master. Just a moment ago, me, Ouyang Boyan, and 3 other elders collaborated in a joint attack on him, but we were actually defeated in a single move. And that move should also be Lin Ming's final decisive ability. Late Xiantian realm. Ouyang Xinxiu's complexion sank. Ouyang Guang's strength was already at the peak of the middle Xiantian realm. Yet even though 4 other elders had joined forces with him and combined their attacks, they were defeated by Lin Ming's counterattack. Lin Ming's strength had absolutely reached at least the late Xiantian realm. A 17-year-old with strength at the late Xiantian realm. That was simply an unimaginable dream. Within the 7 Profound Valleys, there were nearly 100 Xiantian masters, and over half of them were stranded at the early Xiantian realm. 20 to 30 were at the middle Xiantian realm. And as for those at the late Xiantian realm or extreme Xiantian realm, there were only a mere handful of elders. In fact, there weren't really more late Xiantian realm masters than there were extreme Xiantian masters. The Acacia faction only had two vice-sovereigns that had been able to reach the late Xiantian realm. They had gone to participate in the South Sea War and still hadn't returned. Thus, one could see just how rare the late Xiantian realm was. If it were possible, Ouyang Shinxiu wouldn't want to make Lin Ming his enemy. But now he was unable to back down. He had ridden the tiger, and there was no disembarking from this wild ride. If someone were freely allowed to sweep away his Acacia faction at such an important occasion without any punishment, then how could his Acacia faction further establish themselves in the future? Ouyang Shinxiu grit his teeth and said, "Since that's the case, Ouyang Boyan has already paid a sufficient price. Relinquish this matter, and I will no longer pursue it. But since you forced your way into my Acacia faction's greatest peak and also injured so many elders and disciples, I have no choice but to punish you. Take my 3 moves. If you can take my 3 moves, then regardless of whether you live or die, I will consider everything settled. Relinquish this matter, and you will no longer pursue it." Lin Ming's eyebrows rose, and then he sneered. "I am the one that Ouyang Boyan had tried to deal with. Just what qualifications do you have to say that you will no longer pursue anything at all? Today, I will take Ouyang Boyan's life. As for anyone who tries to stop me, from now on they will only be my mortal enemy." Ooh. Lin Ming. Ouyang Shinxiu's complexion was extremely ugly. He had already taken a step back and tried to resolve matters. Although he had said regardless of life or death, the truth was that he didn't dare to kill Lin Ming. The most he would do was severely wound him. As long as Lin Ming was just injured, he would be fine after resting up. This matter would be settled, and he would also gain face for being able to resolve matters like this. But he hadn't expected that Lin Ming would be contemptuous and try to bully others like so. This caused Ouyang Shinxiu to burn with anger. "Lin Ming, do you really think that there is no one in my Acacia faction that can stop you? Good. I had originally planned to just give you a light little spanking, but since you insist on being so arrogant and pushing things beyond your limits, then today I will have to personally see whether or not you can take Boyan's life." As Ouyang Shinxiu finished speaking, he took a fierce step forwards. His aura erupted, and waves of roiling blood surged out, overwhelming the world. Whether or it was the elders or disciples, everyone nearby was forced back by this suppressive aura. There were already those that had learned their lesson. The lower-level disciples had already experienced this before, and besides several great elders, all the other disciples launched their fastest movement techniques to flee from the main island to avoid being collateral damage. Even Ouyang Ming was forced back and retreated all the way to the edge of the main island. As for the proud Lu Xian from the Fierce Flood sect, he naturally couldn't lose face by running. He wanted to stay on the main island, but after looking at the Ouyang Shinxiu's intimidating aura, he grit his teeth and returned to a pavilion that floated on the water. The shock waves of Lin Ming's Thunderfire Annihilation had already forced him to use every bit of his strength to just barely be able to resist it. Now, in the face of this even higher-level battle, Lu Xian realized that he didn't have the qualifications to stand nearby. "Lin Ming, you are far too unruly, not respecting others, and acting like you can dominate anyone you cross. Even if you have the backing of Divine Phoenix Island, I will still teach you a lesson. In these 3 moves, I will not hold back. Whether you live or die, that will be the price that you pay." Lin Ming held the spear horizontally in his hands, silent. His eyes were like the stars in the deep night sky, bright and calm. However, at this time Lin Ming was actually feeling the blood boiling within his body. His fighting spirit was brimming over. Extreme Xiantian. Not too long ago, he had believed that those at the extreme Xiantian realm were top masters. Shizongtian, Ouyang Shinxiu, Jiang Wuji. Which one of these characters weren't gods among men that could shake the entire 7 profound territory with but a single word? A year and a half ago, facing these characters, he could only vainly look up at them. But now Lin Ming was standing right in front of an extreme Xiantian master, ready to fight. When an ant became a fierce tiger, he would look back on the road he walked and inevitably feel vibrant and ambitious after seeing just how far he had come. In this battle, by exchanging blows with an extreme Xiantian master, I'll be able to find out just what martial arts realm of 65% tempering marrow boundary can bring me to. Chapter 4, 23, Purple Flame, Crystal Conversion. Chapter 4, 23, Purple Flame, Crystal Conversion. Chapter 4, 23, Purple Flame, Crystal Conversion. Ouyang Xinxiu stood in the center of the square, coldly looking at Lin Ming. It was unknown when, but a light black fog began to cover his face, making it difficult for others to see him. In this black fog, there was only a pair of vibrant red eyes that shined through. A cold light continuously flashed out from these eyes, causing anyone who dared to glance at them to feel a deep, despairing fear. Ka, ka, ka. Ouyang Xinxiu gripped his fists together, and a purple flame ignited on his hands. This was similar to the purple flame bone lance that Ouyang Guang had used earlier. What is going on? Sovereign Ouyang is not using a sword? On the various lake islands, all the Acacia faction disciples were surprised as they spoke. Those of the Acacia faction used a sword. If a sword user were to use their fists, their power would naturally weaken by a great deal. In conclusion, Ouyang Xinxiu still feared Divine Phoenix Island. Since he clearly knew that he couldn't kill Lin Ming without provoking a calamity upon himself, he might as well not use his sword, and only use his fists and sword fingers. Everyone could see this modest and humble act. If he easily defeated Lin Ming without using his sword, he would be able to display his own style and aura as a master. No one would say that he was a senior that was bullying the weak and the young, but instead would say that his strength was vast and fathomless. This was Ouyang Xinxiu's plan. If he were to defeat Lin Ming by creating a big ruckus and using an overwhelming momentum, he would lose face even if he won on a small island. Another Acacia faction disciple blankly stared at the disciple who had just spoken. What do you know? Sovereign Ouyang is going easy on Lin Ming. This is the sovereign's grace. Even in this situation, he is still staying his hand. I can only hope that Lin Ming knows what's good for him and doesn't ignore this kindness. Otherwise, the sovereign will teach him a harsh lesson. So, it's like this. The sovereign is indeed great. All the lower-level disciples couldn't help but compliment and praise the sovereign. Within the entire Acacia faction, there was only a single person who had practiced the divine Acacia power to the limit of the 7th layer. To all the disciples of the Acacia faction, Ouyang Xinxiu was no different than a god. You won't draw your swords? Lin Ming asked with a smile. Ouyang Xinxiu sneered. Although his swordless strength was lacking, his sword fingers were still far more than enough. If Lin Ming thought that he would be able to take matters lightly just because he wasn't using a sword, then he would be sorely mistaken. 10,000 shadow fingers. Ouyang Xinxiu flicked his fingers, and thousands upon thousands of purple beams shot out from his hands like a violent storm of purple rain. Lin Ming's spear shook, and his entire skeleton began to emit crackling noises. He used 30% of his tempering marrow true essence. 10,000 flames, burning world. Ho! A raging inferno of fire swept out. A gale of wind swept up Lin Ming's long hair, scattering it in the wind. The fiery conflagration smashed into the purple beams of light, and with explosive caw, caw, caw sounds, the flames and purple lights began to melt together, shattering against each other. Ouyang Xinxiu's sword fingers issued a sharp whistling sound. Lin Ming stood against this strength, and his tempering marrow true essence erupted with 50% force. The might of the spear, irresistible. The sword fingers were suddenly torn apart by the flames. Ouyang Xinxiu frowned. The area where their energies were colliding was becoming increasingly intense. Show. An azure true essence that seemed to devour all light shot out. Lin Ming's spear shook, and the phantom of an azure dragon appeared behind him. His spear thrust straight towards Ouyang Xinxiu's chest. Explosions filled the air like rolling thunder. The power of the spear erupted. 10,000 vibrating threads of true essence locked down the void. Ouyang Xinxiu only felt a sudden tightening of the space around him, and a strong oppressive sense as his aura began to distort under this pressure. As Ouyang Xinxiu saw the shining spear point stabbing towards his chest, his expression finally changed. He waved his hand, and a deep red light condensed in his hands, gradually manifesting into a 4-foot-long sword. Peng! Ouyang Xinxiu's sword cut down on Lin Ming's spear point. When a sword and spear collided, the sword would always be at a disadvantage. Lin Ming's lips panned up in a dark grin. The complete strength of tempering marrow opened. The violent and tempered power of thunder and fire mixed with the complete tempering marrow true essence, exploding like a volcano. Peng! Sword and spear crossed. Ouyang Xinxiu felt as if his sword had cut across a mountain. A chaotic and uncontrollable flux of energy broke into his body, causing his blood to stop. His body suddenly shook, and he was forced to soar backwards and into the air by Lin Ming's unstoppable spear potential. Lin Ming's attack was extremely quick, but Ouyang Xinxiu's retreat had also been extremely quick. To the casual observer, it seemed as if Lin Ming's spear had sent Ouyang Xinxiu flying backwards. Lin Ming's spear shot towards Ouyang Xinxiu in the sky. Ouyang Xinxiu's blood-red eyes shot open. Ah! Break for me! Ouyang Xinxiu gave a loud shot, and purple flames broke forth from his entire body. This was the eruption of an extreme Xiantian master's true strength. Under the impact of the strong force, Lin Ming's offensive finally disintegrated. As Lin Ming flew through the air, he finally stopped, his toes pointing towards the ground. Like a feather, he gently floated onto the square, his spear still pointed at Ouyang Xinxiu in the sky. The entire audience fell into silence. All of the Acacia faction disciples that had been speaking so highly of Ouyang Xinxiu shut up. Ouyang Xinxiu had been forced to fly away by his spear. Lin Ming's strength is equal to that of Ouyang Xinxiu. A second-grade sex elder said, stunned. Although it had seemed like Lin Ming had suppressed Ouyang Xinxiu with his attack, the truth was that Ouyang Xinxiu had taken great care to not use a weapon, and also held back in his attack. Thus, this was the result, and that was why to this second-grade sect elder, it seemed as if Lin Ming's strength was almost equal to that of Ouyang Xinxiu. How could that be possible? Sovereign Ouyang used less than half his strength in that last move. An Acacia faction disciples stubbornly said, in their eyes, Ouyang Xinxiu was an invincible existence. Just wait to see our sovereign use the 7th layer of the divine Acacia power. The world itself will change. This Lin Ming boy won't be able to block it. Humph, let alone Lin Ming. Even if Jiang Wuji came here himself, he would still have 3 points of fear. The Acacia faction disciples all held their breath as they spoke. But the disciples of the smaller sects didn't quite believe this. It was obvious from their eyes that were filled with suspicious. At this time on the square, Lin Ming gave off a feeling like he was an ocean, an unfathomable and inestimable force. Perhaps Ouyang Xinxiu's 7th layer of the divine Acacia power was incomparable in power, but who knew what other secret cards Lin Ming had hidden up his sleeve? Since he had the confidence to force his way into the 7 profound valleys and take Ouyang Boyan's life, his strength might even be beyond this. Ouyang Xinxiu was deeply ashamed. Before, he had only used his sword fingers, but not only was he not able to suppress Lin Ming in the first move, but he was actually forced by Lin Ming to use his sword, and even forced to retreat into the air. This boy's strength was at least equal to someone at the top of the late Xiantian realm. it was even possible. As Ouyang Xinxiu thought this, his expression changed. That was simply impossible. A late Houtian realm martial artist could have strength equal to an extreme Xiantian martial artist. He couldn't accept this conclusion. His own cultivation was at the extreme Xiantian realm. If a late Houtian boy were to have the same level of strength as him, then that would simply be too pitiful to bear. He could not accept this. Regardless of how strong Lin Ming was, it was true that when he was fighting Ouyang Guang and his group, he had still been hiding his strength. Ouyang Xinxiu's eyes were brilliant as he stared at Lin Ming. Before, he had said that after 3 moves, he would drop all matters regardless of life or death. But if he couldn't even manage to harm a single hair on Lin Ming after 3 moves, and was also forced back because of a counterattack, he would completely lose any face he had. This boy. Ouyang Xinxiu's eyes gradually turned ice cold. He extended his long sword and then gave a loud shout. With a whistling sound, Ouyang Xinxiu's long sword suddenly kindled to life with purple flames. A moment later, these purple flames shrank, manifesting into reality and attaching onto the sword. These purple flames turned into a thin layer of purple crystal. This sword had become an amethyst blade. That's the purple flame crystal conversion. An Acacia faction disciple shouted from a small island. The purple flame crystal conversion was a magic technique that was only found within the 7th layer of the divine Acacia power. Once one cultivated the divine Acacia power to the 7th layer, they would have long-lasting youth, and their young essence wouldn't dissipate. Although it was impossible to extend one's life beyond what was allowed by their cultivation, just that fact that their young essence wouldn't fade was already a great temptation for many Acacia faction disciples. Currently, within the entire Acacia faction, only Ouyang Xinxiu had cultivated the divine Acacia power to the peak of the 7th layer. This was also the reason that Ouyang Xinxiu, although he was 300 to 400 years old, still appeared to resemble an attractive middle-aged man. The sovereign used the purple flame crystal conversion from the 7th layer of the divine Acacia power cultivation method. As this amethyst sword appeared, many Acacia faction disciples felt proud and happy. When Ouyang Xinxiu had been pushed back by Lin Ming a moment ago, they had almost fallen into despair. Ha! The sovereign is finally serious. Let's see just how this boy will block the purple flame crystal conversion this time. Once Ouyang Xinxiu used the 7th layer of the divine Acacia power, that was his message that he would no longer use a light hand. Lin Ming slightly narrowed his eyes. As he looked at the amethyst sword in Ouyang Xinxiu's hand, he was able to see that the purple flame's darkening energy had disappeared and instead turned into pure energy. The highest level of the divine Acacia power can force the darkening energy to return to its natural state. This cultivation method also has a few good points. Lin Ming held the purple cum spear flat and readied himself to completely invest everything he had in this battle. Before this, he had repeatedly saved his strength, and it was all for this moment. Lin Ming's power was very explosive, but it was simply unable to last for an extended period of time. In the end, his cultivation was simply too insufficient. The true essence in his dantian and tempered marrow combined was still far inferior in thickness to that of an extreme Xiantian master. He had to ensure that he would be at his best condition when facing Ouyang Xinxiu. The purple lights gathered from all over towards Ouyang Xinxiu's sword. The entire blade radiated a dazzling purple light, and ghostly cries emitted from it. On Ouyang Xinxiu's body, dozens of purple beams of light shot into the sky. All of these light beams were spurred by Ouyang Xinxiu's sword, and then pierced towards Lin Ming. Sound seemed to disappear. This sword had created a near-perfect potential. This strange sword attack swallowed all sound side, touching upon a faint and elusive concept. What a terrifying sword! This Ouyang Xinxiu has not only cultivated the divine Acacia power to the limit, but He also has such a deep and profound understanding into swordsmanship. I wonder just how Lin Ming will defend against this. Within a pavilion on the lake, a martial family head with great eyesight spoke. Facing the full force of Ouyang Xinxiu, Lin Ming's expression was calm, as usual. However, the true essence within his body had already been circulating to the limit. In the realms of martial artists, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the disparity in between boundaries. When Lin Ming was at the late post-condensation period, his strength was comparable to an early Xiantian master. However, he was not naive enough to think that after his cultivation had jumped an entire realm, his power was now equal to a revolving core master. Against the full force of Ouyang Xinxiu, Lin Ming did not underestimate him at all. Heretical God Force, open. After experiencing the trials within the divine phoenix mystic realm for nearly an entire year, the power that came from reaching the second layer of the heretical God Force completely erupted. Chapter 4, 24, Horrifyingly Fierce. Chapter 4, 24, Horrifyingly Fierce. Chapter 4, 24. Horrifyingly fierce. As the heretical God Force was opened, Lin Ming was like a monster that leapt out from an endless abyss. His momentum completely broke free. As Lin Ming gripped the purple comet spear, the ground underneath him began to shake, and cracks began to spread out from where he was like a spiderweb. He flourished his spear, and countless tiles of white marble rolled up like a mat, with countless stones and rocks being sent swirling in a high-speed vortex. If a weaker martial artist were to be touched by these chunks of stone, it would pierce a bloody hole through their body. After the heretical God Force's aura of the second layer erupted, all of the martial artists present, including even the Xiantian elders, felt a great suppressive pressure. They had no choice but to revolve their true essence to resist it. Ouyang Xinxiu's amethyst sword cut down. On top of the sword, the amethyst layer had already grown 9 feet long. That 4-foot sword had actually become a 9-foot-long greatsword. Break! Ouyang Xinxiu's sword cut out. Kacha! Sword energy and spear light wove as they smashed into each other, creating a cold and terrifying storm of true essence. The true essence tore apart the earth, sending massive crushed stones flying high into the air. Giant waves appeared on the lake, as if it were in the middle of a sea storm. Under the force of such a crazily strong impact, Lin Ming's body was blown backwards like a leaf. Puff, puff, puff. Lin Ming was flung away from the main island and fell on top of the lake. Just as he was about to land, Lin Ming waved his sleeves, and a cool breeze surrounded him, supporting his body in the air. Lin Ming slowly settled down, bouncing atop the churning waves before steadying himself. The heavy impact from a moment ago had caused him to pale, and a thin line of blood leaked out from the corners of his lips. His explosive strength was strong, but the difference between their cultivations was just too great. After all, his foundation was weaker. Lin Ming's tempering marrow true essence was fine. It was just that the meridians in his body weren't able to withstand such a vicious impact, and he received a wound. Ouyang Xinxiu was forced dozens of feet away by the true essence shockwaves. When he saw that Lin Ming was injured, he let out a light breath. However, before he had a chance to speak, his pupils suddenly narrowed. A small purple and red flash of light was approaching him. It was only several inches long, but was moving at an incredible speed. The chilling aura that it released was just like a serpent that shot towards Ouyang Xinxiu's chest. Ouyang Xinxiu raised his sword to cut down on it. However, he had just used some of his gathered strength and hadn't recovered enough. With the true essence in his body in chaos, he couldn't make a decent counterattack. That small ray of light struck apart Ouyang Xinxiu's sword, piercing through his chest and causing a fountain of blood rain to gush out. In that moment, Ouyang Shinxiu felt as if all the blood essence within his body was rushing towards that small light. Ah! Ouyang Shinxiu's eyes widened. He roared out and then punched himself in the chest. The power of the seventh layer of the divine acacia power manically erupted and finally forced that small, bright light out of his body. Show! That flash of light became a 3-inch-long steel needle. There was the image of a dragon and snake engraved on the needle. It flew back into Lin Ming's hand, submerged into his fingertips, and vanished without sight. Ouyang Shinxiu's chest was stained in blood, and his face was pale. His eyes were like a wild beast as he stared at Lin Ming, hatred glowing within them. What a terrifying and strange steel needle! Not only was it able to break through such the powerful storm of true essence, but it wasn't destroyed, and still managed to pierce through Ouyang Shinxiu's chest, severely wounding him. It had even carried away a little wisp of blood essence. A martial artist's blood essence was incomparably precious, although Ouyang Shinxiu had no plans of trying to reach the revolving core stage. He still treasured his own life beyond all else. Blood essence was immediately able to influence one's lifespan. Now that he had lost his blood essence, that also meant that he had lost additional years of life. Ouyang Shinxiu is injured, and heavily so. I can't believe that an extreme Xiantian master was actually injured to this extent by a junior, and even had a portion of his blood essence taken away. The disciples from the distant small islands were spectating this battle with looks of fear and suspicion on their side. To martial artists from a second-grade sect, Ouyang Shinxiu was one of the top controlling characters of the Seven Profound territory. Although the Seven Profound territory had a single revolving core old master, it was said that that old monster was nearing the end of his life. There were even some rumors that he had gone into closed-door seclusion to extend his life, with that revolving core master unable to attend to any matters anymore. In the minds of many martial artists, Ouyang Shinxiu and those like him represented the top figures of the Seven Profound territory. But now, Ouyang Shinxiu was actually wounded by a junior. If he was so fierce at the late Hotian realm, what would happen once he stepped into the Xiantian realm? The present Acacia faction martial artists had long turned silent. They looked on stage towards the bleeding Lin Ming, who was soaked in blood, and were able to feel a deep fear coming from their hearts. This was just too horrifyingly fierce. Just what was that steel needle? Before, everyone had seen a small flash of light attack Ouyang Boyan, but there were also those who didn't catch it in time. These people only assumed that it was a concealed needle weapon or even a hidden weapon. There were some martial artists that excelled at hidden weapons or even hidden weapons like needles. There were even some martial artists that used hidden weapons and would engage in sneak attacks. But these sneak attacks weren't some glorious or correct method, and many martial artists despised those who relied on them. Now, it seemed as if their guesses were completely different. If this weapon could submerge into a martial artist's body, or even fuse together with the martial artist, then there was only one possibility, and that was that this needle was a manifestation of pure energy. What is going on? How could he be so strong? Many of the martial artists present had limited knowledge. They had never seen a Thunder Soul, and they also didn't know what this divine demon steel needle was. Lin Ming gently stroked the divine demon steel needle, because it had just absorbed Ouyang Shinxiu's blood essence. The crimson snakes of lightning became bright and more vibrant. This was the terror behind the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. Once it drilled into one's body, no matter what effort was made, it would still equally attract their blood essence. Unless one was able to immediately shake it off, they would permanently lose blood essence. Unfortunately, Ouyang Shinxiu had a very deep cultivation, and it took him an instant to stop the divine demon steel needle. Otherwise, the longer it took, the greater Ouyang Shinxiu's loss would have been. Distantly, Ouyang Shinxiu was glaring at Lin Ming, his eyes thickening with a dreadful killing intent. "Lin Ming, I have gone easy on you everywhere I could, and yet you actually damage my blood essence? Gone easy on me? You have? Lin Ming sarcastically asked. Ouyang Shinxiu had continuously used the seventh layer of the divine acacia power. If he hadn't opened the heretical god force, there was no way he would have been able to defend against it. Even so, Lin Ming had relied upon the formidable defensive and recovery power of tempering marrow in order to exchange damage. He calculated that as long as Ouyang Shinxiu still hadn't recovered his strength, he wouldn't be able to make some sort of sneak attack. Otherwise, there was no way that Lin Ming would have managed to emerge with an advantage from the exchange a moment ago. This Lin Ming is far too arrogant. Around the square, the Acacia faction disciples were all clenching their fists. Lin Ming plainly didn't place their Acacia faction in his eyes. Good. Very good. Ouyang Shinxiu began to sizzle with anger. Ho! Purple flames completely wrapped around Ouyang Shinxiu. Suddenly, it wasn't just his sword, but his entire body was wrapped in amethyst crystal. The so-called 3 moves that Ouyang Shinxiu had settled upon earlier had already been completely abandoned. He now only desired to cause severe harm to Lin Ming. Otherwise, he would never be able to release this hatred that festered in his heart. Die! Ouyang Shinxiu slashed out with his sword. The space around Lin Ming suddenly tightened, collapsing. Lin Ming was calm, as usual. The purple comet spear in his hands was like a whip as it fiercely slashed out. Because of its extreme speed, even the spear shaft bent. The spear point cut through the air, causing a sharp howl that pierced the ears. Pung! Spear and sword collided. A strange vibrating power penetrated through the amethyst sword and into Ouyang Shinxiu's body, causing his entire body to shake. This boy has such a strange attack skill. Ouyang Shinxiu was darkly amazed. But although this power of vibration was strange, he was still barely able to melt it away once it entered his body. The collision of the two became increasingly intense. Spear light and sword energy haphazardly intertwined together. Lin Ming's spear had the concept of wind fused into it, and his spear's shadow melted into the wind. The wind itself became his spear, overwhelming and with no gaps. Bang, bang, bang. The roiling true essence swirled into a giant storm, completely crushing the ground. Within the lake waters around the main island, the strong gales and intense true essence caused massive columns of water to rise into the air. Dozens of columns of water soared into the air, turning into giant waterspouts that hung in the sky, slowly being dragged into the massive storm. All of the surrounding martial artists could only look on in helplessness and awe against such a terrifying fight, let alone taking any of these blows. If they just walked a few steps closer, it was likely that they would be shredded to bits by this storm of true essence and immediately die. Blood flame slash. As Ouyang Shinxiu slashed out, the aura of his body suddenly changed. His entire body was enveloped in a bloody fog, and it was as if waves of blood were surging out from him. The intense impact of true essence created a tornado that swept up the countless broken shards of white marble from the floor. Pung, pung, pung. As this tornado of debris was thrown towards Lin Ming, it was also swept up by the azure true essence that Lin Ming released, continuously exploding in the air and becoming a fine white sand. Lin Ming thrust out his spear. He had to take the offensive and finish this fight in the next few dozen breaths. Otherwise, the power from the heretical god force would soon exhaust itself. You want to exchange wounds? Dream on. The sword in Ouyang Shinxiu's hand suddenly accelerated. His attack speed was significantly faster than Lin Ming's. A sword cut down onto Lin Ming's chest. At this time, because of his lost blood essence, Ouyang Shinxiu had been driven to madness and desperately attacked. Kacha? Spear and sword locked together. Most of Ouyang Shinxiu's sword attack was blocked by Lin Ming. However, most of the sword energy still cut towards Lin Ming, ripping open his clothes, slicing his chest, and causing blood to shoot out. Ouyang Shinshio's smile didn't even last an instant before it froze on his face. Lin Ming simply ignored this chest injury and cut down with his spear towards Ouyang Shinshio. What? He's all right? Ouyang Shinshio hadn't left any room for dodging after making his move. Lin Ming's purple comet spear was like the blade of a guillotine as it came towards him. He was struck by that spear and sent soaring back. Bang! Ouyang Shinshio crashed into the floor. Within the ruined ground, another crater appeared. His mouth was already full of blood, several of his ribs were broken, and his organs were crushed. His face was pale white, and his entire body was damaged all over. This battle was brutal beyond his imagination. All of the current martial artists were stunned silly. Lin Ming had used his own body to forcefully withstand Ouyang Shinshio's sword energy, and then he had made a counterattack. A single spear had sent Ouyang Shinshio cratering into the ground. What kind of character was Ouyang Shinshio? But he had actually been struck by a junior and sent slamming into the ground. A fight of this level was too terrifying. Lin Ming's own situation wasn't too good. He had relied on the powerful defensive capabilities of his 65% completed tempering marrow and withstood Ouyang Shinshio's sword energy. But his meridians had been damaged in many sections, and his chest was already stained red with blood. The heretical god force could only last for about 10 more breaths of time. Seeing Ouyang Shinshio stand up, Lin Ming fiercely grit his teeth. He shot forwards, and the thunder soul and flame essence on his spear connected. Thunder fire annihilation. Ouyang Shinshio's 2 eyes were bloodshot. He grabbed his sword with both hands, and all of that amethyst crystal completely manifested onto the blade of the sword. The absolute limit of the divine acacia power's 7th layer of strength transferred to the sword, slashing down at Lin Ming. Bang! In that moment, it was like a bloody sun rose within the center of the square. Ouyang Shinshio's body was like a piece of broken straw as he was thrown backwards. Chapter 4, 25 Stones Dyed with Blood. Chapter 4, 25 Stones Dyed with Blood. Chapter 4, 25 Stones Dyed with Blood. Bang! Ouyang Shinshio fell into a pile of rubble, stirring up a large cloud of dust and dirt. As the bright light from the explosion faded, the true essence shockwaves subsided. The lake was quiet, and even the wild, turbulent waves became gentle once again. On the main island, every building was completely razed to the ground, turned to crushed stones and tiles. There was now nothing left but a long stretch of ruins. Pa-ta! A drop of bright, fresh blood trickled down from the cold point of the purple comet spear. As this drop of blood fell onto the ruins, it broke apart. In the utter silence of the square, this sound was incomparably clear. Lin Ming stood within these ruins, his entire body dyed in blood. Part of this blood was from Ouyang Shinshio, and part of it was from himself. At this time, Lin Ming was like a killing god that crawled out from an Ashura battlefield. All of the martial artists that looked at Lin Ming had a shine of fear and horror in their eyes. Even though the extreme Xiantian master, Ouyang Shinshio, had emerged to stop Lin Ming, he was still beaten to the edge of death. Ouyang Ming heaved a deep sigh of relief. In the face of someone like Lin Ming, he was completely paralyzed. Even Lu Xian, who had grown up under the halo of being a genius, had a complex expression on his face. He now learned that there was no limit in this world. No matter how strong he was, there was always someone stronger. No one wanted to admit that they were a frog in a well, but now he had no choice but to acknowledge the world outside of the well. He had discovered that the world outside of this well was much more broad and limitless than he could have ever imagined. Ouyang Shinshio lay waiting the ruins of the main island, half his body buried within the crushed stone. Ouyang Shinshio had long fallen unconscious. In comparison to the bloody Lin Ming, who stood next to him. This left an extremely strong visual impact on all that saw this. This strong visual impact, as well as the thick and frightening killing intent that still filled the air, caused everyone around to not dare to make even the smallest noise. The entire square had fallen under an oppressive pall of silence. The tyrannical aura seemed thick enough to manifest into reality. Pa-ta, pa-ta. More and more blood dropped onto the ruins. As drop of blood after drop of blood fell down, it formed a blossoming flower of blood atop the crushed stones. Lin Ming's body swayed twice. Pung, the purple comet spear, struck the ground. Lin Ming supported himself by grabbing onto the spear shaft, finally coming to a halt. Even though he had consumed too much true essence and he was heavily injured, he still managed to stand firm. He's reached his limit. Ouyang Baksu narrowed his eyes as he stared at Lin Ming, finally relieved. No matter how formidable you are, since you have reached your limit, there is nothing to fear from you. 5 great elders of the Acacia faction combined to attack him, and even Ouyang Shinxiu fought him. It's already a miracle that he could still stand at this point. But there is no longer any need to fear him. Ouyang Guang said to several other elders on the main island with a true essence sound transmission. To everyone present, it was obvious that Lin Ming had reached the end of the road. Lin Ming raised his purple comet spear and began to slowly move towards Ouyang Boyan. On the chilling point of his spear, a cold light flashed. But at this moment, Ouyang Boyan's younger brother, Ouyang Baksu, was standing in front of him. What? This boy is even trying to kill my brother now. Is his brain filled with water? He is simply seeking death. With his long sword in hand, Ouyang Baksu's eyes flashed with a deep murderous intent. He wished that he could immediately kill Lin Ming. But in this situation, he didn't have the courage to do so. Lin Ming, if you take one step close, I will cut you down with my sword. Ouyang Baksu shouted out with a dour expression. His entire body's true essence was revolving to the limit, and beside him, even Ouyang Guang had once again taken out his long sword and was prepared to fight at any given moment. Lin Ming was expressionless, as if he hadn't heard anything at all. He continued to slowly walk and stumble towards Ouyang Boyan. The corners of Ouyang Baksu's lips twitched. Ouyang Guang said, Baksu, us 3 will attack together. Although we can't kill him, we can still severely injure him and ruin his blood essence and meridians. Even if we do so, Divine Phoenix Island won't say anything. After all, Lin Ming was the one who attacked first, and he also injured Boyan and the Sovereign's blood essence. If we damage his blood essence and meridians, then that will be a perfectly justified matter. There is no reason that Divine Phoenix Island would punish us. That's right. At this time, Divine Phoenix Island needs our hearts united in order to face the South Sea Demon region. They would not dare to bully us like that. Otherwise, the already loose alliance will disperse and Divine Phoenix Island will suffer a major loss. We will damage Lin Ming's blood essence today and have him pay the price for his rampant and flagrant actions. Ouyang Baksu devilishly smiled. This Lin Ming is such a self-important idiot. He is already wounded with this miserable appearance, but he still wants to kill my brother. If he was smart and had just a bit of respect, he would have stopped here, and I wouldn't have had an excuse to harm him. But now he can die. Go. Ouyang Guang gave a loud shot. Ouyang Baksu led the way, rushing to the front, his sword slashing towards Lin Ming's right arm. First I'll take your arm. Ouyang Baksu's lips curved up in a savage grin, and his long sword whistled. Lin Ming faltered in his step, but still walked forwards. This sword contained all of Ouyang Baksu's potential. If Lin Ming's arm was severed, he could still reattach it, but at that point the damage would have been done. Lin Ming. Behind Lin Ming, Qin Xingxuan screamed as she covered her mouth in absolute horror. Even Qin Zia was pale. The zither in his spatial ring suddenly appeared in his hand. But Qinzia was only at the early Xiantian realm, against these three great senior Xiantian masters, and even the middle Xiantian realm, Ouyangguang. Qinzia was limited in what he could do. The thousands of people in the surroundings widened their eyes. For Ouyang Baksu to take advantage when someone was in such a helpless position was truly despicable. But this was also the best opportunity he would have. Lin Ming was a lamp that had run out of oil. Just how would he be able to defend against this? Die. Ouyang Baksu's long sword slashed down, a brilliant purple flame enveloping it. In a split second, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly condensed. The phoenix flame mark between his eyebrows suddenly combusted in a fiery blaze. Phoenix true blood, nirvana rebirth. Ho! A clarion phoenix cry sounded out, directly impacting through the heavens. From between Lin Ming's eyebrows, a powerful and dominant power of fire erupted. Phoenix true blood poured through the blood vessels of Lin Ming, causing his blood to boil. A phoenix was immortal and endless. Similarly, its bloodline was the same. It was able to bathe within the blazing fires of nirvana and had the effect of being rebirthed even from the precipice of death. Normally, when a martial artist burned their blood essence, they could trade it for a powerful strength in return. But once blood essence was burned away, it was gone forever. However, Phoenix true blood was different. It itself was already capable of rising from the ashes of fire. Even if it were burned, it would not be reduced by the tiniest bit. This was the effect of the Phoenix true blood, a power that was capable of defying the heavens themselves. After this Phoenix true blood poured into Lin Ming, half of his bodily wounds were restored in just a blink of an eye. As for his true essence that was nearly depleted with the combustion of the Phoenix true blood, it began to violently rise. Lin Ming's eyes were cold, just like stars from quiet nine heavens. The forceful coldness of his vision pierced through the hearts of those who met his eyes. As Lin Ming visions touched Ouyang Baksu subconsciously froze for a moment. He felt as if he were being glared at by a catastrophic monster, and chills ran all over his body. He had an ominous, foreboding feeling creep up his heart, but it was already too late. Lin Ming shook the purple comet spear in his hands, and the vigorous fallen star flame combusted. Under the blessing of the Phoenix true blood, the flames became an increasingly deep and vibrant purple. Go die. Lin Ming's icy words were like an arctic wind that came from the endless abyss. His spear thrust out, flame howled, and the air trembled. The shining flames condensed into a phantom of a phoenix, directly shooting straight towards Ouyang Baksu, divine phoenix within the heavens. This was shockingly a killing move that Lin Ming had learnt from the third layer of the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle within the divine phoenix mystic realm. Its might was naturally inferior to that of Thunderfire Annihilation, but it was still more than enough to deal with the early Xiantian realm Ouyang Baksu. What? How is this possible? The Lin Ming who had been like dying embers had suddenly ignited in a burst of raging power. As Ouyang Baksu saw this with his own eyes, he felt a sense of intense panic overtake him. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of his own eyes. But in this critical moment, Ouyang Baksu no longer had time to reflect on the reasons behind it. As the blazing flames swept towards him, Ouyang Boya's expression completely changed. He loudly shouted, and then slashed out at the flaming phoenix. Pung! It was just an instant, but the purple flames on Ouyang Baksu's sword were completely swallowed by the flaming phoenix. And then that flaming phoenix continued to soar towards Ouyang Baksu. What? As Ouyang Baksu witnessed the flaming phoenix swallow his flames, he felt as if he had gone mad. He revolved his bodily true essence protection to the limit. Chi, chi, chi. There was only the sound of cracking, as if molten metal were being poured atop cold ice. Ouyang Box's protective true essence melted in an instant, and the flames engulfed him, swirling around his body. Ouyang Boxu sent out a miserable shriek. At the same time, Lin Ming stabbed his spear through Ouyang Box's dantian, and then twisted. As Ouyang Box's dantian was shattered, he immediately died on the spot. All of the surrounding martial artists had fallen deathly silent. None of them were able to respond to this sudden change. How was this possible? Lin Ming, who had already spent all his energy, was actually able to suddenly erupt with strength to instantly kill Ouyang Boxu. Lin Ming's spatial ring flashed, and Ouyang Boxu's corpse was sucked into it. Ouyang Boxu's spatial ring wasn't able to be placed into the pocket dimension, so Lin Ming took that himself. A single spear had killed Ouyang Boxu. At this time, Ouyang Guang and another elder were halfway to Lin Ming, and they suddenly lagged as they saw this horrifying scene. Most of their momentum instantly dissipated. Lin Ming didn't stop. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and he took a step forwards, his spear thrusting towards Ouyang Guang. Ouyang Guang had already lost a massive amount of true essence from his earlier fight, and had even been wounded. Although he was at the crest of the Middle Xiantian realm, now his strength was at the lowest of the Middle Xiantian realm masters. His complexion completely changed. He now realized how terrifying and severe Lin Ming's killing intent was. This spear was not a sparring shot or a deterrent. It was a true killing strike. If he could not block this, he would die. In that instant, Ouyang Guang felt cold sweat trickle down his back. Just then, a purple light flashed at his side. The Acacia faction elder who had attacked together with him had abandoned all else and ran away. The disciples of the Acacia faction had never had much loyalty to begin with. They had always placed their own lives as their top priority in life. As this elder saw Lin Ming lock onto Ouyang Guang, he immediately escaped. Compared to his life, honor was nothing. Damn. Ouyang Guang's eyes widened. However, he now had no choice but to face Lin Ming's spear. You've gone too far. Ouyang Guang's sword potential turned. From the bottom up, he cut against Lin Ming's purple comet spear. However, as his sword cut against the spear, he felt a strange vibrating energy spread into his body from the spear. His arm shook, and the sword fell from his hand. Ouyang Guang was shocked. At this time, Lin Ming's spear swept out, the cold tip of the purple comet spear carrying a billowing flame. Pung! Ouyang Guang's sword slashed down on the flames of the purple comet spear. However, a tiny wisp of purple flame essence split off from the flames and silently fell onto Ouyang Guang's chest. Puff! The fallen star flame was like a serpent that penetrated into Ouyang Guang's body. Chapter 4:26 Auspicious Sign of the Heavens. Chapter 4:26 Auspicious Sign of the Heavens. Chapter 4:26 Auspicious Sign of the Heavens. Kia. The corrosive fallen star, flame essence drilled straight through Ouyang Guang's stomach, piercing through his dantian and shooting out from behind. Ouyang Guang grabbed onto the shaft of the purple comet spear. He slowly looked down at the hole in his stomach that was pouring out thick, black blood, his face colored with disbelief. He extended his hand out, waving it in front of him as if he wanted to grab onto something. However, his eyes relaxed and dulled, and the light faded from them. Ouyang Guang fell to his knees, and then softly plopped onto the floor. So far of the 7 elders and sovereign from the Acacia faction, some had died, some were severely wounded, and some had escaped. There were none left. The entire main island was emptied. Even Ouyang Ming had returned to a small island. Now, on the main island, the only one left standing was Lin Ming. With his own strength, not even the 7 great elders of the Acacia faction had been able to stop him. Such a frightening strength caused all the surrounding martial artists to hold their breath. afraid that they would attract the attention of this monster in human form. Lin Ming took the purple comet spear and walked in front of Ouyang Boyan. At this time, Ouyang Boyan only had a single breath of life left. He glanced at Lin Ming, but his eyes had already glazed over. The purple comet spear flashed with a cold light, and there was a light-piercing sound as a gaping hole appeared in Ouyang Boyan's stomach, followed by a shower of blood. All of the surrounding martial artists from small sects jumped, feeling faint at heart. Just a moment ago, this had been a lively and grand celebratory banquet. Ouyang Boyan had been filled with happiness and elation due to his breakthrough, but now, that happy man had been slaughtered in a way no different from a farm chicken. Such a great contrast caused everyone to feel a deep sense of awe and dread. Lin Ming placed Ouyang Boyan's corpse into his spatial ring. He wanted to verify something. Was a Xiantian martial artist's blood essence able to open the magic cube once again? Lin Ming, you're all right. Qin Xingxuan ran over to Lin Ming and helped support him, her face filled with worry and concern. Lin Ming's appearance was just too horrible at the moment. He was bruised all over, and his true essence had been overdrawn. I'm all right. Lin Ming brightly smiled at Qin Xingxuan to reassure her and let her feel more at ease. He said, "Come on, let's go home." Senior Master, Ouyang Boyan had died. In the back mountains of the 7 profound valleys, Shi Zongtian stood outside of a cave mansion, his face solemn. As the 7 profound valleys' valley master, the only one that Shi Zongtian would refer to with such respect would be the highest elder of the 7 profound valleys, Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan was now 500 years old. He had been stranded at the early revolving core realm and was reaching the end of his life. In these past many years, he had gone into closed seclusion. The reason that Jiang Huan was in seclusion was not because he wanted to break past the early revolving core realm. He was well aware that his life was nearly exhausted, and breaking through was nothing but a wild dream. Jiang Huan had used this method of seclusion in order to delay the embers of his flickering life from fading. He greatly hoped that he would be able to maintain his feeble existence and linger on in the world until the day that Jiang Baoyun made a breakthrough to the extreme Xiantian realm. Only such a superpower house like that would be able to guarantee the stability of the 7 profound valleys. Therefore, in these past years, regardless of any matter, Jiang Huan rarely left his cave mansion, and that why was rumors had been passed along in the smaller sects that Jiang Huan was in life or death closed-door seclusion. I know. As Jiang Huan slowly spoke, his voice had a faint dying energy. In fact, Jiang Huan had already been made aware of the situation ever since Lin Ming had broken into the 7 profound valleys and was very clear on the entire process of what had happened. Shi Zongtian hesitated and said, "Should I go and speak with Lin Ming?" Although the Sword faction and Acacia faction had many disagreements and even many areas in which they were complete and polar opposites, they were still in the same sect. Lin Ming had killed one after another within the Acacia faction, and this would ruin their Sword faction's reputation too. If this spread out, then others would say that the 7 profound valleys had been invaded by a 20-something-year-old baby, and no one dared to even admonish him. Jiang Huang said, "There's no point in you going. Since Lin Ming came to the 7 profound valleys, he naturally has something to rely on. If it's as you said, and Lin Ming truly does have a reason to take revenge, then Ouyang Boyan wouldn't have sat idly by. I thought that he would rely on the Acacia faction and pay off Lin Ming with some high price, but I never thought that he would underestimate Lin Ming's strength to this degree. In truth, it wasn't just him who underestimated Lin Ming, but also me. I never would have dreamed that Lin Ming's strength was already formidable to this degree." Shi Zongtian listened silently, not speaking. He had a certain understanding of Lin Ming's personality. Even if he went, he would just lose face in the end, no matter what he did. If that was the case, then he might as well not go. Not just that, but Lin Ming also came here riding a vermilion bird. The vermilion bird represented divine Phoenix Island and wouldn't recklessly attack the 7 profound valleys, but it was still a form of deterrence. Thinking things over, Shi Zongtian sighed. Finally, he decided not to involve himself with this matter. Everything would be settled by Lin Ming and the Acacia faction. On the highest peak of the Acacia faction, a resonant phoenix cry echoed through the heavens. The vermilion bird shot into the sky. Nobody dared to stop Lin Ming. In the view of the surrounding martial artists, Lin Ming had forced his way into the Acacia faction and killed several of their great elders. But the other 6 factions of the 7 profound valleys hadn't even appeared, and Lin Ming had cockily sauntered his way out. The banquet naturally couldn't continue. The martial artists from the small sects quickly excused themselves and left. After the 7 great elders had been completely wasted by Lin Ming alone, the one with the highest status left on scene was Ouyang Ming. The martial artists quickly spoke their farewells to Ouyang Ming. Ouyang Ming ruefully smiled. He never thought that the celebratory banquet the Acacia faction held today would have such a result. Ouyang Ming was no longer inclined to think about Lin Ming. He and Lin Ming were destined to follow different paths and tread on different worlds. He wouldn't take Lin Ming as his goal in life. Instead, he would just believe that Lin Ming no longer existed. The wind howled. Lin Ming, Qin Xingxuan, and Qin Zia all stood atop the vermilion bird. They had already left the range of the 7 profound valleys mountains. Lin Ming said, "Martial House Master Qin, what are you planning to do in the future?" Qin Zia thought for a moment, and then said, "I will stay in the 7 profound valleys in the future." There were already many conflicts between the Zither faction and the Acacia faction. Although I have offended the Acacia faction this time, it won't affect me much. Martial House Master Qin, how about switching sects? For instance, joining Divine Phoenix Island? Divine Phoenix Island, consider it finished. In my life, I pursue the Zither with my heart and soul. I can only do this within the Zither faction. Divine Phoenix Island does not suit me. Lin Ming nodded. What Qin Zia said was right. He had spent half his life cultivating the Zither. It was impossible for him to branch out and practice other cultivation methods again. Then, I must separate with Martial House Master Qin. When I was stranded within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, it was all thanks to Martial House Master Qin that Xingxuan remained safe for as long as she did. I, Lin Ming, will engrave this kindness onto my mind. Qin Zia laughed and said, "If it wasn't for you, I would never have stepped into the Xiantian realm. If we are speaking of kindnesses, then yours is greater than mine. This time in helping Miss Qin, the truth is that I didn't play much of a role. I could only do as much as I could in order to not frustrate my thoughts." To those from the Zither faction and Sword faction who were mostly honest and held a greater value towards integrity, they would never feel comfortable if they owed anyone anything. Only when they returned the favor would they feel at peace. So, in general, these individuals didn't often owe favors to others. Lin Ming, this is where we part. I bid you farewell. Take care of yourself. Qin Zia waved his sleeves and then leapt down from the vermilion bird. His white clothing quickly vanished within the strong heavenly winds. Lin Ming watched as Qin Zia's figure disappeared. He cupped his fists across his chest and said, "Martial House Master Qin, please take care." "Lin Ming, where will we go to?" Qin Xingxuan asked as she stood beside Lin Ming. She had already prepared to follow Lin Ming to the edges of heaven and the ends of the earth. "First we'll go home, and then we'll go to Divine Phoenix Island. You can cultivate within Divine Phoenix Island." Then let's do as you say." Qin Xingxuan bit her lips, feeling incomparably at peace. With Lin Ming, she no longer worried about anything at all. Sky Fortune Kingdom was several 100,000 miles away from the 7 profound valleys. Transferring news was often a very slow and arduous process. In order to activate a sound transmission array once, it required a great amount of true essence stones, and would also wear down the limited integrity of the array formation, shortening its life. In normal circumstances, the current seven profound Marshall House master, who was also Ouyang Boyan's disciple, would only make a report to Ouyang Boyan once a month. Now that Ouyang Boyan had died, there was no longer anyone to manage this chess piece he had left within Sky Fortune Kingdom. In fact, besides Ouyang Boyan, not many people knew that Yang Zhan and this cloaked man were followers of Ouyang Boyan. These people were on a very low level. The Acacia faction elders naturally wouldn't bother with them. The news of single-handedly killing his way into the Acacia faction and wrecking them hadn't yet spread out. Before the second-grade sect disciples had returned to their sect, Lin Ming had already arrived back at Sky Fortune Kingdom, with the Vermilion Bird's astoundingly extreme speed along with the use of 2 transmission arrays. Lin Ming had managed to return to Sky Fortune Kingdom in a single day and night. On this day, all of Qin Xingxuan's anxieties and fears had been clearly seen by Lin Ming's eyes. The Qin family members' lives were all at stake, so of course Qin Xingxuan was nervous. It was an ordinary morning in Sky Fortune City. The sun had just risen, and the fresh and bright sunlight had just started spreading throughout the city. The common peasant workers held their hoes across their shoulders as they headed to the fields outside the city to farm. Merchants sold their wares in their shops. At this moment, a bright red light flashed on the horizon. From afar, it was like a massive group of flames was burning the air. This flame was at first very small, but it began to grow at an alarming speed. Everyone quickly realized that this wasn't a group of flames, but rather a fiery bird. Everyone couldn't help but stop whatever work they were doing and stare at the sky, dazed. A resounding phoenix cry spread through the horizon. The massive vermilion bird with its 100-foot wingspan cut across the limitless blue sky. All of Sky Fortune City's residents were shocked. Phoenix. Heavens! Is that a phoenix? Am I dreaming? To mortals, a phoenix was an existence that they had only heard about in ancient stories and legends. In the legends, when an emperor had united the dynasty and performed a great deed, a phoenix would appear unto the world. This was the so-called auspicious sign of the heavens. The phoenix is flying to the royal palace. With that, people quickly came to their senses. This must be related to the great deeds of the newly crowned emperor. Thinking of this, everyone quickly kneeled on the ground, prostrating themselves in worship as they stared at this phoenix in the sky. At this time, in the vast grand hall of Sky Fortune City's royal palace, Yang Zhan was meeting his court. Within 30 days of ascending the throne, he had summoned the representatives of the different provinces and was to meet with them. Under the grand podium, hundreds of leaders and officials from the various provinces were kneeling. Yang Zhan was sitting grandly above them. At this moment, he heard a shrill cry as someone entered. A court eunuch burst into the grand hall, a great smile on his face as he shouted, "Emperor, this is a great occasion, a great occasion. An auspicious sign of the heavens has come, an auspicious sign of the heavens." Chapter 4, 27 Changing Heavens. Chapter 4, 27 Changing Heavens. Chapter 4, 27 Changing Heavens. All of the officials and officers looked over. Their faces were filled with surprise as they saw this fat eunuch that looked like a giant meatball barge into the palace's grand hall. After attracting everyone's attention to himself, the middle-aged eunuch seemed to notice that and began to wave to everyone as he happily reported such a wonderful event. He coughed to clear his throat, and then the middle-aged eunuch said, "Emperor, an auspicious heavenly sign has arrived. A phoenix has come." Phoenix? Yang Zhan was startled, and then a joyous smile. immediately crossed his face. Really? Just as Yongjin asked that, there was suddenly a resounding phoenix cry from overhead. All of the officials and officers were startled. Could it be? Was that actually a phoenix flying overhead? Everyone quickly ran out of the grand hall, not daring to believe unless they could verify this with their own eyes. They ran out and were incomparably shocked when they saw a massive phoenix with a 100-foot wingspan gently floating in midair. And on the back of that phoenix were several immortal beings. The wind whistled and flames howled around them. Such an auspicious event caused everyone's eyes to go round like moons. This was a scene that had only ever been described in ancient legends. Yongjin was euphoric. He had usurped the throne, forced his father to abdicate the throne, and had even placed his elder brother under house arrest. None of these were glorious actions, but now that an almighty phoenix had arrived, this was the perfect chance for him to restore his honor. As he was about to bow to the two immortals on the phoenix and introduce himself, at this moment, the bright smile on his face suddenly froze. As he saw the young man and woman on top of that phoenix, Yongjin's face went from a disbelieving happiness to abject horror. Lin Ming, Qin Xingxuan. Lin Ming moved, stepping on the wind and slowly falling from the sky. A faint aura emanated from him. Combined with the phoenix behind him that burned with brilliant radiant flames, this image was too impactful. Everyone else couldn't help but fall to their knees in worship. Yongjin was already afraid, but now he was frightened out of his mind. How was this possible? Wasn't Lin Ming already dead? Lin, Mr. Lin, Yongjin stuttered. You're alive. I'm so excited that I can see you again. Yongjin's entire body was in a cold sweat. In just a few words, sweat had already begun to drip down his fingertips. Besides Yongjin, there were a few officials that recognized Lin Ming from a banquet a long time ago, when he had displayed his amazing movement techniques. They had a very high status within Sky Fortune Kingdom, and they had also heard many things concerning Lin Ming. Thus, they deeply understood just what Lin Ming's status was. Lin Ming sarcastically looked at Yongjin, excited. Yongjin, how come I can see you shaking? Lin Ming's words shocked everyone present, including all the officials and ministers. Most of those present didn't recognize Lin Ming. To them, the world that Lin Ming lived in was just too distant a reality. In their minds, the emperor was the heavens, a nigh unreachable existence. Just who was this person? He spoke to the emperor directly using his full name, and it was also obvious that the emperor feared him. After Yongjin had ascended to the throne, he had launched a massive campaign to clear out all the past officials, making everyone feel insecure of their own position. Even the legendary and renowned Marshal Qin Xiao had been placed under house arrest. Who else still dared to oppose Yongjin? With just a few words from Yongjin, their entire families would be beheaded and their fortunes taken. And yet, this cold-blooded and heartless emperor was at the moment frightened to the point that he was dripping sweat. Mr. Lin, I beg you, spare my life. I was confused. The new 7 profound Marshall House master tricked me, and Ouyang Boyan forced me to do what I did. I can be your most faithful servant. I can even testify against Ouyang Boyan on your behalf if you give me the chance to do so, Yongjin said with a true essence sound transmission. This year his cultivation had managed to reach the altering muscle stage, and he was able to use this skill. Lin Ming sneered. Ouyang Boyan has been slain by my hand. If you want to testify against him, then you can do so in hell. What? Yongjin uttered in a daze. Ouyang Boyan had been killed by Lin Ming. Ca. An azure light flashed, and Yongjin's expression was forever frozen in this dazed look. A thread of azure true essence had been injected into his heart, directly bursting it. Yongjin had died on the spot. Plop! Yongjin slumped to the ground. After his heart burst open, blood began to flow out from his nose and mouth. Emperor! Emperor! The middle-aged eunuch was horrified, his face turning white. After Yang Zhen suddenly died, the royal palace was in chaos. Everyone was terrified, falling to the ground on their knees, begging as their hands trembled. All of the officials looked as though they had lost their souls. In just a breath of time, the emperor had been killed in front of everyone. Some officials who knew a bit more of what was happening fell silent. They understood one thing, and that was that the heavens would change. Yang Lin would ascend to the newly emptied throne, and Qin Xiao would be restored to his great position and authority. All of those who assisted Yang Zhen in clearing out the old guard would be demoted and cast away, or perhaps maybe their entire families would be slaughtered. This was the brutality of a struggle for authority, but in front of absolute power, any authority paled in comparison. After Lin Ming killed Yang Zhen, he didn't even bother to say anything to the chaotic crowds of people at the royal palace. He hopped onto Fireshine and rode nonstop to the Seven Profound Martial House. The Seven Profound Martial House was located at Sky Fortune City's Zhou Mountains. This distance of 10 miles was just a blink of an eye to the extreme speed of a vermilion bird. As he spread his sense down, Lin Ming instantly located the current Seven Profound Martial House master that Yang Zhen had spoken of. Within the entire martial house, he was the only half-step Xiantian martial artist. Bang! The main hall fiercely shook. The cloaked man that was cultivating in seclusion was suddenly startled. He jumped out from his quiet room. Who is it? Who dares to force their way into my Seven Profound Martial House? The cloaked man was furious. Then he froze as he saw the massive vermilion bird and the two individuals that stood on it, Lin Ming, Qin Xingxuan. Not only did the cloaked man see Lin Ming, but many of the disciples of the Seven Profound Martial House saw him. With such a giant vermilion bird flying into the Seven Profound Martial House, it was difficult to not notice this. The disciples that had entered into the Seven Profound Martial House with Lin Ming hadn't graduated yet. As they saw Lin Ming atop the vermilion bird, they were stunned. Is that person Senior Apprentice Brother Lin? To the disciples of the Seven Profound Martial House, Lin Ming was a fable, a living legend that they worshipped. After he stayed at the Seven Profound Martial House for just half a year, he had become the champion of the Seven Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting. It was like he was a hero from the myths. Afterwards, they had heard that he had been personally selected by some large sect and had also become that sect's top disciple. Without a doubt, Lin Ming would become a Xiantian master in the future. To the disciples of the Seven Profound Martial House, a Xiantian master was also a character only heard of in legends. There were many new disciples that had heard of Lin Ming's great name even before they had joined the Seven Profound Martial House. They dreamt that one day they would become an awe-inspiring powerhouse like Lin Ming. It really looks like him, and behind him is that Senior Apprentice Sister Qin. How is this possible? Wasn't it said that Senior Apprentice Brother Lin died? Not just that, but what are they riding? Is that a phoenix? Senior Apprentice Brother Lin's cultivation is several viscera training stage. You'd stared with wide eyes, but they still couldn't see Lin Ming's current cultivation. For a viscera training stage martial artist to not be able to see someone's cultivation, that could only mean that they were at least at the late pulse condensation period, or even the peak pulse condensation period. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin has already broken through to the peak pulse condensation period. That's impossible. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin is indeed powerful. He's so fierce, 17 years old, and yet he is at the peak pulse condensation period. In the future, he'll become a Xiantian master. I wonder why Senior Apprentice Brother Lin came back to the Seven Profound Martial House. Does he have something he needs to speak with the Martial House master about? Could it be about the next Total Faction Martial Meeting? As soon as someone mentioned the Total Faction Martial Meeting, everyone Especially the younger disciples became giddy with excitement. As they were discussing this, Wang Yanfeng was silently gazing at Lin Ming in the sky, his eyes shining. He wasn't at the peak pulse condensation period, but at the late Hotian realm. Wang Yanfeng gasped and then clenched his fists. Not too long ago, he had participated in the 7 profound Marshall House entrance examination with Lin Ming. At that time, there had been a fierce battle for first place, but now the difference between them was like clouds and mud. Who are you? Why have you come here? The cloaked man's expression changed. These past years, he had been traveling the world for his own pleasure and hadn't been at the Total Faction Marshal meeting. Naturally, he would know what Lin Ming looked like. Although Lin Ming's cultivation was inferior to his, he had a faint sense that this youth in front of him was a terrifying being. Are you the current 7 profound Marshall House masters? Lin Ming blankly asked. The cloaked man frowned. He faintly felt that Lin Ming came here with ill intent, but there was no way to deny this. He nodded his head and said, I am... Oh, really? Lin Ming coldly smiled. He heard from Qin Xingxuan that Yang Zhen had used the support of the current Marshall House master in order to successfully ascend to the throne. Afterwards, when the campaign had been launched to purge the old officials, Qin Xiao had been captured without a fight because of this cloaked man. Then it's not an injustice for you to die. Lin Ming stretched out his palm. A purple arc of thunder flashed out. Humph! After he sensed Lin Ming's ill intent, the cloaked man was already on high alert. He coldly snorted, and then drew out the long sword from its sheath, his entire body boiling with purple flames. A sword cut down on the purple thunder. But as soon as the long sword touched the purple thunder, the purple flames that enveloped the sword were instantly scattered by the power of thunder. See, a finger-long arc of purple electricity sunk into the cloaked man's body, and all of his organs instantly blew up. The cloaked man vomited out a massive amount of blood, and then fell down from the roof of the main hall. Pung! The cloaked man crashed into the ground, his blood spattering all over the floor. In that instant, all of the 7 profound Marshall House disciples were frightened. They couldn't believe their own eyes as they looked at the dead, cloaked man, their eyes completely round. What was this all about? Lin Ming had instantly killed the new Marshall House master. The purple light had just flashed. Although it was fast, it still left behind an afterimage in the eyes of everyone present. Not just that, but the cloaked man had also used his sword in a counterattack. But still, in that flash, the cloaked man had suddenly died. The new Marshall House master, whose cultivation was at a half-step Xiantian, and who was no weaker than the old Marshall House master Qin Zia, was actually killed in an instant. How was this possible? And why did Lin Ming do this? The entire 7 profound Marshall House was buzzing with noise. Wang Yanfeng also didn't fully understand what was happening, but at this moment he saw a white light flying towards him. It was a porcelain bottle. He subconsciously reached out his hand to grab it, and as soon as he glanced at it, he saw that it was a bottle of pills. A sound echoed near Wang Yanfeng's ears. These are pills for a pulse condensation period martial artist. The 7 profound valleys will soon send a new Marshall House master. Farewell, Wang Yanfeng. If it is in our fates, we shall meet again. After Lin Ming sent his message, he jumped onto the vermilion bird's back. The vermilion bird shot up into the sky and quickly vanished into the endless sea of clouds. Wang Yanfeng held the bottle of pills in his hand. He gazed at the vermilion bird as it faded into the foggy skies above the Zhou Mountains. For a time, he stood there, absently staring into the skies. Lin Ming, do you know that young man? Qin Xingxuan asked from atop the vermilion bird. Not really. I just found that he has a firm heart of martial arts, so I'm giving him a hand. Lin Ming thoughtlessly said, if one didn't have resources, it would be difficult to practice to the upper reaches of martial arts. To reach the highest boundaries was simply too difficult, whether it was Wang Yanfeng's heart of martial arts or his talent. Both were adequate. If he were to waste too much time because of his lack of resources, that would be too pitiful. Lin Ming, where are we going now? We'll go to your family. Lin Ming smiled at Qin Xingxuan. On the trip here, he hadn't had the chance to study the magic cube. He would go to the Qin mansion and take a rest there. In the meantime, he would be able to confirm his suspicions about the magic cube. Chapter 4, 28, Opening the Magic Cube Again. Chapter 4, 28, Opening the Magic Cube Again. Chapter 4, 28, Opening the Magic Cube Again. Kia, Sky Fortune City, Martial Quarters. The martial quarters had been surrounded for over a month by the army, and not even servants were allowed to leave. But now, within a quarter of an hour of Yang Zhen's death, those officials that had realized the vast changes that were about to sweep through the nation instantly lifted the order of house arrest for Qin Shao. Undoubtedly, Crown Prince Yang Lin would make a return and ascend to the throne. As for Qin Shao, he would be restored to his position as one of the highest officials, and his status would be even more terrifying than it was in the past. During this time, anyone who didn't try to curry favor with these two would be fools. Qin Shao was surrounded by many officials that had come to the martial quarters. They discussed plans to pave the way for a smoother future. Even those who accompanied Qin Shao received a high level of respect. Even nobles dared not to disrespect them. These nobles constantly referred to them as little brother or old master in case they be seen as not paying their due respects, especially those nobles that had defected to Yang Zhen's side before. They were all in absolute fear, and they all wished that they could cut out their hearts and let Qin Shao know the depths of their newfound loyalty. It had to be known that in a struggle for authority, the winning side would often engage in a bloody purge. As for all those that had followed Yang Zhen, they might also be exterminated. In this situation, how could they not be afraid? They all wished to take Qin Shao as their own father and venerate him in the same way. As Qin Shao and the group of nobles that followed him entered past the gates of the Qin residence, they saw a massive vermilion bird fly down onto the courtyard. Its brilliant red feathers burned with radiant flames as it sent out a pulsing aura. All of the nobles' throats twitched as they stared as this magnificent creature. Master, Master, Mr. Lin has brought the young miss back. They are waiting for you in the rear courtyard. A middle-aged steward said. Xingxuan, Qin Shao shook, and his heart filled with a surge of emotion. He thought that he would never have the chance to see his precious granddaughter ever again. But who knew that in just one night, the situation would change so much? Qin Shao followed the steward to the rear courtyard. The other nobles stayed back. They were aware of their own status. What kind of existence was Lin Ming? How could they possibly have the qualifications to see him? To someone like Lin Ming, nobles, royalty, or even the emperor himself were nothing but clouds of smoke, merely meaningless existences. Therefore, these people very casually greeted the housekeeper and sat down in the lobby drinking tea and chatting with each other. Grandfather. As soon as Qin Shao entered the rear courtyard, Qin Xingxuan gave a loud cry and threw herself into Qin Zhao's arms. She had anxiously worried over her grandfather's condition for over a month. Now that she saw her grandfather safe and unharmed, Qin Xingxuan couldn't suppress all the pain and worry she had been keeping down until now. Tears flowed down her cheeks like strings of crystal beads. Grandfather is all right. Qin Shao patted Qin Xingxuan on the back. At this age, Qin Shao had already lived through many great storms. In this world, there was very little that could cause Qin Shao to feel great sorrow or great happiness. Now, what Qin Shao worried about was only the legacy of his Qin family, as well as his most precious children and grandchildren. Qin Shao looked at Qin Xingxuan, his eyes full of grandfatherly love. To have such an outstanding granddaughter was truly the blessing of the heavens. Qin Xiao glanced at Lin Ming. Towards this amazing young man in front of him, Qin Xiao wasn't sure what to feel. Gratitude, happiness, fear, awe, all sorts of emotions intertwined in the same place. Qin Xiao didn't even know what he should call Lin Ming. Before this, he had received the news that the current 7 profound Martial House Master had already been slain by Lin Ming in a single instant. The young and respectful youth in front of him was a man that even the 7 Profound Valleys Valley Master had to pay 3 points of respect to. This was a level that had already surpassed Qin Zhao's understanding. He hoped that he could urge Qin Xingxuan and Lin Ming to wed, but this sort of matter wasn't something he could ask. He no longer had the ability to arrange or manage his granddaughter's life. Marshal Qin, please catch up with Xingxuan. I will leave first for a moment. Lin Ming bowed as a respectful junior would, and then left the room. Outside of the room, the middle-aged steward was waiting for him. Mr. Lin, there is someone waiting to see you. See me? I thought I said I didn't want to see anyone? Lin Ming didn't want to see the nobles of Sky Fortune City. All they wanted to do was to kiss up to him and shower him with gifts. He had no interest towards any of this. Well, she said she was an old acquaintance of yours. Old acquaintance? The first one Lin Ming thought of was Lan Yunyue. However, when he saw who it was, he was a bit taken aback. The one waiting for him was a young, delicate-looking girl who had an air of elegance. This was Bai Jingyun. Bai Jingyun and Morongzi were called the 7 Profound Proud Pair, and they were also top characters within the 7 Profound Martial House. Lin Ming and Bai Jingyun didn't have much contact with each other. It was just that he had helped her make several inscription symbols for treasures before. Towards Bai Jingyun, Lin Ming didn't have a deep impression and had nearly forgotten who she was. When Bai Jingyun saw Lin Ming, she faintly smiled and bowed. Mr. Lin. Lin Ming was a bit awkward at being called Mr. Lin. He said, please refer to me as you used to. After all, we used to be fellow disciples. Then I'll call you Brother Lin. Bai Jingyun smiled. To be honest, when I first saw Brother Lin enter the 7 Profound Martial House, I thought that Brother Lin had infinite potential to grow. But I never thought that in just a few years Brother Lin would have already reached this point. Bai Jingyun couldn't help but see. The first time that Lin Ming had rushed into the 10,000 killing array, his rank had been lower than hers. But now, even the 7 Profound Martial House Master had been instantly killed by him. This was simply like a dream. I've obtained some great opportunities. My luck has been too good. Destiny is also a part of talent. Bai Jingyun shook her head, and then looked unsure, as her eyes flashed with a strange light. Brother Lin, may I ask you a question? Please ask. Bai Jingyun hesitated, and then slowly asked, a year and a half ago, were you the one that killed Ouyang Dihua? There were only a few people within the entire Sky Fortune City that knew of the grudge between Lin Ming and Ouyang Dihua. Besides Yang Zhen, the cloaked man, and some others, no one else was aware. People didn't even know that Yang Zhen had drawn relations with the cloaked man. They only assumed that Yang Zhen had gained the backing of some great figure within the 7 Profound Valleys. As for who it was, no one knew. Bai Jingyun naturally didn't know. However, she was able to trace some clues and make a guess. For instance, in the past, before Lin Ming had left the Sky Fortune Kingdom, he had his parents moved away. The new Martial House Master came from the Acacia faction. Ouyang Boyan had once visited Sky Fortune Kingdom, and after news of Lin Ming's death spread, Yang Zhen began to move against the Qin family. This series of events were all related. Bai Jingyun managed to connect them, and therefore she had come to ask Lin Ming to verify this. At this moment, Lin Ming didn't have any reason to hide it. He nodded and said, I was the one who killed Ouyang Dihua. After Bai Jingyun heard Lin Ming's words, she let out a long breath. Her eyes gently closed and her eyelashes trembled. The pressure that had been on her heart and mind for this past year and a half seemed to vanish. Although this matter was now complete, and she had obtained a truth that had no significance behind it, she still felt tired. As her eyes opened, Bai Jingyun was calm once again. "Thank you, Brother Lin." Lin Ming shook his head. "There is no need to thank me. The reason that I killed him was because he had the intention of killing me first. Humans were all different. In truth, the Acacia faction was not so terrible to female disciples. If they could lay down their modesty and pride, then they would be able to obtain many things that they desired from the Acacia faction. There were even many girls that only had ordinary talent but were still considered beautiful, that were desperately trying to join the Acacia faction in order to obtain wealth and longer youth." Lin Ming sighed, and then took out a pair of pill bottles from his spatial ring. He said, "Senior Apprentice Sister Bai, of these pill bottles, one is for you. As for the other, could you pass it to Lan Yunyue if you see her? These medicines have very mild properties, and if you eat them carefully, it will guarantee that you step into the pulse condensation period." Bai Jingyun's talent was considered good within the 7 profound martial house. As a martial artist, she also hoped that one day she would be able to break through to the pulse condensation period. But now, as she looked at these pill bottles, Bai Jingyun didn't feel any joy. After experiencing a number of things, it was as if she no longer wished to pursue these things. Bai Jingyun hesitated and then silently received the pair of pill bottles. She said, "Miss Lan has been managing her fabric shop in the northern end of town for the last few years. About Brother Lin returning, she is probably already aware." Bai Jingyun was implying that Lan Yunyue didn't want to see Lin Ming. Now that things had changed between them, there was no longer any meaning in them seeing each other. It would just make things embarrassing for the both of them. Lin Ming was silent, and then sighed in his heart. Perhaps these calm and peaceful days were much more suitable for Lan Yunyue. This bottle of pills that he gave to her could be considered the last of their karma. From now on, all that was between them would completely vanish into nothing. After Lin Ming bid Bai Jingyun farewell, he returned to his room alone. He had already told the steward that no one was to disturb him, not even to deliver meals. Like this, Lin Ming entered the ethereal martial intent and sat in meditation for 3 or 4 hours. When he opened his eyes, it was already evening. Lin Ming stood up and then took out a small jar from his spatial ring. There was a thick red liquid within this small jar. This was the blood essence that he had taken from Ouyang Boyan, as well as Ouyang Baksu. From the last time that Lin Ming had touched the magic cube with the blood essence of a Hotian master and opened it to today, it had been nearly 2 years. In 2 years, Lin Ming's strength had reached the extreme Xiantian realm. What he wanted to know was, could a Xiantian master's blood essence open the magic cube once more? Lin Ming impatiently wanted to verify this hypothesis. Lin Ming ruefully smiled and then shook his head, mocking himself. "My mind is too messy. This mentality isn't suitable for opening the magic cube." The more valuable something was, the more he needed his heart and mind to be at peace. Otherwise, if his heart was spurred by greed, it might expose all sorts of flaws in his mind. Currently, Lin Ming wasn't too desperate or desiring of the legacies within the magic cube. What he wanted the most was to explore the secrets of the magic cube. Where did it come from? Who created it? How was it made? What was it guiding him to do? Lin Ming always felt that the magic cube was sentient. It was only that this magic cube seemed to stand at the height of all existence and looked down on everything with indifferent disdain, including even Lin Ming himself. This so-called heartless to all of heaven and earth, taking all of existence as nothing but straw dogs. To the magic cube, it cared about nothing. It was indifferent to everything, and would stay this way despite any change to the world. As Lin Ming's mood calmed down again, he stripped off his clothes, exposing a strange symbol on his left chest. This pattern was the mysterious inscription of the magic cube. Chapter 4, 29 Demon Emperor. Chapter 4, 29 Demon Emperor. Chapter 4, 29 Demon Emperor. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He had washed his hands, his face burned incense, and had adjusted his own mindset so that there wasn't even the slightest trace of turbulent emotions. Then he poured the blood essence onto his chest. The crimson blood essence dripped down. At first there wasn't a reaction, but after a breath of time, there was a cheat sound. The blood essence seemed to be corroding and was emitting a faint trace of blue smoke. As a burning pain emitted from his chest area, Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows. He felt his heart and then released his sense to investigate the magic cube under his chest area that was releasing strange fluctuations of energy, hoping to find some clues. After it went to sleep near Lin Ming's heart, the magic cube seemed to have disappeared. If it didn't reveal itself of its own initiative, Lin Ming would never have been able to sense it. But now, as the magic cube absorbed the blood essence, Lin Ming was finally able to detect its existence. However, right after, Lin Ming felt his spiritual sea tremble. The perception he released seemed as if it were being sucked into the magic cube. Against this powerful suction power, Lin Ming couldn't react in time. He simply wasn't able to offer any resistance. In the next instant, Lin Ming's consciousness had arrived into a dark, jet-black space that stretched infinitely outwards. It was as if he were floating in the starry sky. He was extremely familiar with this space. This was the space within the magic cube. Beside Lin Ming, dense mist floated all around him. Within this mist, there were many shining lights. They slowly revolved around a giant foot-wide light sphere in the center, as if they were stars in heaven. I'm finally here. The second time it had been a Hotian martial artist's blood essence that had opened the magic cube. The third time it had been a Xiantian master's blood essence. The fourth time would probably require that of a revolving core master. Lin Ming was sure that even if it was a revolving core master's blood essence, it wouldn't have much of an effect on the magic cube. In fact, this was most likely the magic cube finding a way to tell him that it needed the blood essence of powerhouses. The giant soul shard light sphere in the center shined with a milky, soft light. The countless soul fragments around it were like sparkling crystal. Although Lin Ming had arrived within the magic cube space, he still felt a bit of disappointment. Even now, he didn't understand anything more about the magic cube. As Lin Ming released his sense to touch upon all the soul fragments, he discovered to his surprise that not only was his soul force growing stronger with time, but also that he could feel the vague aura that the soul fragments released. Some soul fragments were gentle, and others were overbearing. There were even those that had a faint hint of blood and devil arts. This should be because of the cultivation methods that they had cultivated while they were alive. The energy was extremely faint. Lin Ming could only roughly approximate. As he looked at the soul fragments, he did so very carefully. He couldn't guarantee beyond a doubt that all of these soul fragments were ownerless. There was a possibility that there were some soul fragments on which the spirit mark wasn't destroyed yet. If he selected one like that, he would be in a worst-case situation. All of these supreme elders of the realm of the gods were earth-shaking characters that dominated worlds before they died. Even if there was just the tiniest amount of leftover will within a soul fragment, there was no way that Lin Ming would be able to resist it. Lin Ming had been in the magic cube space for a long time. He didn't dare to rashly release his sense everywhere. He passively sensed his surroundings. After some time, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly popped open. He turned around with an incredulous expression as he watched a light red-colored soul fragment slowly floating past him. This soul fragment was only the size of a small nail and sparkled like a ruby crystal. As it slowly spun around through space, it left sprinkles of red light wherever it went. Lin Ming paused. This feeling was Back when Lin Ming and Lei Mubai had fought, he had also felt a similar aura. Netherworld Great Emperor. Ancient Devil Tome. Lin Ming hesitated. Then he stepped forwards, and a wisp of his true essence locked onto that soul fragment. As he looked at the soul fragment that was bound by true essence, Lin Ming could clearly feel that it contained a bloody energy. When Lin Ming had swallowed the shattered demon heart crystals, he had witnessed the great figure of the Netherworld Great Emperor's giant axe pointed at the sky, his feet firmly upon the ground. There had also been countless numbers of demons that surrounded him. Lin Ming's heart suddenly surged with an inexplicable desire to swallow this soul fragment. Just what would happen if he did? Lin Ming grit his teeth and then reached out a hand to grab the red soul fragment. Show. As Lin Ming touched the soul fragment, it melted into a stream of light that submerged into his body. Lin Ming's strength was far more formidable than it had been in the past, but this soul fragment was also more formidable than anyone he had absorbed before. As a countless amount of information emerged within Lin Ming's mind, his spiritual sea suddenly shook, and fuzzy scenes and sounds appeared in front of him. Of these various demons he saw, there were also those that were etched upon the walls of the ancient Phoenix main hall. War blood battlefields. Powerhouses waved their earth-shattering weapons in the air. Countless corpses flew back, burned into nothing but countless specks of ash. The yellow sandy ground was dyed completely red. Faintly, Lin Ming could see a massive city hewn from rock. The buildings within this city were rough and looked wild, but it was filled with an uninhibited sense of power and beauty. And the residents within this city were all the demons that Lin Ming had seen before. They were all over 10 feet tall, and some were even 20 feet tall. Giant demon? Lin Ming's mind echoed with these two words. After the chaos of fragmented memories was finally organized by Lin Ming, he finally understood that these demons were really just a human-like race. Their bodies were wrapped in chains, and long horns and tusks came from their faces. They had fiery crimson hair that recklessly hung down. This was not unique to the Netherworld Great Emperor. In truth, they were a separate race, the giant demon race. So that's how it was. The Netherworld Great Emperor was not a human to begin with. When I swallowed the shattered demon heart crystal and saw him slaughter countless demons with his great axe, it's likely that the location was a gathering place of the giant demon race. And the red demon that I encountered during the last smelting trial of the divine phoenix mystic realm was also a kind of giant demon. The puzzles that had plagued Lin Ming's mind suddenly became much clearer. No wonder I was able to feel the same bloodline legacy of the Netherworld Great Emperor from Lei Mubai. I'm even able to sense the difference in this small red soul fragment. The reason is that it simply doesn't originate from the bloodline of humanity, so it's a bit more special. As Lin Ming opened his eyes, he left the magic cube space. He opened the doors and walked out. The moon was bright in the sky. It was already late at night. The night air was a bit humid. As a cold breeze wafted on his face, Lin Ming sobered up by a great deal. He rubbed his forehead and felt a deep, aching pain in his brain, as if it had slept for too long, and his mind wasn't cleared yet. As Lin Ming suppressed this aching feeling, he carefully examined the memories he had acquired. Suddenly, Lin Ming was fiercely startled. This is Great Desolate Blood Halberd. Lin Ming was shocked. In the image in his mind, this weapon was 10 feet long, and the halberd shaft was as thick as an arm. This great and ominous halberd was a deep blood red all over. This supreme elder of the realm of the gods was actually the first master of the Great Desolate Blood Halberd. Lin Ming's was mind-boggled. The Great Desolate Blood Halberd had left behind endless legends. It was said that it was at least a medium-grade heaven-step treasure, or possibly even higher. This halberd had existed for 70 to 80,000 years already. Because of the vast expanse of time, it was no longer possible to find out just who the first master of the weapon was. All of the masters that followed, including even the peerless emperor powerhouses, had an insufficient destiny and would be cursed to death by this ominous halberd. This even included the Netherworld Great Emperor. Lin Ming subconsciously took out the ancient devil tome from the spatial ring. This ancient devil tome was taken from Lei Mubai. After he read it, Lin Ming began to laugh and cry at the same time. It turned out that this ancient devil tome was actually a cultivation method that the Supreme Elder, who had first owned the Great Desolate Blood Halberd, had created himself just before he left for the realm of the gods. Such a coincidence could only be said to be the will of the heavens. It was probably because of all these vague connections that Lin Ming was able to sense that familiar energy coming from the blood-red soul fragment. To think that one of the 10,000 powerhouses from the realm of the gods that had laid waste to the verdant feather holy lands was someone who had flown up from the sky spill continent. The first master of the great desolate blood halberd, 80,000 years ago, he was an emperor powerhouse of Sky Spill Continent, titled the Demon Emperor. He had founded his own 6th grade sect that lasted for over 16,000 years. Demon Emperor. Anyone who dared to call themselves this was probably the top figure of the demonic path. Because the memories were incomplete, it took a long time for Lin Ming to reorganize them. There were many bits and pieces of information. He simply was at a complete loss at many of these confusing scenes. As Lin Ming slowly digested these memories, he looked through them. Within the memories of this demon emperor's soul fragment, most of them were memories of scenes that involved his participation in wars. There were countless scenes of slaughter and blood. This demon emperor is really bloodthirsty. Lin Ming sighed. Although this soul fragment was larger than the last two, there were very few memories of cultivation methods. There were a few, but even those were mostly incomplete. As Lin Ming continued to organize the memories of the soul fragment, he was suddenly startled. This is a halberd art. Lin Ming's heart moved. In truth, the essence behind a spear and halberd was nearly the same. Spear skills could be used with a halberd, and halberd arts could be used with a spear. What Lin Ming lacked the most now was spear skills. When he had fought a master of Golden Bell Mountain in a match, it had fully reflected a weakness of his, and that was that he lacked finesse and technique in his spear skills. If it wasn't for the blood of the true dragon that had augmented his spear powers, Lin Ming would have undoubtedly lost to Shao Qi in a battle of spear skills. This giant demon race mostly uses long weapons. Humans mostly use swords and sabers, but the giant demon race, maybe because of their height, are more familiar with long pole-type weapons. For instance, the Netherworld Great Emperor used a long-handled great axe and the blood halberd. Lei Mubai also used a halberd. As for this demon emperor, he also used a halberd. And what was impressive was that this great desolate halberdar was one of the demon emperor's ultimate law formulas. Not only did it contain halberd skills, but it also contained a cultivation method. Its power was simply enormous. The ancient devil tome that Lei Mubai had cultivated was only a tiny fraction of the full great desolate halberd art. What Lin Ming was apprehensive about was that cultivating the great desolate halberd art was not easy. It required one to constantly kill, sucking up the enemy's blood essence and accumulating one's own murderous intent. Killing Lin Ming frowned. During these years that he had practiced martial arts, he hadn't killed many. As for all those that he killed, they each had reasons to die and had simply walked the road of death. When the Demon Emperor had practiced the great desolate halberd art, he had killed countless others in an absolute bloodthirsty frenzy, all in order to improve his own cultivation method. But Lin Ming could not do the same. He could not and would not kill innocent people. This demon way martial arts seemed to have two different paths. There is the killing path along with the lustful path. The Netherworld Great Emperor had stepped upon both of these, but as for the Demon Emperor of 80,000 years ago, he had only walked the killing path. and the killing path is the only way left to me. Chapter 430, Returning to Divine Phoenix Island. Chapter 430, Returning to Divine Phoenix Island. Chapter 430, Returning to Divine Phoenix Island. As Sky Fortune City entered fall, the days began to be filled with a faint chill. In the 9th month, Crown Prince Yonglin ascended to the throne. The grand ceremony continued for a total of 9 days. Before this, all of the officials that had been purged and were still living were once again restored to their former glory. They entered the palace again and again, being promoted continuously. As for officials that had followed Yongzhen, some were demoted and some were exiled. Even though Yonglin was a naturally kind-hearted man, after becoming emperor, he would also begin to gradually show a ruthless side. In the middle of the 9th month, Lin Ming brought Qin Xingxuan back to his hometown of Green Mulberry City. Before this, Yonglin had already sent summons to meet Lin Ming's parents. Yonglin was clear that his life was protected, and he would finally be able to ascend the throne, all because of Lin Ming. Although this was a great graciousness of Lin Ming, there was no way that Yonglin could return the favor. What he could offer Lin Ming were common things such as authority and money. However, these things no longer held any significance to Lin Ming. However, Yonglin was still a wise and smart character who knew the best way to do things in any situation. Since he couldn't offer Lin Ming anything he wanted, he would then give a title to Lin Ming's parents. He titled Lin Ming's father as the Duke of Lu County, with a scope of land over 500 miles wide. This Lu County also included Green Mulberry City within its borders. Henceforth, Green Mulberry City was the home grounds of the Lin family. As for Lin Ming's mother, she was titled as a first-class madam. Even Lin Xiaodong was given the title of a first-class viscount. These titles were extraordinary. Whether it was a duke or a first-class madam, neither of them had official government power, but they were titles that were still only inferior to a prince or king and were top characters among any noble circles. These titles were also hereditary. Once titled, they would not be removed unless there was a major crime that was committed. Thus, the royal palace would not easily bestow these noble titles onto others. Besides times of great war or in the founding of the nation, they would almost never be given. If one thought that they could receive this title during times of peace, then that was simply nonsense. It had to be known that the title of Viscount within Green Mulberry City would include a 30-mile manor as well as 1,000 servants. As for the several great families of Green Mulberry City, besides the Zhu family, who had obtained some status because their daughter had become the empress concubine, the other family heads were not even second-rate barons. As for the commoners, the best among them could be considered the wealthy gentry of the countryside. Between the common people and the nobility, there was an insurmountable gap. The nobility represented the most honored positions. Although great merchant families were large and powerful, within the minds of the common people, their social status was inferior to nobles. Thus, to Lin Ming's parents, being able to receive a title and become a duke or a madam was simply a dream come true. This was an event worthy of a grand celebration and would also bring great honor to their ancestors. As Lin Ming saw the happy look on his parents' faces, he was deeply satisfied. He didn't think that such a common title of the mortal world would let his parents become this pleased. The last time that Lin Ming had come back, even the pills that he had given them that would let them extend their lives by 100 years hadn't caused his parents to be so happy. As Lin Ming's mother affectionately felt the imperial decree, her smile went from ear to ear. She decided that she would have a beautiful sandalwood box made, and then place the imperial decree within. Later, when she passed onto the next world, she would be able to raise her head high when she saw her ancestors. Lin Ming wasn't sure whether or not to laugh or cry when he heard these ideas. As Lin Mu happily spoke, the cry of a little baby was suddenly emitted from the west wing of the residence. This baby was Lin Ming's little sister. Lin Ming had been stranded within the Divine Phoenix Mystic for nearly a year, under Qin Zia's protection. Lin Ming's parents hadn't even heard the news of Lin Ming's death from the beginning to the end. They had lived an entire year happily in peace, and had even popped out a little sister for Lin Ming. This could all be accredited to Lin Ming's pills. This couple that had worked hard for half a lifetime suddenly felt much younger. The wrinkles on their skin vanished, and their bodies constantly improved. Now, the husband and wife were no different from anyone else in their early 30s. Lin Ming's little sister was only a few months old and was still nursing. Her name was Lin Xiaoga, and her nickname was Little Pigeon. This little girl had surprisingly large eyes and wasn't afraid of strangers. As she saw Lin Ming, she stared at him with her bright black eyes shining, intently watching him. Lin Ming was very fond of this cute baby. He took out a soul jade pendant from his spatial ring and placed it around Lin Xiaoga's neck. This little baby had arrived right on time. Lin Ming was worried that his parents would be lonely after he left, but now that Little Pigeon was here, that wouldn't be the case. Perhaps in the future there might also be another little brother or sister, and they would also be able to inherit the family title. As for Little Pigeon, she might marry into the royal palace and become an empress in the future. At that time, his parents should no longer have any regrets. Lin Ming hadn't been planning on telling his parents what had happened this year, but after the couple had been home for a while, they learned what happened. After Lin Mu heard this news, she was frightened out of her mind, especially after she had heard that Lin Ming was soon leaving Sky Fortune Kingdom again, and this time it would be a very long time before he returned. Lin Mu's originally happy mood fell, and she didn't speak for an entire day. She didn't know what Lin Ming's experiences were when he went out, but what she knew was that it would undoubtedly be dangerous. Not just that, but she wouldn't be able to see her son for several years. Lin Mu wasn't happy at all. The only one who could make Lin Mu smile was Qin Xingxuan. Although Lin Ming was only friends with Qin Xingxuan, in Lin Mu's opinion, since Lin Ming had brought her back to his home, that was the same as bringing a woman back to meet the in-laws. No matter how Lin Mu looked at it, she was very satisfied with this future wife. Qin Xingxuan had a good background. She was intelligent, kind, well-mannered, and also very beautiful. Lin Mu made several insinuations, asking many times when Lin Ming would marry and produce some grandchildren that she could hold. Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She might as well wait for Little Pigeon to grow up and have some children herself. A martial artist traveled throughout the world and had no fixed home. It was simply impossible for them to look after their own child. This was also the reason why most martial artists had children at a very late stage in their life. Normally, only when they had reached the end of their potential and stabilized at whatever boundary they were at would they consider having children. Normally, a revolving core supreme elder wouldn't have children until they were at least 100 years old. Lin Ming lived at home quietly for half a month. During this time, he didn't cultivate much. Most of his time was spent accompanying his parents or teasing the little pigeon. It was only late at night that Lin Ming would meditate over the great desolate halberd art left from the demon emperor. The more he pondered it, the more incomparably profound he discovered this cultivation method was, and he also encountered many difficulties. Finally, the day to depart arrived. Lin Ming had to return to Divine Phoenix Island, and Qin Xingxuan would follow him there. As for his bonds with the 7 profound valleys, they could already be considered finished. Next day, early morning. The fall wind blew, the leaves were withered and yellow, and flocks of birds flew through the bright blue sky to the south. Lin Ming stood under the massive wings of fireshine, all of his clothes flapping in the breeze blown by the flames. Behind Lin Ming, Lin Mu covered her mouth, unable to help the tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Fu also sighed. He was proud to have a son like this, but to have a son like this also meant that his son was destined to not stay by their side. Otherwise, he would never be able to fly high. Father, mother, take care. Lin Ming knelt down and bowed his head to the ground 3 times. Then he jumped onto Fireshine's back. Fireshine opened its massive wings and shot up into the sky with Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan on board. The vermilion bird soared into the heavens. The wind howled, and flames dyed the skies red. Those that walked the road of martial arts were doomed to be alone. They lived long lives, and it was impossible for them to spend their years together with their family. This was also the reason why many supreme elders, such as the sorcerer of the southern wilderness, would return to their homeland after many years and finish the causal bonds that they held with the world they once knew. Lin Ming, are we going straight to Divine Phoenix Island? Qin Xingxuan asked from atop the vermilion bird. Yes, we're going straight to Divine Phoenix Island. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.